Welcome everyone to PCC8, the place where the best of the best in competitive Predecessor gather to compete. We're about to jump into a 24-team Swiss bracket with some incredible teams, one of which are the reigning PCC7 champions, Dirty Lake and the boys.
Happy Picker with the pickoff, and it is going to be D-Lab that are your PCC7 champions!
Now looking to keep their title, they've been grinding their scrims to try and solidify their spot as the first ever back-to-back PCC champs. But also, Bad Timing are back in the fight with familiar names like Blub, Vecron, and three-time PCC champ Penta Pablo, who always seems to get a Penta on broadcast. Who knew? Now Rogue is also back, and they're looking like contenders for a main event with players like Wangle, Haru, and Penguin. They've been in the lab cooking up some plays for us, and I can't wait to watch. Also, good job, Bondrud. Now the chefs have gone to university and got their doctorate, graduating to the new team name of the Doctors. Cold won't be playing this time around, but they have the Flick Aim God Cure as their ADC. Don't forget the professors are here to school us all on how to play some top tier Pred. Playing without Soul Reaper this time around, they still have a strong contending roster. Now, other notable teams out there are Grady's VP Salesman, Top Physique with Pyrex, Papaya, and Mercy, Hive with Skype, Boinks, and Nugslit, and Mind the Gap with Nitro, Pinzo, and Dr. Flick. More teams to watch are Pretty Terrible Gamers, Primetime, Bronze Army, and Burger Flip Incorporated. There are so many fantastic teams in this event that it's hard to jumble into a small video. But watch all the action live here on Prime Championship Circuit.
Greetings, gamers! Thank you so much, Choice, for that wonderful video. Welcome to Prime Championship Circuit, day one of the Swiss stages. My name is Ardog with the Triple G, and I am so pleased to be your host during today's tournament. We are a community-based tournament where we host and show you the greatest in Predecessor gaming. Let's take you from the Swiss stages to groups to the main event. We're starting off with 24 teams today, but only one will be able to claim the crown and call themselves champions of the PCC. In the world of Predecessor, every objective, every blink, every ability and teamfight could tip the scales in favor of glory or despair. These players are playing at the utmost high caliber, playing each hero with superb mastery. Join us as we celebrate the extraordinary talents of these players who continue to defy the limits, push the boundaries, and redefine what it means to play Predecessor. Can we please have some hype in the chat? Raise the roof, everybody. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, please join me in welcoming our lovely desk analysts. We'll start off with Lance Cecil, one of the best casters in the game and talent coordinator at the PCC. How are you, Lance?
Oh, I say it, I think, every PCC dog. If I got any better, I'd split into twins back for my 8th PCC. Cannot wait to see if we get a new champion or our first repeat, but we got to go through the first 2 days of Swiss, which is what we're going to start with. Can't wait.
It is going to be a nutty day. It's going to be crazy. And of course, we have Mugiwawa, statistics enthusiast, coach, and one of our brilliant desk analysts. Comment ça va, Mugi?
Merci beaucoup. Ça va très bien. So, I do fantastic. Of course, I had to answer in French here from the question, but yeah, I can't wait to see more PCC tournament action. I love having the statistic. I love to see what team I've cooked, to be honest, also like in terms of meta, because we had like some balance patch recently, and so everything is up to grab, and I can't see what the top teams have brought to get this new crown for themselves.
This weekend is our Swiss stages, and you know, PCC8 is the event of this summer, 2024. This is one event you don't want to miss. And 2 weeks from now, we will hold the main event where we determine who will be left behind and who will ascend to glory. 16 teams will move on tomorrow, but that means we have to say goodbye to 8 teams after today. If you like what you're seeing from us, please give us a follow, subscribe. We're on YouTube, X, join our Discord, any social media you can think of. We don't get paid to do this, yet. And we are a community-based tournament here at the PCC, and we appreciate each and every one of you joining us here today. But now it's time to watch a video to understand the tournament format.
Here are the rules for PCC8 Swiss Weekend. On day 1, 24 teams will compete for a total of 5 rounds. During each round, teams will play against other teams with similar records. After the 5th round, the top 16 teams will continue onto day 2. On day 2, these 16 teams will play 5 more rounds, until we have our top 8 teams. These 8 teams will compete in the main event.
I'm just trying to wrap my head on who is that voice, like who's talking there. I was like, I can't even recognize who that is. But the first game we'll be watching is VP Salesman versus the good old Bronze Army. It's time to talk about these games. What do you guys think about this next match we'll be watching on broadcast?
So, I think that this is 2 really good teams to start off with. First of all, hold it really quick before we get into that. That voice in that video was our new person helping out with video. Shout out Corbin, new to the team, but we appreciate having you. Very good job on that video. Back into the game though. Okay, so VP Salesman versus Bronze Army. These are 2 teams that could very easily make top 8. This is going to send one of them onto an easier trajectory and a little bit tougher of a journey for the rest of the day to be able to get through it. That's why we chose to show this one in the first round. Probably one of the more even matchups we have between the 2 of them, but I do tend to lean towards VP Salesman in this.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I feel like it's also like a very important match for those 2 teams to kind of bring the confidence for themselves for the rest of the weekend. Because like you said, I think they're both like top 8 contender for tomorrow. But at the same time, like they're also against like another top 8 contender that is gonna be close to the cut. So if you win that match, you already solidify yourself to be like a team that feel more confident. And also, I feel like it's 2 very different teams. On the side of Bronze Army, it's kind of like person that have been there for a long time, like they kind of always have been there, while VP Salesman, player that we know, of course, like Tekken Kid, Grati, Maguli, but it's the first time they come as a team, and I feel like they're kind of a bit more fresh when it comes to playing as a collective, and so we will have to see if it all clicks together or not.
I really love both of these teams. Bronze Army is one of those teams that have been there for a very long time. They've always played in the PCC. Stark, Plato, Cha, Nature Donkey, as well as Sneaky are names that we know in the game, but that doesn't mean we don't know anybody from VP Salesman, because the names from that team, we've got Tekken Kid, we've got Grati, Maguli, Step Back Stunna, and Poggy D. This is a new team that's created for this PCC, so we'll just have to see how they play together. Are they going to be able to harmonize or play cohesively as a team versus Bronze Army that's played together for a while now?
I think that the answer for that's going to be yes, Ardog. They've put in so many scrims. This team that Grady has kind of like put together and helped form have really, really been putting it in. We've got a section in our Discord that says looking for scrims. Grady's in that almost every day, and he's booking a week out almost every single time. We do a lot of scrim review and a lot of prep for this with the talent while we're getting ready for it. And the amount of scrim replays we have that have VP Salesman as one of the 2 teams in it is very high. We're very familiar with these guys. I expect to see a really good performance out of them.
And also, like, been pretty impressed by what VP Salesman have been bringing during their scrim. To be honest, like in terms of skirmishes, what I call skirmishes is like those early game like engagement, like they have been like super clean, like their CC chain, like having to secure those kills when they actually go for it, it's actually pretty impressive. And they also have like pretty clear intentionality when it comes to their game plan. The big weaknesses though that I have noticed is like if their game plan get like slightly stumbled upon by the enemy team, they don't really manage to switch gears and go for their plan B. They don't really have fallback plan, and suddenly things can start to crumble. So I guess like the big question for me is those Bronze Army are going to put like some breaks onto the plan of VP Salesman or not, and that would be like a very key point for Bronze Army to have a chance to win in that match.
It's going to be up to Plato, the jungler in Bronze Army, to really create those plays for their team, because Grady, he's one of the best junglers in the game as well. Not to say that Plato isn't good, but they each respectively have their own champion or hero pool that they can pick from. So really looking forward to see how the junglers can really create those initiations and create those engagements for their teams, because they want to elevate those side lanes as well as the mid lane.
I think all of the lanes are important, and both of these junglers have the ability to facilitate every single lane. They can choose where they've got the advantage based on what side of the map they get on, where their strong side is, which one of their lanes has got that good CC gank set up for them, and then just kind of come in. I think especially on the side of VP Salesman, Grady really drives the team, tells them where to go, what we're going to focus on, what playstyle we're going to. And I think that a lot of that is true for Bronze Army as well, especially with Sockcap on the sidelines today, out there taking care of his kids, being a good dad. So he's taking the day off to do that. And Nature Donkey's going to step in. But it was kind of old reliable for Bronze Army coming into it. Sneaky and Sockcap have been playing together for so long. A lot of the times you'd see Plato just naturally gravitate towards that side. You know Sockcap's going to hit the hooks. Well, Nature Donkey's no slouch. He's just kind of like a Sockcap junior that's a little bit older. So there's a lot of potential for both of these junglers to go to any spot that they want. But we'll have to see how the draft kind of plays out to get an idea of where we think they're going to path to early.
That's a very fair point. Like, you started to introduce the draft, and of course, like, those teams have their own strengths and weaknesses, but also a big portion of Predecessor game are determined by like how good your draft is. And I think that's something that, like I was saying in introduction, since we're on a new patch, like, we got a lot of outliers that had been like put back into place thanks to the 2 balance patch that we got like back to back the past 2 weeks. And so I feel like the meta is pretty open. Of course, like, there are still things that are pretty strong, but I feel like a lot more options are available. And I feel like in this type of match, when like it's new team, probably we're looking more like at comfort picks. And so I'm quite curious what both of those teams are going to bring.
Yeah, V19 patch just released, and you're right, Mugi. They just had those balance patches released to us, and we're playing Predecessor at its newest release right now. So looking forward to see what kind of heroes they'll pull out. You mentioned that they might pick and choose their comfort picks, but I think there's going to be a lot of crowd control from both teams. We know we see a lot of Aurora or even Kwang, but enough about that. Let's get into the draft here. Let's talk about who we're going to be seeing, because we have VP Salesman who's got the ban first. What are you expecting to see, Lance?
So with VP Salesman having the first ban, I would not be surprised to see, maybe the ADC role, maybe a Drongo or a Kira targeted towards Sneaky here, or potentially the Grim being taken out as well. I do think that with some of the changes they made to the ADC role, we might not see quite as much prioritization as we would have seen if they wouldn't have put that hotfix in before this patch. Actually, it looks like Bronze Army might be the first ones with the first ban as we get the correction at the top here. But I would still not be surprised to see it go the same way. Poggy D can really carry the team. You also have to be careful of Tekken. I don't know that Crunch is in the greatest spot, but every time, if I know I'm going against Tekken, I'm probably going to ban Crunch against him. So it kind of depends on which direction they need to go. There's a lot of strength in the mid lane too.
And so that's going to be Desirous, the first ban of that PCC8. And despite the fact that he received additional nerf, like teams to saying that he's still like super duper strong, and so it's going to warrant the first ban. I feel like currently in the meta, there is like no obligatory ban. I think like people are still refining it. So it's pretty open, and I think we can go in any direction. I feel like bans start to be like slightly more interesting in the second phase now in the current meta, because I've seen in many drafts during the scrims that actually like support are kind of in the odd place, and many times we kind of target more that support role in the second banning phase. And here we're going to get the gadget remove also on VP Salesman, a character that actually wasn't too present in previous tournament, that are starting to bring back in the scrims, and to the point that we see a ban on the first match.
And
I'm
as a
actually
Gadget
surprised to
Argus-
see
Oh,
that Gadget banned there. No worries, Lance. Because typically you don't expect a mage to be taken out off of the board so early, but now we see that Gideon, who is sort of that response, you take away the Gadget, we're gonna meet you with another mage or match you with another mage who also deals a lot of damage with that black hole ultimate and of course that the rocks that he has. But he's one of the top mages in the game, able to deal so much magic damage. We can see that we've got a lot of damage coming from Bronze Army. We'll have to see what kind of other heroes they want to match with that, but we've got the next 2 picks there.
And quite the 2 picks they are for VP Salesman, gonna secure that up for Poggy D and Step Back Stunna, and that's a strong dual lane, especially into a first pick Gideon. I was going to say that banning the Gadget on the side of VP Salesman makes that Gideon pick even easier for Bronze Army with the way that Gadget plays into Gideon, but now they got that stun ball from the Decker, they've got the silence field they can put under it if Gideon ults too low for the Drongo as well, so good counter picks early so far for VP Salesman.
Further with the Grux and the Sevrog, and to be honest, like I was liking the idea of the Grux with a Gideon because I was so maybe we can go for Thorn Space aggressively that kind of deliver a Grux in the enemy backline, but for that to happen you actually need like another front lane, another engager, another initiator, and with the Sevrog we kind of have it. So to be honest, could be a team that are pretty scary to fight in team fight because Sevrog creates space and suddenly you have like 2 second initiator thanks to the Grux and the Gideon that can actually create chaos for your team. The only thing I'm a little bit scared is though that Grux has to face against a Decker and also like a Drongo, 2 character that the Grux has trouble to reach or be able like to navigate, so that's something that they have to be careful about.
I really like the combinations coming from Bronze Army, but now we've got the Crunch coming in from VP Salesman's. I like the Crunch pick. He offers a lot of that engage on top of the Decker that VP Salesman have. Lance, you mentioned that Decker will be able to use that stun ball, use that Coliseum. Decker's someone that you can use in offensively as well as defensively as a hero, but the Crunch, we're looking to see how he's going to be able to make plays in this game. How is he going to initiate for his team so the Drongo can deal the damage? But now we've got the 2 bans that are just missing, but they're banning out the Narbash.
And I think it makes sense, you know, they already have their support locked up. I guess they could get flexy with their Decker and put it into mid. I don't think Maguli's going to do that. I've seen a lot of Maguli play. He's not a Decker mid lane kind of guy. So targeting the support pool is a good idea. I think that Narbash plays pretty well into Decker. Yeah, the cage works okay to be able to keep him in one spot with a crash bang boom, but the range on it is still very large. I am interested to see what Bronze Army is going to ban out here. If I was them, I might be biased. I think I'm banning Argus. I don't want to play Gideon into that. But I might be looking to pick that up for support for myself if I'm on the side of Bronze Army, depending on what Nature Donkey is looking to carry. That ban should be coming through soon. But I also want to talk about Crunch that was picked up in the last rotation. On a team like VP Salesman, you'd kind of default and think that, hey, that's probably Tekken's pick. Grady also a phenomenal Crunch. It's one of his favorite heroes. If you ever tune into the stream, he talks about Crunch pretty much every time he's on it, that he wish he could play it all of the time. Actually, it looks like the Kalari is going to get banned out. What do you think the focus of that is there, Mugi?
Well, I think maybe they were scared and they don't want to like receive too much pressure onto the dual lane, because to be fair, like facing Decker and Drongo when you don't have like a safe support like Narbash, and like Muriel can be picked, he's a very strong support, but it's dangerous, so maybe you're looking for a phase. But like I guess like the Kalari was very scary for like the snowballing, and also scary with imagine Grati Tekken get the Crunch, and suddenly like if we face against the Sevrog the Grux, like the Kalari can come and now you start snowballing both side lanes and suddenly the game become unplayable. Like one question I had for VP Salesman first pick is like, do they go like really into this idea of early mid game with like dominating lane first and they don't bring any frontliners, or do they want to be slightly more conservative? And it feels like with the Quang pick we still like want to have some option to be able to fight in the late games. Here on Bronze Army, we're actually gonna bring the Rictor Murdoch. So we're trying like to fight back a little bit. Rictor Murdoch, like a pretty deadly dual lane. but I feel like we're lacking a little bit of damage on the side of Bronze Army. But at least now we have like one of the only counter for the crunch that was like kind of free because the Decker and the Drongo was already in his own team.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mugi. We are lacking that damage from on the side of Bronze Army, but we'll have to see if that Grux is also going to be able to scale and just Grux his way through the game. But looking at the other side, VP Salesman locking in Grim along with Drongo, we're looking at 280 carries. I believe we're looking at Grim, who's going to be played in the mid lane, piloted there by Maguli. So that's a lot of damage coming in from VP Salesman, but at the same time, a lot of physical power damage though.
It is a lot of physical power damage, and I think that this game, at least early, for Plato on the side of Bronze Army, who's looking like he's going to be piloting the Grux, is about getting to Maguli on that Grim. The rest of these targets are going to be very hard for a Grux to lock down, as Mugi mentioned earlier within this draft. Really, his only target and priority can be Grim. Yeah, he's got the one spell shield. Grux has kind of got 2 combo CCs that he puts out on you right away, so hopefully he can get him with one of the 2 of those, and I think that's going to dictate this early game. I think if Bronze Army can't get onto Maguli very early, it's going to be a little tough as the game progresses for Bronze Army, but I do like the front line that they've built for themselves.
I feel like on the side of VP Salesman, like in the lethal fight, they have the advantage. And I think on the side of Bronze Army, actually like a big portion of that draft is really on the Rictor. If the Rictor managed to get some good hook on the crunch, or like the Quang, like they have like so much follow-up afterwards with the Crux that then get the CC plus the damage of the Murdoch, plus like creating chaos. And also you have the Subjugate to set up that pre-plash, but if the replash doesn't connect, like Feast or Famine pick, and I feel like melee support are very hard to play in the current meta. So like this Rictor is kind of a curveball that needs to work, otherwise it's gonna be tough.
We'll have to see if this team, VP Salesman, will make their quota, or will the Bronze Army rise up? Brace yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, because it's time for Game 1 with Philly and Dr. Shadow.
Hello and good morning, everyone. HD Philly B here, and alongside with me, as always, is the mythical medicine man himself, Dr. Shadow, and we have a banger of a match here this morning. It's like the old guard versus the new, Doc.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute banger of a series. They talked in the desk about how evenly matched these teams are, and I could not agree more. This is going to be an absolute thriller. You have some of the old folks from Paragon coming out on the Bronze Army. You got your Stark. You got, unfortunately, Sockcap is not here today, but we got Nature Donkey in there again. Sockcap Jr. riding the Richter. This is going to be extraordinarily close, and really, as our dog pointed out, this is going to be entirely dependent on the junglers. It's all about the jungler setting tempo. The game plan for VP Salesman is generally Grady is going to set tempo for Tekken Kid, whereas on the side of Bronze Army, Plato is going to try to set tempo for his duo lane and really enhance them and enable them. There's a lot of pressure riding for the jungle.
Absolutely. Something, we've watched Plato play in many games back when the Rampage reigned supreme. They were unstoppable, it seemed like, in the jungle on that character. Now, Rampage kind of taking a back seat, seeing the Sevrog, one of our favorite characters in the game. We know how much work he can get done, how much space they can create. Something I'm a little bit worried about, though, Doc, is on the side of the VP Salesman. What's their team fight going to look like? What's their front line? Are they going to be able to survive long enough to create the space needed for both of these ADCs to get the job done? So only time will tell as we get into it.
Yeah, absolutely. The game plan for VP Salesman is get picks, hit objectives, whereas Bronze Army is going to be looking to really force the issue on having large engagements, large team fights, 4v4s, 5v5s. They've got the Black Hole, they've got the Skewer, they've got Subjugate, they've got Grux to do some Gruxing. So they're really more comfortable in those situations. And this mid lane Grim, I have not seen this in a very long time, really since he came out. So I'm excited to see this. I think he's very vulnerable. So if Bronze Army can just bully him if Plato can just make it an effort to enable the mid lane, then I think they're going to be okay. But if he gets ahead, I'm worried for Bronze Army because he does a lot of damage.
Absolutely, yes, and just early trading here happening in the safe lane, the duo lane, just kind of poking each other out, feeling what could be done. But the one thing I'll say about this mid lane matchup is that the Sevarog's not always one that's going to gank too early too often, right? Yeah, you have the subjugate, but sometimes that ability can be hard to miss, and if he shields properly the Grim, then he kind of can get out of there. So that will be interesting. Maybe that's why they chose the Grim, because they know that Sevarog won't be able to always gank.
Applying a little bit of pressure here to Cha in the mid lane. He's just saying, hey, I'm nearby. You don't get comfortable in the mid lane hitting creeps because I am going to dash out of a fog wall and punch you. So really, I mean, that's Grady applying the tempo. Now he's doing an invade onto the opposing red side jungle.
We do see Grux on the minimap, though, making a little bit of a maneuver to probably the river buff there and might make his way up the stairs. No, Lex maybe to go back to it. But folks at home, definitely be watching that minimap because people are going to be moving. They're going to be shaking and grooving to try to get themselves prio in the lanes and then try to get something off of it. Here we see Plato. It could be making this rotation now, Doc.
Yeah, this is going to be, he's waiting. He's hunting. I don't know. I think Maguli's gonna, Maguli is onto it. He knows. He popped a displacement blast over to just kind of say, I know you're there. So he's not super worried right now. But I really liked Stark's rotation there to get the right river buff. He realized, oh my god, first blood going down. Grady and Stark just, I mean, Grady doing crunch things, chasing. He also managed to burn the flash from the Grux, or the blink from the Grux. So Grux not only gives up first blood, but he also is going to be in a very bad situation heading back into the lane in about 30 seconds.
Sheesh. I mean, and that's, Doc, that's also huge for Quang, because Quang, I think, was a little bit behind there as well. Here's Plato. He's coming in from the behind the subjugate and the bubble, like we described, easily getting past it. Now the dash coming through for the Reaper, trying to get something done, and the grasp as well, but not able to secure the kill. He's a little too under-leveled right now to make that happen.
Yeah, if he had a +1 there, he maybe has a chance at getting Maguli, but Maguli is luckily able to just walk away. But again, look at this wave state here. Stark getting just beaten down by Tekken Kid's Quang, but Plato coming in to provide a little backup.
Oh, there it is. And now Tekken Kid is on the run. The flash has to be expended as he got too big for his britches. And it was a nice job from the Sevarog to make the rotation to help his offlaner who's already behind here early on.
That was absolutely needed for the side of Stark on the Bronze Army there. He is pushed up in lane. He's very vulnerable to another Grady gank. He doesn't have a blink, so burning Tekken Kid's blink really equalizes the playing field there in that one-on-one matchup, allowing him to kind of be more enabled to do Grux things. So yeah, Stark pretty happy with that, but they are limit testing, except it looks like Grady's coming in to punish him.
Uh-oh, here we go. He's seen this once or twice before. The boom flower already used as well. Is he aware that the robot is behind him? Maybe not so much, or maybe he's going to go to the mini prime and do a little sacrifice, or he's leading him to the mid lane. Okay, I think he'll be able to get out of dodge. Grady doesn't have the combinations just yet to punish the Rhino who's out of position, but a lot of time wasted there from both of these characters, and an invade now started for Grady.
Is an invade from Grady. He's going to be denying Plato resources, but on the flip side of the map, on that left side blue side, they are on the side of Bronze Army able to claim the first Fangtooth of the game. So they may be down a kill, but they are up in objectives, and as you know, this game is all about objectives. They got that first Fangtooth. They now have an advantage to all buffs that they secure. All buffs will be lasting 50% longer throughout the duration of the game, so this could I think that's a great trade-off there at this point. Stark not dying.
For sure. And I think, Doc, it's because they knew Grady was on the red side jungle, so obviously being the jungler with the smite wouldn't get there in time to, provide a steal or anything like that. So they said, okay, we have some damage, we have the resources, let's go in and try to take this quick, and they do.
Yeah, this is looking good so far, but a nice little trade coming out here. Nature's Donkey getting the whiplash.
And that is huge now, just taking the brunt of the damage, just taking those revolver shots and the aim pistols as well. The strike comes through to do a little bit of damage to Sneaky. No eliminations yet going either way here in the duo lane, but dangerously low are the Bronze Army.
But Grady is... you never know where he's going to be lurking. He is going to invade and try and get this blue buff, but, you know, he's hanging out just in case Bronze Army decided to keep their duo lane around.
The stasis bomb from downtown takes Donkey to the noggin, and now there it is, the rad round from Poggy D come through, and they find the elimination into the duo lane. They are cooking now.
Yeah, this is feeling great for Poggy. Drongo, a hero that he's very, very comfortable on, a hero who has actually recently been buffed quite a bit, does a lot of damage, is able to attack a bit faster to do more damage with the rad rounds. So as Moogie talked about on the desk, tank supports are feeling a little rough in this patch right now, and in part because of that buff to rad rounds on Drongo, just totally punishing anyone who's in range to get hit.
And someone who has seen a resurgence is the Murdoch. We've been seeing Murdoch in more scrims recently in the last couple of weeks, and I, for one, am all about it because I think his just global presence with the long arm of the law is such a unique tool that not many heroes have. So being able to find some eliminations when you might not otherwise get it could help snowball you and move you into a good position. So glad to see the cyber police officer back on the battlegrounds.
Yeah, that's a great point, especially when you are looking at the off lane. You have Grux, who's going to do Grux things, but oftentimes he baits people into these fights where people are limit testing the potential of their HP. How low can you go? And having a Murdoch on the team is kind of a dissuasion from that, right? Like, as Quang, you don't want to get into a Grux v 1v1 type of situation because Murdoch will just kill you from across the map. So that is a fantastic call out there in terms of the draft potential. This mid lane looking pretty slow right now, but here we are back in the off lane watching some brawling, but not too much should be happening right now.
And that point that is also similar to the Muriel. I know you and I have discussed that multiple times, how the Muriel can also be the detriment to the Grux because Grux wants to take those 1v1s where he does get really low and kind of kills you with the bleed right at the end, where Muriel can kind of fly in and turn the tides. And Ultimate now coming out from step back, tries to lock the Nature Donkey down, just barely whiffs, gets the slow on, but not much else. And in the midst of all that, Grady and company take the Mini Prime.
This is the classic Gradion crunch game. I mean, we've called out several times already in this game, only 9.5 minutes in, how he's been invading the red buff and the blue buff side of the Dawn jungle. And now he's secured prime buff for either himself. I don't actually know at this time who has it, but he's probably got it on himself, and he's going to look to continue to choke out the resources from Plato's Severog, denying him stacks, denying him the ability to farm and rotate into a successful gank. But Maguli hunting.
Yeah, once again, and there it is. The Maguli comes in with the rotation and finds the elimination onto Sneaky. That was absolutely immaculate from him. And there was a rotation also on the offlane towards the Grux. The Grux this time able to get out a dodge, but I think the flash was expended for him as well.
That is the last thing I expected to see was a grim gank. Yeah, the Murdoch just died. Sneaky just died immediately. I was not expecting him to die that quickly. So apologies on that one to everybody at home. But yeah, that's the power of the Grim. He does so much damage at the expense of being so vulnerable. And so he made a rotation without getting caught out and without being identified, and was able to just pop a couple shots and effectively eliminate the opposing carry. So fantastic rotation by
another
Maguli.
Rotation this time, Doc, as Cha comes in, trying to toss the rock and the pebble as well, but the subjugate did not connect, so a failed gank at that point. And now we have 4 members for the side of the army really grouping up, and here's the dangerously low brawl that we were talking about, Doc, and it is the Quang, the Tekken kid, pressing all the right buttons, comes out on top.
I do see that Tekken Kid is the one with the mini prime buff. Hold that thought, though, because Grady is not going to give up the second Fangtooth for free. We will touch base on that offlane, though.
Okay, but it's just not quick enough as he tries to go for the steal, and now the black hole is just sucking everybody in, slowing everybody up and laying in the damage, but it's Maguli the one who's doing the janitor doing, and he is cleaning up. He says, get the F out to the Severog, and he sends him all the way back to the fountain. A triple kill for the side of the army.
That was not worth it, in my opinion. They gave up 3 major kills. They have 0 kills on the scoreboard. They're currently down about 60 CS across the map already at 10, 11 minutes, 12 minutes into the game, sorry. They're just losing monetary value all the way across the map. And sure, they got second Fangtooth. They have 8% movement speed, but at what cost?
What is this? The tower time coming in from Grady, the knockup as well. The displacement shot.
God.
Oh no! The long arm of the law as well, cutting through the map. But my goodness, so close. I feel like if Maguli had one more item online, that would have been the doom for his opposing number. And here's Plato now coming in to save the day, just thwarting the advance, making sure nobody else steps up to the plate. But my goodness, that health bar got chunked.
Maguli is putting on a showcase as to why Grim just is probably going to get first round banned again moving forward into this tournament. The amount of damage that he is pumping out. All Grady had to do was knock up the Gideon, and Maguli just almost chunked him in like 3 auto attacks. Just insane amount of damage coming out from him. Cha not feeling so comfortable, especially with this crunch in the jungle, ready to punch and knock him up at any given notice. So I'm terrified right now for Bronze Army. They need to do something to get back into this game, and I think that something is reliant heavily on Plato's Sevarog coming online, which is going to be tough because it's Sevarog. He does require a little bit of time to just get strong enough to be able to sustain and be that front line that Bronze Army desperately needs right now.
Yeah, going in for that little bit of late game, but something that Grady is doing so well is denying the easy farm in the jungle for the Sevarog to get safely, and he wants to get those stacks, but they're just not there, so a lot of time wasted as he's making rotations to find where the farm is, and now it's Stark who's caught out in the jungle. 3 people are on him. Will he be able to get out? No, Maguli once again finds the kill. Here is the Sevarog, though. Can they turn the tides? The Colossal Blow might be coming through, and immediately obliterated as the hammer comes through, and Maguli gets a double kill over here in the jungle. The fight not over just yet as Cha's trying to escape, uses the torn space and allows Nature Donkey to jump through it as well. And the tower in the mid goes down as a full group of 4 is here to just put on the pressure.
2 tier 1 towers down already. That is 2 kills in the mid lane on the off laner and the jungle. That is on what?
Those rad rounds doing so much damage. The knockup as well. That is 2 more members down. The defense just crumbling over here for the Bronze Army. I mean, folks, this is only a best of 1, so you got to put everything on the line in order to win. And right now, the VP salesmen are looking hot.
They are looking hot indeed, and just the damage coming out from them is just insane. I just can't get over how quickly they're evaporating the Bronze Army the tanks, the Sevarog. The Grux isn't really a tank, but he's kind of thick. The Richter, they're just vaporizing them. This is rough. The resources are just totally 100% in the favor of VP Salesman right now. They've got to be up at least like 5,000 gold net worth across the map minimum, just because of the number of towers that they've taken and the fact that they are up 0 to 12 currently. This is going to be tough. Stark with the flash into Maguli. He recognizes how important this kill is.
Oh, but steps back for the 3, launches the stasis bomb from the fog ball and connects an easy elimination. Maguli wasn't even sweating for his instant as the support came through for him. A huge kill for them in the mid lane.
And Maguli walks away saying, I burned your blink and I killed you? Okay, like you blinked into me to die? Like, I'm awesome, fantastic. So as a result of that offlaner just kind of dying in the mid lane, Grady securing the second orb prime, or mini prime, sorry, for himself. And they're going to look to continue to spiral this net worth lead by securing towers, most likely. But this is looking dire, and it looks like Bronze Army might be... No, they're all recalling. I was going to say they might be up to something cheap.
and the stat that's not always on the scoreboard is those primes, right? They do add experience, they do add gold. So as we were mentioning, that net worth lead for the VP salesman, they are making those calls and they are getting those pink slips, folks, because their net worth is off the charts currently with all those objectives and resources that they are just choking out of the map. Doc, this is truly the old guard versus the new. This composition VP Salesman is running. This is like the new type of composition as we're fighting over the Fangtooth now. All the abilities are flying left and right here, and it is the Bronze Army who comes away with the Fangtooth. They get the huge boost in power, which we'll talk about in a bit, but Tekken Kid is the one who draws first blood in this massive team fight. Hoggy D now just laying into the Soul Reaper and finds him. Nature Donkey as well, just knocked up and blown up. Once again, all 5 members of the army dismantled, but they get the Fangtooth.
Yeah, they got the Fangtooth. So they got 8% bonus damage to all magical and physical power, and as well as plus 8% to all defensive stats, so magic and physical resistance. However, they didn't kill anybody, and they just lost a tier 2 tower, and they had their entire team wiped. So ultimately, it super favors the side of VP Salesman. They're up currently 120 CS across the map. All of their lanes are just far more ahead in terms of that net worth, and that's not even factoring in the 18 kills that they have to Bronze Army's 0 right now. So it's looking very dire right now. I think Bronze Army just needs to take a breather, reset, and force a mistake, but they're not going to let Grady's just going to zip away.
Ooh, a nice whiplash there, able to get the Grady finally punished for those invades, but he did take all those resources on that red side for Plato, so he's going to be starving for those stacks once more. They finally get a kill on the board at the 18-minute mark, though.
Yeah, they finally get a kill. However, it is on Nature Donkey's Richter. So that is like the one hero on your entire team that you don't want that bounty going to. Really, they needed it on literally any other hero out of the other 4 to really make it very worth it. But you know what? I think they're just happy to be on the map. I think they still just need to take a breather, reset, and figure out like, hey, we need to play our game. We need to force VP Salesman to feel cocky, feel confident, and put themselves into a position to make a mistake so that we can capitalize on it. Because otherwise, we, as Bronze Army, are going to keep running into them and making mistakes while we play their game. So I think they just need to chill for a second.
Absolutely, as the stasis bomb from Step Back, just letting him know that he's around. Can't get too ballsy, as you were saying, to step past that river mark and find all that creep score that they so desperately need at this moment. So yeah, right now, folks are going to be looking to hit their item timings. Right now, folks have about 2 items on the board each, a Stonewall and a Tainted Guard here for Nature's. He just wants to be a beefcake out there in the front line.
He recognizes that his Sebrog is not online yet and that he has the potential to be that front line that they desperately need. Plato has just been standing here in the jungle for the last about 60 seconds because Grady cleared his jungle, and I think he might go down here.
Oh, the Colossal Blow already coming through onto Grady, and then he just dashes right by him. He knows that he cannot take that fight just yet. The stacks are not with him, young Padawan, so he has to just kind of get out of dodge and expend that ultimate. But Grady comes through the fog wall, finds the start, the Warlord challenge, the 1v1, the knockup as well. The reinforcements have arrived. The smash and grab brings in 3, but it's all for naught as Grady finds another elimination onto the Rhino.
You have Plato, who he went over into that red side jungle hoping to get just something out of it, and Grady totally cleared that red side jungle, so there was nothing for him to do. He just stood there wasting time, not accruing net worth, not accruing stats, and as a result, you saw how little he was able to contribute to saving Stark. He just casted a Subjugate, and that was it. But here we go. They got to do something. They got to contest this Orb Prime, and Nature's Donkey is going to get caught out. Stasis Fence, he's locked down. Grady chasing it on Cha. Ooh.
I mean, Doc, that's just an absolute bloodbath, an absolute dismantling of the army. I mean, it's like they're not even in the server, just deleted. They're just that far behind. I mean, Nature's Donkey, even with all those defensive items online, he took 3 shots from Maguli. He was dead. And now Orb Prime, rather, is up for grabs, and they are going to take it.
They die so fast, my words can't even keep up with them. Like, they are just vaporizing. Stark trying to make something happen. He's going to blink in, Warlord's challenge, and just get vaporized.
Sheesh. Yeah, now everybody's on the run. You can see everyone using their movement abilities to try to get out. The tether does catch on to Sneaky, though. And will he be caught out? Yes, Poggy D with the rad rounds once more. Now Nature's Donkey turning tail and running the displacement shot as well. The tether combination, we've seen that time and time again. That is one they have practiced, displacement into tether. A nice combination we don't see every day, but it's been clean out here from the salesman.
Yeah, that is rough. I mean, I don't blame them for being there on the side of Bronze Army. You know, you're so far behind. You have to do something crazy to get back into this game. You have to make a play. You have to be active. You have to do something. And unfortunately, they just went one by one trying to do something and ultimately just ended up feeding. Stark gonna blink in, or sorry, dash in, cast Warlord's Challenge. He challenged nobody. He just gets vaporized by this Grim. Plato just... I don't even know what hit Plato. Plato just ceased existence. It must have been rad rounds because Poggy D got the kill on him. Holy, they don't even, they're like creeps right now.
Whoa, the Ion Strike locking Sneaky into place. He's not going anywhere. The Black Hole, a desperation play to do something, but he's immediately blown up as well. Now it's just Nature Donkey who doesn't stand a chance. The core is blaring. The health is going down. It is now shattered, and VP sails him to the 28-1 victory. Emphatic is the new guard.
Wow. 200 CS differential across the teams there. VP Salesman really entering this tournament saying, we have something to prove and we are hungry to progress through the Swiss stages. So this is, wow, they really just set a message for themselves.
Yeah, a huge display there from the VP Salesman. 24 assists from the side of the Decker. You know, Doc and I say it time and time again, ban the Decker. They're just way too strong. But what I love to see from the VP Salesman is the coordination of the abilities. We mentioned the displacement shot into the tether, but just even the stasis bomb into the displacement shot. All these different combinations were worked to perfection. So they really came in with a game plan today and they executed it perfectly. But they have a ton of more matches to go today. They have 4 more. So they got to keep their mental strong. They got to keep their fingers loose to be able to keep those points accruing so they can make it on to day 2. Right now, though, Bronze Army, they have 1 loss in the bank, so they'll be moving over to the second side of the Swiss day, playing some of the other teams that have lost their first match as well. So they're going to be looking to kind of come back, maybe change their strategy in this best of 1 Swiss.
Yeah, that was a super convincing win from the side of VP Salesman. We talked about jungle tempo being really the biggest driver for how that game was going to go one way or another. And Grady just putting on a masterclass for invading, denying resources, and applying pressure across the entire map. So really, really just fantastic play. I mean, he gets the MVP from me for that game, but I think, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Grady was definitely all over the place. Definitely Crunch, one of my favorite characters, just dashing and knocking people up. So a fantastic display. Hope to see more of them in the future. For now, we're going to head back to our dog and the desk for our post-game analysis.
Thank you so much, HD Philly and Dr. Shadow. We're back at the desk and we just watched game 1 between Bronze Army and VP Salesman. And the Salesman sealed the deal. I really felt for Cha playing a Gideon against a Grim. XD to the Grim XE. Maguli just didn't let him play, along with Grady in the vicinity, also targeting that high damage Space Wizard. What stood out for you that game, Lance? Because that mid lane duo, or that matchup in mid lane was just took the cake.
I think that it took it as well. As a proud NA Wester, I am a Maguli fan, probably number 1 Maguli fan. I love watching him play, hate playing against him, but I do feel like that lane was just kind of taken over, and I feel like VP Salesman kind of lived up to the name. As a professional salesman myself, you have to be able to identify the weaknesses of what you're targeting and exploit those, and I think that is what they aimed to do as far as like how Bronze Army drafted and where they decided to put their people. VP Salesman identified what the weaknesses on that team were going to be, how they were going to struggle early if they weren't able to take a lead, and just exploited it.
Yeah, speaking of weaknesses, like I was a little bit surprised by the fact that we see the Sevrog in the jungle on the side of Bronze Army, because Sevrog, like one of his notorious weaknesses is that it's very prone to invade, and so you need like strong lanes that are able to create priority. But against a Decker Drongo and also like the Quang with the crunch in the jungle, and the way they play that to get like control of the mid lane, like they had no opportunities. And in the end, we have VP Salesman 28-1, but I feel like it's just like good understanding of their strengths and good understanding of the weakness of their opponent, and they force it. And I feel like Bronze Army kind of dug their own grave as well. They already like were super far behind on the jungle, and they sacrificed a lot of resources to secure those 3 Fangtus, to the point that there were like, I think like an 8 level discrepancy. And true, like you have 3 Fangtus, you have 8% more stat, but I just tell you, like 2 more levels on everyone on your team, it's more than that 8% stat. So it wasn't like a good exchange.
And that's what you highlighted earlier, Mugi. We could see from the team comp, there are the good engages and combinations from Bronze Army that we expected, but there just wasn't enough damage. They didn't let that Gideon play, and then of course with the duo lane matchup, they didn't let that Murdoch play either. They have to scale until late game. Yes, they got 3 Fang Teeth, but 20 minutes in, they're still 19-1, and once that 20-minute mark hit, they secured that or prime buff, and they were able to just end the game.
It was an example of how you're supposed to play this game, like pretty much start to finish. They drafted very, very well. They identified where they needed to be in the game at the right times, what the spots that they could take advantages were, and they just kind of did it. And we talked in the early part of the draft in our pregame analysts about the fact that VP Salesmen are a new combination of players. Like, yeah, Grady and Tekken Kid have spent a lot of time on similar teams, but these are all new as a 5 unit. But they're all really good players, and they're all players other than Step Back that have actual comp experience. I believe this is Step Back's either like first or second PCC. I apologize if it's been more than that Step Back, but they all know what they're doing. And we talked about the scrims that they put in. They've been practicing, and they listen to their leaders, and they have very intelligent leaders that really understand this game.
And speaking of that, I think it kind of showed like time and time again, like it's not only about like understanding what are your strengths and weaknesses, and also like when you execute. I don't know if you remember like that early gank on the Gideon in the mid lane, they don't overdo it. They just like come, poke super hard Cha, and then we see that Grati go immediately for an invade, and now suddenly like Maguli won the lane from that gank without getting a kill. Or another time we see Grati that go for the invade on the red, and then Stark appear, and Grati understand that no, I have to disengage now, I tried my chance. So it's also about like sometimes it's not only about getting kills, it's sometimes just creating a bit of pressure, getting your opportunities, but also like not being hard-headed when suddenly like it doesn't work. Like this second or third Fangtus, I think like was secured by Bronze Army, and many teams would have been like, oh, we need to stop it from happening. And VP Salesman like, okay, you can stay into the pit, we're gonna kill the people trying to flee away, secure your Fangtus, we're gonna clear everyone out, get so much gold that actually doesn't matter, then we secure our prime, and that's gonna be the end of the game.
Yeah, and yes, they got the Fang Teeth, or all of them for Bronze Army there, but it just wasn't enough. They weren't dealing enough damage, and ultimately they lost the game. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back for game number 2. Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of the community. If you like what you're seeing, please drop us a follow, subscribe. We're on YouTube, X, any social media, you name it. We'll be right back after a break. Welcome back to the desk, ladies and gentlemen. We're watching day 1, game 2 of PCC8 Swiss stages. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, and I'm back with Lance and Mugiwawa here to help break down the games for you. We just watched VP Salesman absolutely dominate against Bronze Army, but now it's time for our next set of teams for game number 2. We will be watching Flow State and Mind the Gap. Lance, start us off with what you know about them.
So, what we know about these two teams, Flow State, a familiar team. We had them in our last main event. They entered as our 3 seed. They did have a slight alteration to their roster. They have replaced Simba in their jungle with Warps now, who is taking over those roles as Simba has joined another team. Mind the Gap is a bunch of kind of familiar faces and kind of new players as well. We've got Dr. Flick, who's in the offlane for them. He is a new face, but he was pretty big in the Smite community, I believe, and maybe Paragon the Overprime. But he likes to play really unconventional things. That guy's been playing a lot of like Narbash offlane, which I love cheesy picks. I love different things, so I would like to see that. Nitro left Professors, went over and joined Mind the Gap for this event, so Nitro will be taking up the jungle role for them. We also have Pinzo moving. We've seen Pinzo fill in as a mid laner for some teams when he was needed because he is as flexible as he is. This time in that dedicated mid role, Wangle was able to convince him, hey, you're a pretty good mid laner. You should try that out, so keep your eyes on Pinzo for this. And then the duo lane is what I like to talk about with Mind the Gap. Purple Swan, I love my guy XFCX Juggernaut. Purple Swan is the best controller player in the world, hands down. It is not even close. He can play any role. He's taking up the support role for them. And then Kyaruga, who this is the first time we're going to see him on PCC. Kyaruga is a demon. I think that he is like a top 5 ADC in the game, period. We haven't seen him before. Keep your eyes on him. You're going to want to watch.
Sorry to interrupt, but we do have a change in the teams we'll be watching instead. I know we were talking about Mind the Gap and Flow State, but it's going to be Rogue versus Hive. So Lance, you were talking about Wangle there earlier, but we're going to be watching the Wangler, who is the star in the mid lane for Team Rogue, versus Hive, which we'll just pull up here for a second. Both of these teams have played in the PCC, but we can get back to you, Mugi, about what you know about these two teams.
Well, so Hive was a team that made the top 8 last time. I had the chance to coach that team, so I was like pretty happy with the final result. I have to admit though, like they have had some change. We still have Mr. Guru in the offlane, Nugslit in the jungle, with Boinks still as in the support role, but we have Warps that was the carry that moved on to Flow State as we have seen previously. And we also have Skype Hamster coming in because Atomic is not available to play on the mid lane. And I have to admit, I feel like Atomic and Warps were pretty key PCs of Hive. So I'm kind of curious to see what they can bring compared to like the Rogue squad that is kind of like a new squad in a sense, because we have Bondrewd, Conte, Wangle, Penguin, and Haru. And basically you have Conte and Penguin coming from Team Immune that just won the Fang Boost. A very strong team. Bondrewd, everyone know Bondrewd. Choice, like, love to say the good job Bondrewd that we have seen in the video. And I feel like in terms of like quality and also like team synergy, I would give a slight edge to Rogue, but I can't wait to see Hive proving me wrong, because also Skype Hamster coming from the EU scene, also like a player that keep like growing and becoming better and better and better, and still like showing that he's probably going to be one of the great, I think in 1 or 2 months time, probably one of the top mid laner in the game period.
I love watching Skype Hamster play. When you watch Fangbooth, he really stands out to me as one of the strong mid laners, because whoever he's up against, he's just able to make plays, and that's the mid laner's role, is to be able to rotate to whatever lane, side lanes, and also rotate if there's a little bit of a skirmish over in the jungle. He does a really good job with his rotations, but at the same time, he's able to scale and farm up as he should. But over on the Rogue team, instead of Haru though, we do have Neft, who is going to be playing as their ADC here in the Swiss stages. So I'm looking forward to see how Neft is able to elevate and play for his team in Rogue.
Right. And every time we talk about Neft, he makes his intro a little bit longer because he has not not two, not three, not four, not five, 6 Fang Booth championships. 6 of them. There have been 7. Neft has won 6 of them. He's also won a PCC. This man knows how to win. And basically, we are playing with Team Immune and Wangle right now. I also, yes, we've talked about like the Wangle Skype hamster mid lane matchup a little bit. These guys are homies. They spend so much time together. They're very good friends. I'm very glad they get each other in round 2 of Swiss because the crap that I will see in Twitch chats and stuff on the Wangle stream and on the Skype hamster stream will be very fun.
And indeed, like that change of Neft coming in as the sub instead of Haru, it's also like good to mention that Penguin and Neft, like they're the dual lane of Team Immune, but they also have been playing like almost every single rank they play together. So like they really know how to play together. They're super in sync, like the synergy is top notch. So even with the ping, I think that's something that if I was Hive, I would be a little bit scared to run into.
I would be scared if I was Hive as well. But shout out to our new little features because you can see down below we're able to highlight chats. So if you say whatever you want, actually say something safe and super hype, Choice is able to bring it down and highlight it here during broadcast for us. But thank you, Tedium, for that little comment. But that's not to say that the Hive doesn't have that synergy either. I think they've been a really good contender. They were able to make it out of groups last PCC. Mugi, you mentioned that you were coaching for the Hive, and they were able to work cohesively as a team. So looking forward to see what they'll have up their sleeve. But without further ado, let's head right into this draft. I am looking forward to see what the bans are. Is it going to be a little bit different from the previous game we just saw? Lance, are you expecting to see Zara's first ban again? We've got Hive, who's going to be banning first.
So much like Mugi said in our last draft, I think with the way that the meta is right now, it's much more open for who you can see banned. So yeah, we'll see the Aurora this time. You know, one of the newer heroes is a little frustrating to play against with the amount of CC and slooperiness that is within that kit. So I think a ban isn't something or a meta and like who is being banned isn't something we might see until we get to our main event weekend and the teams get a little bit more consistent into what they're playing. I know that Rogue and Hive have scrimmed each other, played against each other quite a bit, so they are familiar with each other's games. So taking that Aurora off, probably targeting Conte or the offlaner, trying to kind of slow them down. Don't want Bondra to get too big or Conte to get too big. But Rogue will be following up with the next ban. Mugi, what are you expecting to see?
Well, not sure. Like for now, I'm kind of not like risking it at all, but yeah, I fully agree. The Aura ban is probably like towards Conte. We have seen Conte like doing fantastic stuff with that pick on the Fang boost, and so we're gonna see the Kira ban. So probably they had done their homework, and here we can see like I think it's really targeting ban. I assume like Rogue will look at what chord it actually like played a lot, and probably there was this Kira there, and we're gonna like first pick a Muriel. Like I feel like prioritize the Muriel that early, it's kind of telling. So probably like I would say like a strong pick in the meta, but also a comfort pick for Boinks, I assume, and probably a strategy that Hive probably played a lot with. The Reversal of Fortune allow you to be much more aggressive. It makes things like more complicated. You can also have like aggressive lane, but also scaling lane, keep your option open. But there is counters, like for instance, like I know Team Immune and here like Rogue with Neft and Penguin, they're very, very like able to play into a Muriel. Suddenly like maybe we see Penguin on the Decker, through on ping it's slightly more difficult, but then you can like go aggressively and pick the Muriel time and time again.
This is very new to us because normally we don't see the Muriel pick, but at the same time, we've got the Iggy and Scorch as well as that Zarus response coming in from Rogue there. I love this because we know that Iggy and Scorch is going to go into the Wangler's hands. You know, we know Iggy and Scorch can really help burn down objectives, whether that be the Fangtooth, the Orb Prime. He's able to just put his turrets everywhere and just run around during team fights. But now we've got the response coming in from Hive with the Crunch.
Right, and Crunch, very good paired up with the Muriel as well. Crunch able to dive into those back lanes. You get the Reversal of Fortune put on top of it, then you knock up those priority targets as well, and then you get a knock up again with the uppercut. Really good ability to get to those back lines. Hopefully they pair it with somebody else who can get to the back of it, or that can stand in front and peel their ADC, or whoever they have dealing their damage in their own backline. But I do like those first two pickups from Rogue with Iggy and the Zarus. Howitzer, a great pick into Iggy, can kind of one-shot the turrets with the R2000 mine missile.
And we're going to have the Narbash being secure, so I think we don't really want to try like any super aggressive strategy. We're kind of looking more for the scaling, and here we have like also the Decker being banned to I guess I'm not sure why the Decker being banned. Maybe they have like some info, because for me the Muriel is already picked. We already have the mid lane, so maybe there is like some offlane shenanigans that are happening. I've seen Violence on the Professor, like playing a lot of different offlaner, like a Decker offlane, Morigesh offlane. So maybe there is some stuff that they don't want to play into. But here we're gonna secure the Narbash, and I feel like probably the side of Rogue, they're kind of like, okay guys, we're gonna chill, we're gonna scale, we're gonna enter Pete with our turrets, with the Narbash shield, and you're never gonna be able to contest us. We're gonna take objective, then we're gonna march away and keep until growing until you can never do anything. So I feel like that's maybe like the game plan here. And so we'll see like how Hive react to try to maybe like go through, but they already have pretty good burst to be able to deal with the Narbash, I feel like, with the Muriel, Howitzer, and Crunch.
We're seeing that Sevrog ban coming in from Hive there. I'm really curious because why they're going for this Sevrog ban. So they're taking away that CC, they're taking away this big beefy hero, and of course we're seeing this Twin Blast pick from Rogue, which we know is going to be in Neft's hands.
And anything in Neft's hands, if it shoots, you got to point at a specific spot and you got to click on it. Neft has those God-given abilities to be able to do something like that. So I'd be a little worried about this. They have to try to find some way to kind of keep this down. They've got the Narbash on the side of Rogue as well to be able to keep the sustain up with Twin Blast. Probably going to build that Sky Splitter, get some of the lifesteal for himself as well. So we got to see some anti-heal come out of this. We got the Steel and the Murdoch picked up. So second game in a row, we're going to see Murdoch piloted as one of the ADCs that's going to go over to court it. Probably going to be a steal in the jungle for Hive as well. So maybe that goes to Nugs, although I know Crunch is one of his favorite heroes.
And also, like, the Steel can probably go into the offlane. We're gonna select the Quang, so on the side of Rogue, either Quang offlane or the Zarus offlane. They can like shift things around here. But yeah, like really pretty slow-paced game on the side of Rogue. Like they're really looking to scale that dual lane, not really looking to make anything happen because both Twin Blast and Narbash needs to scale. Iggy is gonna stop like anything from happening in the mid lane, and so I think we're probably looking at more the team fight later on. The side of Hive though, we have like pretty good front line with the Steel and the Crunch, but also the Muriel to protect, and Howitzer plus Murdoch in terms of damage. So kind of this normal like 2-1-2 composition with the Enchanter creating the link that they love to run.
And I really like the initiation coming in also from Rogue with that Zarus. We didn't mention that Zarus too much from earlier, but of course, I think the Colosseum is one of the top 10 ultimates in the game, really able to lock down and hone in on anybody, any hero, and we'll have to see how Rogue is going to be able to play around that Zarus ultimate and how Hive will respond to that.
You don't want to get locked into a cage with a Crash Bang Boom on top of you and 3 Iggy turrets focusing you as well. Wangler on the Iggy duty. I know for a fact Wangler doesn't love playing Iggy, but he accepts the fact that it is his responsibility to play Iggy for his team. He is kind of an Iggy one trick at this point, but I think that they're going to focus through the dual lane side of this map. I think that Bone Druid can kind of hold his own over here on the off lane for what he's going to be doing into Guru. And I know the way that Neft behaves in a competitive game and what he's expected out of his team and what he's expected out of his jungler. I would expect to see Conte over there pretty regularly.
And I feel like just to like on the side of Rogue, actually we can't really get like great initiation. Like, yeah, you mentioned the Coliseum, but actually if we look at the side of Hive, like, you know, you can cancel the Coliseum if you push the Zarus out of the cage, and we have the buckshot, we have the bull rush, we have the landmine, we have the crunch unpowered forward crunch. So they have a lot of tools that I think they cannot really rely on that thing, and they probably will be more like, okay, we're gonna reception you, we're gonna wait a positional game with the Iggy, the Narbash, poking you at distance with the Twin Blast, and wait for you to kind of be forced to go in and try to react to that.
Game number 2 between Hive and Rogue. Let's share the spotlight with Woofy and Tedium.
Thank you so much, R-Dog, Lance, and Mugi Wawa. Is Woofy TT, the Danish Dynamite, here with Tedium, the legend himself, back again. It's been a while, my buddy.
Howdy. I was trying to think of something very quick off the top of my head, the Canadian, and all I got was Catastrophe. So I'm the Canadian Catastrophe with you. You had that one prepared. I didn't know we were doing that. See?
No. I always have something prepared. I always have something up my sleeves. But, I mean, Hive versus Rogue, that's a very interesting matchup we have here for you all today. Rogue pretty much being a little bit of a mixed match NA version of a mix of Team Immune and some NA powers in Wangle.
Yeah, Wangle and Haru played together a long time on Rogan. Of course, Haru being subbed out for Neft, which if I'm gonna sub anyone out, and I have Neft as an option, sorry, ADC, you're going to take a break today. We got Neft as an option. Very, very lucky to sign up with such a powerful substitute. But speaking of having things up your sleeves and having all these little tricks, I think I want to talk about Hive's initial combo in the draft. They prioritized this Muriel and this Crunch, which of course are definitely characters that go together really well. They can dive the backline really well. They can continue to combo off of each other. If she ults on top of Crunch, that's another knock up. Then he can knock up again. The backline is definitely going to be the focus when Hive is going for these fights. They also have a Steel who can dive as well. But I think they might have over-prioritized the combo because their backline might be traded in turn because the dive is just as strong on the other side of the map with Rogue's team. And I'm sorry, I like Rogue's picks just a little bit better.
Well, that's fair. We can all have our biases when it comes to compositions, but at the end of the day, it's about the execution. And we know that Rogue are definitely heavy on the execution side, but we'll have to see if Hive are a bunch of bumblebees just gathering nectar or a bunch of wasps stinging and being incredibly aggressive. Neft here trying to poke a little bit of holes in boinks just to show up and say, I'm here already, so you should be careful.
Yeah, and as we see, level 2 already taken by Wanderer there in the off lane. So Kwang going to continue to poke down, but he's going into a steal, so not a lot of kill potential very early on in this game. It's the duo lane where I think the most fighting is going to be happening. One thunk and some damage from Neft is going to deal so much and could potentially get a kill onto their side of the map. But if you look at the off lane, it's an invade from Zarus onto that 3 camp, and there might be some action going on at that blue buff in just a second because both junglers are in the area.
Yeah, this is Conte, a new player in the team of Team Immune that has been playing some amazing jungle plays, especially with picks like Aurora. But this is my first time seeing him on Zarus, and I know one thing is for sure, is that Conte loves to invade the enemy jungle and get as much farm as possible before an engage. So we might have to wait a little bit before we see an actual engage from him. But let's just be honest, once that happens, you gotta be careful because that's followed up by a Colosseum.
Yeah, a Colosseum and a crash bang boom, tethers, Wangle turrets. Lance said it in the draft, you do not want to be in that cage.
No, absolutely not. And Bundred here getting poked a bit by Nuxlet. That does not want any favor to go the way of Rogue, which is a pretty smart idea, all things considered.
Look, both teams really just kind of want to get to that phase where probably they get one key ultimate online. Coliseum, of course, for Rogue. And on the other side of the map, it's the junglers as well. Crunch is so good once he hits level 6, but his ganks are a little bit weak prior. So both junglers not going to be prioritizing too many ganks unless they can get someone on the other team really, really poked out. But look, Howie can, deal damage from such a distance that he's probably not going to get poked too easily. Steel is just so tanky, he's probably not going to get poked too easily. And in the duo lane, there's shields and there's healing and also not a lot of poking. So both these teams are pretty much just going to farm, I think, until these junglers get 6, and then a fight is going to start happening around these objectives.
Yeah, and that's what we're waiting for, the objectives. But so far, so good. The start of the game will always be a bit of a little bit of a slow trip, but once it starts, it's on full speed ahead, and you're just barely able to follow what's going through. But it's Wangle we have here in the mid lane, which is really good. It's great to see Wangle back at it again in the mid lane. Do you think that he has some good options for rotations in this matchup against the Howitzer?
Look, Howitzer is a much better ganker than an Iggy. Iggy really benefits from being able to set up, placing his turrets and being able to control an area that he has pre-selected as his own, as he gets his river buff there stolen by Guru Big Shield for the steal. But what Wangle can also do, not just, avoid ganks, but he's really good on these objectives because he can burn them down.
Conte is getting engaged by Guru and Nuxlip, but Bundrude notices and goes in to try and help. It's so low, and that's gonna be the first blood for the side of Hive. I did not expect that to happen. Now Bundrude has to do whatever he can to escape the fury of two tanky boys. You're just gonna stay back in that tower, sir. Good job, Bundrude, but well played to the side of Hive.
Yeah, Nuxlip has been, getting his side invaded, and so he said, not anymore, I'm invading you and I'm taking your life and your blink. The objective now a little bit probably going into the advantage of the Hive, because now of course their jungler is going to be ahead and he's much closer to 6. He's level 5 and Conte still only level 4.
Yeah, this is something I was a little bit worried about when I saw that Conte didn't get the lovely Aurora that they're so known to play. But that's just a really well-drafted decision from the side of Hive. They knew exactly what Conte loves playing, so now he has to adapt to this situation.
Yeah, but his second pick is usually the Kwang, so I'm surprised that it was actually Bondrud who was the one who selected that pick. I really did think when I saw the draft that it was going to be Conte on the Kwang jungle with the Zarus in the offlane, but I am glad to see that Bondrud is playing someone that he's quite comfortable on, as well as Wangle is forced to blink in the mid lane and now gonna lose out on this river buff. Looks like it is going to go to the Howitzer, and now it's the Fangtooth that they're going to be putting the pressure on with Wangle with no blink, and of course Conte with no blink and no ultimate. This is a free objective over here going to Nuxlet and his team.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do over on Rogue. You are not ready for this engage. It's too little too late, which means that the first Fangtooth of this matchup between Rogue and Hive goes the way of the bees. They have a nasty sting to them already at the 8-minute mark. And Tedium, what do you think are the options for an engage here? It's definitely high as Conte goes in with the Coliseum, but it does miss.
Yeah, in the brief moment that that the Hive was on that Fangtooth, Conte was able to get enough camps to hit level 6, and he uses his ultimate immediately onto the Muriel, who now has no blink. So Neft and Penguin, one thunk could end her life.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want to give any kills the way of Neft and Penguin, because this duo has been playing together for such a long time and they know exactly how each other plays. So here is a March to open up the ball, a Thunk as well to try and stun Boinks, but he does step aside just in time, and that means that they just have to reset. But as you said, do not underestimate how big of a deal it is that Boinks doesn't have their blink.
Yeah, especially now with Penguin hitting level 6. Of course, there is no CC coming out of the side of Hive in that duo lane. They need the Crunch to be rotating in if they want to stop the Crash Bang. Boom. Muriel, one of her weaknesses, no CC. She's got a lot of poke, she's got a lot of shielding, but no CC. And the poke, in my opinion, is being nullified by this Narbash as well. The healing that he can dish out is probably enough to just eliminate all the damage that she could possibly do, as Conte is now in the river fighting up against Skype Hamster, who's going to fall into his lap.
Wangle is ready for the engage. The Make It Rain comes out from top, and that will allow Skype Hamster to keep himself alive for just a little bit longer. But no big abilities have been spent over on Rogue, so they knew that there was nothing more to gain from that. Bondrewd, in the meantime, trying to get the Search of the Heavens through. He will fall to Mr. Guru as the Shield Slam connects right on top of him.
I feel a little bit bad for Cordit there. That happens every time I play Murdoch. I'm gonna follow up onto the steel ult, and it just doesn't matter. He gets knocked up, and I shoot the ult right underneath him. But Wangle, though, in danger. Skype Hamster and Nugslet chasing him down. He is gonna fall to the crunch as Nugslet gets another kill, and now he's in the red side, possibly going to look for something, but gonna fall back. Hopefully, I think it's that mini prime. They have a lot of pressure, and I think it's a possibility.
Yeah, and this is what you were talking about, Tedium. The fact that this draft over on the Hive side is pretty much enabled by the combo of Nuxlet on the Crunch and the power of the Muriel to go in with the Reversal of Fortune. But so far, so good. Nuxlet has been doing his job, rotating around, getting the kills, making sure that his teammates could get out in due time. And with this 10.30 minute mark has just shown up to be a very big challenge for the side of Rogue.
Yes, and I love what Nugslet's doing. I don't know if this is meta, but I love doing it when I play characters like Crunch, when I play characters like Zarus. You get that Berserker's Axe, and I think he's going right into an augmentation. So it's just, I call it the big basic attack build. You go in, you dash, you hit a big basic attack. Use an ability, you hit another big basic attack. And that is all I like to do, as Conte is looking to get another gank here on this duo lane, probably onto Boinks, because remember, she's got no flash. Her only escape would be a Reversal of Fortune.
Well, in the meantime, Wangle is getting hunted down by Nuxlet yet again, and Skype Hamster following up with some R2000s and mines. Wangle can really not play his game right now because he's not online just yet, which means that any pressure is just not gonna be enough for you to handle. Nuxlet gets it with a forward crunch. Beautiful
and I
execution from the Hive side.
Once again, I feel bad for Cordit. Just barely mistiming that ult. He has missed out on 2 kills, which you definitely would love to see on your ADC, just based on some slightly mistimed ultimates. It's a real shame.
Oh my goodness, the Make It Rain and uppercut goes through. Hive gets another one. They're 0-5 against Rogue of all teams. The Ventilate connects onto Cordit, but he survives with just a bit of HP due to Boinks shielding his way. And that is not a situation you want over in this dual lane, because that is going to be a bit of momentum for the side of Rogue.
I mean, it might be all the momentum they've got right now. It's 0-5 for the favor of Hive, and look what's coming up. It's Fangtooth 2, and of course, they've got mid pressure. They've even dealt damage to the tier 2. Conte is down by 2 levels to the enemy jungler. This Fangtooth is also just really going to be pressured by Nugslet and his team.
Nugslet is literally hate crimes on Wangle this game. It is honestly quite disgusting how he keeps going for it. But that just means that he is playing the game right and making sure that Wangle cannot get ready for these objectives. Now Hive are going to sting at this second Fangtooth. Will they get it? Of course they will. And they're just gonna get out just the same. Rogue has had no answer to this Hive squad so far.
The thing about Wangle and this Iggy pick is Iggy's pretty good at defending against a gank, but one of the things he needs to do is have time to set up, but Nugslet's not letting him. Every time he gets to the lane, all the turrets have already been killed by the howitzer, so he dives on him, and he just keeps putting pressure onto Wangle, who has to keep retreating, and it's already dealt so much to damage to the map itself. Tower gone. 3 objectives already in favor of Nugslit, who has been not hard carrying his team, but so far he's definitely the MVP.
Yeah, it's just a full-on situation of just enabling your squad with your plays. You don't do that much fancy stuff, but you just make sure that the entirety of your squad can shine and get those kills and get online as soon as possible. And Nugslit has been doing that to a T so far. And usually we see Nugslit play junglers like Crunch and Seraph and other kind of brawly types. And I think it just benefits his playstyle really well.
Yeah, I love seeing him on characters like Crunch, also characters like Kai. He's a player who really just wants to go in and brawl, and Mr. Guru and Bondrewd are going in and brawling themselves. Bondrewd forced to blink into the mini prime pit, which should be spawning anytime soon, so that's another advantage. And Nugslit blinks in as well with an uppercut. The chase is on, and Bondrewd is forced to ult away. Mr. Guru is not done yet. His ult comes out as well.
Well, the Nugslit combo is happening. It's the 2 tanky boys. They're brothers in arms, and they're gonna get another kill onto Bondrewd. Once again, Nugslit just enabling a situation, but we cannot forget that shield slam really opened up the field for them to stop that escape.
Yeah, and Bondrewd burned everything. Burned his blink, burned his ultimate, and it just still wasn't enough. And now it looks like everyone on this dual lane, Conte, Penguin, and Neft, they're in danger because they are the next targets of Nugslit and the Hive.
Well, these bees are dangerous. We're talking about Japanese hornets right now. They're stinging and they're biting, and you're gonna get hurt. You need to get out of there. You need to go away. You cannot handle them in their current state. But so far, what Rogue has been doing right, I think, is just making sure that they at least have the wave under control and make sure that they have the towers down for their side so they can keep staying behind in the tier 1 and farm up.
Yes, they do have the the towers, the tier 1 towers in duo and in offlane, but it's that middle tier 1 tower that is the most important, and it's Wangle who lost his quickly. So the advantages that amount of map pressure provides is just pretty much, maybe not, insurmountable, but it's a lot of pressure, especially here in this early game, as it gives so much advantage around these objectives. As Bondrewd is going to go in again, his life ends once again to Nugslit. These team fights are they just keep going, and they just keep going in favor of the Hive, who just keeps getting these objectives, as another mini prime is going to fall in just a moment.
The Hive squad is ready to rock and roll. We are at the 16.36 minute mark, which means that it's still a mini prime. But let's not forget how much that has helped Nugslit enable the rest of his squad and get those kills. He is comfortably sitting at 402. This man is a menace, and you have to respect his name.
I'm proud of Nugslit because he's going into a little bit of defense there, as we saw when we looked at his item. And I'll be honest, if I was him in this game, I'd be going more damage. So I really appreciate his not being baited by being so far ahead, because I certainly would. And I really do think that's going to enable him to further his dives. Neft has remained safe, 0-0-0. He's got 189 last hits. He's ahead of Cordit in that farm, but his team is, I'm not saying falling apart around him, but the other lanes have definitely lost, and it's all because of Nugslit. So him, remaining ahead even, is probably Rogue's biggest advantage right now. He was able to take the mid-tier 1 when that mini prime went down, so Neft, more gold in his pocket. He is really the savior of his team, and it looks like the Hive have noticed.
Well, Hamster just finishing off that little engage with a Make It Rain to make sure that Neft falls in combat. That's the first death for Neft. But let's not forget the power of the squad here. They are using whatever they can, and Nugslit always just rushes in and says, "Hey, do you like the ass?" And then he dies. And they also just got the most free Fangtooth of all time, and it's the third one, which means that there's both 8% power and 8% defenses all across the board for Hive.
Not important at all, but I also want to point out Cordet had another unfortunate ultimate as he just barely mistimed the ult once again and gave Howitzer the kill. Luckily for Rogue, Conte does get a stack finally for his Colosseum, trades out Mr. Guru, who had just killed the Kwang, but because remember, they still have that mini prime on Nugslit. It's the tower here, the tier 2 tower in the duo lane that falls in the face of Penguin and Neft.
Yeah, this is just Hive doing Hive things at this point. I think we're going to expect this kind of playstyle from them going forward here in PCC8. So far, they have pushed one of the favorites to reach top 8, Rogue, up against a wall with spikes, and they can already feel it prickling at their necks. This is not a situation that I usually see players like Penguin and Neft be in, but in this case, it just seems like they can't get anything going.
Do you think it was because of that Aurora ban? We always say Conte is not an Aurora one trick, but a very he loves Aurora more than he plays any other character that I've seen. But he's not a one trick. We're seeing him do a couple things here on this Zarus. He's also a pretty good Kwang. But yeah, Aurora is definitely the pick I think of when I look at Conte. So do you think that that's what's going on right now?
Honestly, I think it's because when Conte is on the Aurora, he does what Nugslit is doing right now, enabling his squad with some perfectly placed glacial charges and stuff like that, but he just can't do that here. He only has the Colosseum. And I'm just wondering why he hasn't used it as much as I would have expected, because honestly, you could maybe win a team fight or two with a really, really good Colosseum, but he's been saving it up for a rainy day.
He's really trying to... He's at the point of the game, especially in the early game, when you're playing as Zarus, you kind of just want to use it to either, you know, secure a kill and, like, guarantee a stack. So he's still kind of in that phase because he's lost so many engagements in that pit.
There is a shield slam on top from Mr. Guru. He is starting off the fight. Skypam's on top with the Make It Rain. The damage is coming through. The Crash Bang Boom is trying to save the situation, but it's too little too late. Mr. Guru will get it for his squad, and they're looking to go for the Orb Prime anyways, even though they've lost a lot of HP, because they know that if they go in, which Conte does, it's gonna be a problem. Guru will actually die to the power of the Inferno. Wangle opening up the field for the side of Broken. Now Hive are on the retreat, but looky here, Nugslit is still around. He wants to box it out and make sure that they know that Hive is not afraid of them. They're not afraid of the power of Rogue because they themselves are Hornets and are ready to strike at any moment now.
I think Nugslit's going to go up into the tower. No, never mind. Up into the red buff. That's a free invade for him, as Conte just keeps getting further and further behind as Nugslit pressures this red side oh so often.
Well, at this point, you really tend to wonder, what are the options that Rogue has in this situation? They're sitting 2-10, Tedium.
I do think they have a really solid team fight. Crash Bang Boom is really, really powerful. Kwang tether into a knockup. They've, of course, got the Colosseum. And Neft is ahead, sizably, on to his opponent. So I really do think that they have potential to have a really solid team fight. But they just keep getting picked. Nugslit is controlling everywhere that they can go in their own jungle.
They have no space to be in right now, despite the win conditions being right on the table. But that is just the power of Hive so far. They are able to make sure that you don't have any space available to you. Neft here trying to push out Skypamster, but he does manage to get away. It was definitely a really well-placed Vortex Grenade, but it was not enough to actually do any substantial damage other than just a quick reset back in the jungle, because he should actually be ready for this next objective without having to go back, but he does choose to go back and get some items.
One thing that is going to go in favor potentially of Rogue is the fact that both objectives, both late game objectives, are going to be up already at 23 minutes. Remember, Orb Prime obviously spawns at about 20 minutes. and it's also the Primal Fang on the other side of the map. So potentially what Rogue could do is trade out an objective. They have the Orb Prime warded up. They could elect to give it up and take that Primal, which could then bolster what I said is already a potentially powerful team fight composition that they have. Though, if I am the Hive, I also would like to prioritize the Primal Fang. They are really winning this game off the back of picks, so more damage to enable those picks and then pushes afterwards is what I would say they want to do. They've taken a lot of towers off the map already. Now, of course, Inhib's still up, so Orb Prime is obviously very valuable. But it looks like they are actually going to start it with Nugslet on the other side of the map. It's going to be a race of the junglers who can get there first and get that secure.
And that is what Rogue noticed. They went right after it so they could position themselves. Nugslet boxing a bit with Kante here, and here's to make it rain on top against Neft. The Colosseum on top will keep them in check. The Shield Slam is connecting, and that is so much damage for Kante. Neft does manage to get a kill with a Vaporize, but is it too little too late to save this situation? Mr. Guru does manage to get Kante, and Neft is on the retreat. Guru is charging ahead with the Bull Rush. Wangle in the backline getting Skype Hamster. And at the end of the day, it's going to be 2-for-1, actually in favor of Rogue.
Yeah, it's what I said. Rogue's team fight is really, really good. Kante survived so long inside of his own Colosseum, despite his health bar getting so low, not only because of his own passive, but also Penguin's healing kept him alive so long, and they dove and they dove and they dove, and remember, they used everything on Kante. Reversal of Fortune, Steel Dunk, and he survived both. That is the problem with this Crunch Muriel pick, is when you use it, you've burned everything for that potential dive, and if you don't get the kill, oh, your team fight is shot. And Rogue took advantage perfectly. Yes, Neft used his blink, Neft used his crest, so he is potentially in danger for this next objective. Guru might be looking for another attack onto that ADC, but it's the Primal Fang is the objective that everyone is looking at.
There we go. The engage is here from Mr. Guru. He's getting really low and he has to escape. The Colosseum is coming in from the top, and a Shield Slam is the answer from Guru. Will he survive enough? No, he will not. That's a stack on the Colosseum for Kante. Neft will try to hunt together with his squad, but they know that they already won the battle, so they're going right back to this Primal Fangtooth. And if they manage to get it, it's gonna be so huge against this Hive squad. They're starting to feel a sign of life. They're starting to feel like they can breathe again.
Without the steal, the Crunch is very, very weak because he's got no one to dive the backline with him, and then he just immediately gets burned, especially like that. Look what happened. Wangle and Neft combined to take down that kill. Cordit mistimes another ultimate, and Iggy was still inside the Epoch. Kante super low, probably going to go down to Boinks. Cordit finally gets that kill. But now everything is burned for the side of Hive, and it doesn't matter because Rogue gets that Primal. It doesn't matter how many objectives you're down, the Primal can turn around a game. Neft and his team played those last two fights perfectly.
Rogue coming back and swinging. They have had enough of Hive shenanigans, and they turn up the heat to 11. They managed to get not only the Primal Fangtooth, but 3 kills where they hunted them down and did not care how long it would take. They would go for it fully and wholeheartedly. So now they have opened up the field for actually engaging this Orb Prime. Rogue are starting to show up, and Hive really has to be careful here, because if this Orb Prime falls, it's gonna be a double bubble buff. Trademarked by TJDJ, the one and only. But regardless, that is not something you want to happen over on Hive. If that goes through, you're pretty much destroying all the momentum you had. And that's what's gonna happen.
Ooh, this is not looking good for Hive. Rogue, I said it in that mid-game point. I said their team fight is really, really good, and Primal is just going to bolster it. Hive knew that, so they couldn't engage onto that Orb Prime, they're going to lose 2 tier 2s at least, and I think they're going to lose at least 1 inhib as well, as the split push is coming out from them, 4 in mid, and of course 1 there in the offlane. That Kwang getting that tier 2 down. These inhibitors are going to be weak, and they still have everything in their pockets, all their ultimates. Actually, I guess they don't have nefts, but remember, they also have that primal, so you don't even need to fully kill someone.
No, all you need is just a bit of a dream and ambition, and you can make it. They're pressuring in towards this first inhibitor here in mid. Mr. Guru, Skype Hamster points and caught it all gathered up. They're going in with the shield slam and the forward crunch. Skype Hamster on top with the make it rain to deal even more damage. They managed to get the kill to start off this ball, and that means that they have to keep their distance lest they want to lose even more. But the good job Bondroot Club has started as he's trying to push into this inhibitor.
Yeah, but look at the minions on the other side of the map. They could potentially lose an inhib despite being double buffed up. It looks like the minions on the side of Hive are going to take down the inhib for Rogue. And the advantage in this fight is going in Hive's direction. The combo that came out from the howitzer and the steel, the boop into the double knockup, immediately deleting their support. And Narbash is one of the keys to an Orb Prime push because, of course, he's got that healing, he's got that movement speed boost, which also applies to minions. So he can keep these primed up minions who are healthier, who are tankier, and now healing. Oh man, the moment that he went down, their push was kind of destroyed.
Yeah, absolutely, Tedium. And honestly, I'm sorry, but I did not notice that Rogue's first inhibitor had already fallen in the dual lane. That's really unfortunate, but it might have happened during their engage on the objectives. And it
happened while they were going for the inhib. The minions on the other side took theirs.
Yeah, okay, that's a little bit of a trade that you don't want, because you don't want an inhib for no inhib when you're pushing. But that's
and when
the
you're double buffed
reality
up.
of the situation. While you're double buffed up, this is actually what I would call a series of unfortunate events. And it was written by Lemony Snicket once. So let's see if they can actually turn it around. Rogue going for round number 2 on this mid inhibitor. They want to get it, and they successfully do so. They know that there's only one here, and it's Skype Hamster. He has to escape. He has to burn the blink. He gets crash bang boomed, and even with the reversal fortune, he had to burn the epoch. Make it rain on top, right onto Neft. He has to escape. Penguin is getting pressured by Noxlin, and he goes down. But there's an answer with the Vaporize to make sure that it's a 1-for-1 situation. Neft is keeping it up.
I don't really know why they didn't have someone push out the mid minions. I don't know why they didn't have anyone defending the mid minions. They sent all 4 characters all the way to the right-hand side to take a tier 1 in the offlane. I really think someone should have stayed in mid and just made sure that free inhib was, defended. I think that was a little bit of a macro mistake. Luckily, though, it wasn't a 2-for-1 for Rogue because, of course, the howitzer survived with the combination of Reversal of Fortune and the Epoch. But those utilities, those resources, they're down now for this fight, and the Primal Fang is looking to go once again in favor of Rogue.
They definitely have to set up ready with the power of the Wangle Dangle turrets. Mr. Guru trying to go in and answer to this situation, but Conte is ready for it. He knows that he just needs to keep them at bay. There's the Colosseum on top to keep them at bay, and the Primal Fangtooth goes the way of Rogue. They are now on the retreat. They cannot allow themselves to lose the buff they have gathered. Skype Hamster falls to Wangle and Neft over on the dual lane side, and now Hive are on the retreat once again. It just shows that Rogue are not out of this just yet. They want to keep fighting.
Look, I like the attempt from Hive. In that early game, Nugslit was controlling everything, diving into the backline. But now, Neft was strong enough, and now Wangle is strong enough too. They deal enough damage that dive now forces a Reversal of Fortune. But they've also been forcing Reversal of Fortune constantly in other engagements. They forced it earlier, so now when Nugslit dives, when Guru dives, there's no follow-up, and they just get bursted. So the team fights have really, really completely swung in the favor of Rogue. They were down, what, like 1-9 at one point? Was it something like that? And now it's 10-14?
We were like 0 to a 2-digit number at that point, like at the 20-minute mark. It was 121, I think, at the 21-minute mark. And now, sorry, my bad. I mean, 7-1, yeah. But they've turned up really, really hard. They just, they just jacked that knob to 11, and they wanted loud music, and now the neighbors are complaining.
Yeah, they also have a pretty strong late game composition. Of course, Neft on any ADC is strong in the late game, but this Narbash that he's been paired with, I love this character. He can keep so many team fights from falling apart like he's done multiple times, and there's just not a lot of CC, especially when Guru misses that shield slam.
Yeah, the reversal of fortune from Boinks will try to keep him at bay. Sky Panther will try to make it rain on top of Neft, but the Ventilate forces the Epoch out. He will fall. Rogue once again getting a kill. And that's such a big opening for their side. Nuxley has to hurry, but it's too little too late. The Orb Prime has fallen once again to Rogue together with the Primal Fangtooth. They got the double bubble buff. They are like Nicki Minaj because they got bubbles everywhere. And Boinks, you are not going to survive this because Kansei is hungry for blood. He's just going to go for this. Will this be the last push of this game? We'll have to wait and see. But Nuxlet, he tries his best to be of help, but he just can't do anything against this Rogue squad. Hive turned up great in the beginning, but Rogue just said, we got them late, boys. Let's just go for it. The enemy core is wide open. They're going right for it. They want to win this game here in the Swiss stage, and they succeed in doing so.
What a comeback from Rogue. Hive were stinging them all early game, but the moment that Neft had enough items, he bought the one item he needed, he got that fly swatter, and he started squishing the Hive. Oh my god, the comeback that this team just did was immense.
Absolute immaculate plays from the side of Rogue that turned up when they needed it the most. They became their own heroes. They did not need any help from the outside.
I will just say, I'm proud of myself for saying that they weren't out of it, because I've been in a negative headspace lately, and I'm just proud of myself for believing. I knew the team fights were going to happen. I knew that they were going to be able to do it, and it also helps that they had Neft, and of course they had Narbash, who I will always say is the best. He's the best character in the game. I love Narbash, and you get him to late game, he is going to keep every single member of his team alive, and trades are going to start going in favor of his team, and that's exactly what happened.
Well, as this game went rogue, we're going to send it back to our analyst desk with our dog, Lance Cecil and Mugiwawa.
Welcome back to the desk, everybody. Thank you so much, TDM and Woofy. We just watched game 2 between the Hive and Rogue with that comeback, though. That was fantastic to watch. Kansei, the jungler for Rogue, didn't do what he needed to do in the early game and was kind of losing out on the ganks by Nuxlet. And Woofy highlighted the lack of Colosseums in this game, but Rogue really turned it around during the contest for that first primordial Fangtooth. And eventually they had that double bubble buff. How did they turn that game around, Lance?
Well, they trust the comp. You sit back, you know who you've got picked for your team. You've got the Twin Blast, you've got the Iggy, you've got the Narbash, heroes that are just going to scale into the late game very well. We watched this between the three of us while this game is going on. Mugi, our resident genius, is just pointing out they can just sit back and wait. They've got the scaling on this. They take the 2 Orb of Growths, get them into the Orb of Enlightenment on both the Quang and the Iggy. They know they have to wait for like that 18 to 20 minute mark to be able to get those to really pop off. They sit back. We have a Fangtooth curse. If you get 3-0 on Fangtooth, apparently you lose the game in PCC. They say all of the time, don't pay attention to your KDA. It is objectives that win games. We're going to have to think of something new to say to the solo queue players for their copium after this one, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it was, like we said, from the comps, we just need to see it, and then we'll be able to turn it around later on. So like the early game will always be like Hive favored. But I feel like Hive like played the early game even better than what we were expecting. And at some point, I also feel like Rogue weren't like super like. It's gonna be a tough game because like they still got like the 3 Fang 2s, but they also got the 2 mini prime, they got kills, they got towers, like they played everything perfectly. But at the same time, they needed to be like decisive on the first R prime of the match. Like they really needed to get it. And here like these players from Rogue, like they know how to extend a match, and we see like this R prime pit fight, like they weren't decisive, and every R prime pit fight that weren't decisive, it's to the advantage of Rogue, because then they keep scaling, we have to wait, we go back to base, we spend gold, we refight around, to the point that at some point on the first primal Fang 2s, like Rogue finally get control of the pit. And once they get control of the pit, well, with Narbash, Iggy, like all those characters and the composition of Hive, as soon as the control of the pit switch, the game is lost. And we see that Rogue executed that perfectly. And in the end, superb defense by Hive, to be honest, but there never was any moment that they got a shot at winning the match after that point.
At some point when they let the minions take that inhibitor, I was like, okay, maybe, you know, Rogue won't be able to finish this time around, and Hive maybe has that chance, but that team comp from Rogue, they just really, they use the Narbash to their advantage. And when you're looking at the numbers and you're looking at how much healing that Narbash has done, he's done 28,187 heals for his team. But on the other side, we were talking about how Nugzlit was really able to accelerate his team, the Hive. He's got a 78.6 kill participation. So he was helping the side lanes. He was over on the off lane. He was over on the duo, but he was also on the mid lane. But just GG's, because Rogue just came out on top. What else did you notice, Lance?
I noticed the way that they positioned within pits and around those fights. After they get down 3-0 in Fang Teeth, Mugi pointed out to us again that Conte does the same thing multiple times. They go in, they lock down Nugzlit, immediately Guru pushes the up-down button to Steel Slam ultimate, and Conte just moves away. They know that it's going to bait that out every single time, and dedicating a shield smash to one individual player with as good of a team fight as it is, then sets your team back at a disadvantage. So then they rotate out, they bring Conte back into the pit, they bring Neft out. Since everybody's low, Neft cleans everybody up like he does every single time he's in a team fight, and they executed it perfectly. You could tell that that was very well practiced by Rogue. They've picked that exact composition. They've fallen behind in early games. They've known that they had to get the scaling going on, and you could just tell the experience of the team.
Despite all that, I still feel like there is a lot of good stuff from Hive, so I do expect them to make it to day 2 from what they have shown. Like, we have seen Mr. Guru like outplaying Bondrewd multiple times. He played like that matchup very well. Like, we have seen, of course, like Nugzlit like controlling a lot, but also like those Murdoch ultimate across the map that you can see they were practiced as a team, like Mr. Going for the shield slam ultimate across the map, or Nugzlit timing the ultimate on the stun of the forward crunch, which require a lot of synergy as teammates. And all of that like kind of show good stuff for probably the future, and I can't wait to see what Hive is going to bring probably into game 2.
GG's, the Hive and Rogue. We unfortunately have to say goodbye to Lance and Mugi. It was a pleasure sharing the desk with the two of you. Lance, thank you for tuning in to the PCC. Everybody, Lance, go ahead and tell everybody how we can reach you.
You can reach me through the power of the internet. I am everywhere at the Lance Cecil. Yeah.
And of course, Mugi.
Well, as usual, you can find me on YouTube under Mugiwawa, but also on my website, predacademy.com, when I give you like a lot of tools for your use, and so like guides, and also like a hero builder if you want to cook some build like we have seen in the first match, the Quang Typhoon Prophecy by Tekken Kid. I don't know how it fared, but it won the game.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the PCC. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with game number 3. Welcome back to the desk, everyone. My name is Ardog with the Triple G, your host for today's event. You are watching PCC8 Day 1 of the Swiss stages, where we start with 24, and after today, we leave with 16. I am joined by yours truly, content creator, Omega tester, and offlaner extraordinaire. How are you, Joey?
I'm doing fantastic today. How are you doing, Ardog?
Thank you. I'm doing really well. I'm super excited to watch game number 3 of today. And of course, we are joined by Trix, one of our top dog analysts who is also an observer here at the PCC. How are you, Trix?
I'm doing great. I'm super excited to be back on the desk with you guys, and I'm looking forward to some great games.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute since, we last saw you on broadcast here, Trix. And for those who are joining in and watching us here at the PCC, thank you so much. If you like what you're seeing here today, please join or follow us on Twitch. We're on YouTube. Please help us out with a subscription. We really appreciate it. And again, shout out to these little chats you're seeing here. Tang, thank you so much. But without further ado, let's talk about game number 3. We will be watching Rogue yet again, but this time around, they'll be against Radis Maximus. What a name. Trix, start us off with what you know about these two teams.
Yeah, Rogue, we just saw them, so I'm going to kind of gloss over that. I think the previous desk covered them pretty well. But Radis Maximus has some star players, players that we've definitely seen before. We're talking about Bartledew. We're talking about Maddie, Natty, Creed. Big names. If you play, higher MMR solo queue, you've definitely run into these players a couple times before, and they are all forces to be reckoned with in their respective roles.
Yeah, and one interesting thing to note is that Virus Masters played bad timing last round, and they actually beat them. They actually upset Pablo's team right there. There's been actually a lot of upsets too, with the Doctors getting upset by Top Physique as well. So really don't underestimate Virus Maximus going into this game, because they're actually showing up really strongly so far in the Swiss brackets.
And individually, we know they're good players, so they have that potential to move through the Swiss stages and into groups. So looking forward to see what they can pull through in game number 3. But we gotta talk about Rogue. We just watched what they were able to do and turn things around. Remind us again, Trix, what we know about Rogue.
Yeah, Rogue, Bondrude, good job, Bondrude. He's a classic offlaner, very consistent in his performances, I think. Wangle, I think, is a little bit of the star of the show, but Neft last game really popped off. He's subbing for Haru this Swiss stage, which I think he pulled his weight as expected, and then some. Really, like he absolutely popped off, especially considering he's playing on ping. It was a spectacular performance. We saw them struggle quite a bit, I would say, in the early game, but then I think the experience kind of took over. They played around the objectives really well, caught the Hive slipping a couple times, and then were able to close it out in a pretty decisive fashion.
Yeah, the one really thing that I kind of noticed about like some of the really top teams, it's not necessarily like how well you can play the early game, but it's how well you can play the mid to late game team fight. Because we even see like some teams able to beat out like Professors, for example, this early game, but then Professors just always have a super strong mid to late game, and that's kind of like how they just able to beat top performers so many times over. And from the last game we saw, will definitely show why they deserve to be in the top 8 spot with that like really good team fighting skills mid to late game. And Hive, even though they have a huge early game over them, they just really couldn't come together as a team in this mid to late game team fights.
So we already know going into game number 3 that Rogue really favors that scaling kind of team. But now the draft is ready. So let's actually see what these boys are coming in to the Swiss stages. We've got the first band going in for Rogue. So we'll just have to see how. Oh, and we've got the Richter there.
Yeah, that's honestly that's kind of expected. Bartledew is a bit of a menace on the Richter, and you really don't want to give a team full of players that are that individually skilled that kind of pick off power in the early game, especially when you're after last game where you struggled so much in the early game. You don't want to kind of give Richter over to a team that wants it, because it really makes it kind of coin flippy, and then once they get rolling, they can just kind of steamroll. And I don't think that Radis Maximus is going to give the same kind of breathing room that the Hive did for Rogue to get back on their feet.
And we see right here, Virus Maximus just going for the Roller Band right there. Just the Roller is just a really annoying hero to deal with, especially in the comp scene. Both in offlane and jungle, she just provides like so much like pressure, and her late game like team fighting, it's just unmatched right there. But we're picking up Deku first pick. That's not like too surprising, because Rogue is one of those teams that's been like scrimming the whole ton. They really value the Deku pick all band. So if Deku's up, they're gonna definitely just knock it away from the other team.
And we saw what Decker can do from that first match we saw with VP Salesman. But on the other side, we've got the Kwang and the Drongo. So normally we don't see the ADC being a first pick, but there's Radis Maximus showing a lot of priority with that Drongo pick out of all the other ADCs, along with that Kwang, who's able to help engage and use his initiation with the tether. So we'll just have to see what Rogue will respond, but there's that Zarus.
Yeah, honestly quite some weird picks from Radis Maximus. I wouldn't expect the ADC to go over that early. It's typically not a high priority pick, and I think that the power levels are kind of, even across the board. Obviously, there's different strengths to each one, but maybe they're just prioritizing that gag grenade or that escape on the Drongo. But once again, we see Wangle going over towards the Iggy and Scorch, really prioritizing that objective killing power, and Zarus is just a solid pickup in general.
Yeah, like Iggy and Scorch, it's been getting more and more popular as time goes on. Like even in the more recent like rank days this week, Iggy Scorch I've been noticing getting banned a lot, and there's a big reason for it. He just does so much damage, and not only that, again, he's just an objective destroyer. If you can play around the Iggy like poke and sustain kind of damage, it can be really hard to break in and actually go for the kill when you already have HP by the Iggy and Scorch right there. I'm actually really surprised too, again, with the Quan pick early on. Drongo makes a little bit more sense because Drongo has been like a more kind of favorite kind of pick in these like scrims, like always picking them up because he's just a really powerful ADC, and probably Rise Master doesn't want to see Nef on that Drongo pick. But the last pick in this first half is going to be given to the Gadget. I think that's actually a decent matchup to the Iggy Scorch because you can kind of outrange the Iggy Scorch, and they play very similarly to that duo as well, being able to really poke out people a lot. So it's going to be a game of who can poke out which team the best right here.
We have the Iggy who's able to literally burn down objectives, but there's a lot of damage coming in from the Gadget, because if you make that one step or sidestep over to the side and you land on a sticky mine, boom, you get a lot of poke damage, which you mentioned, Joey, but now we're seeing that ban. They don't want to have Rogue to have that steal. Steal, we saw Mr. Guru was able to really use and utilize against Bondrewd, so perhaps this is something that they don't want to go up against because the Kwang, they just struggled with him, but they're also taking away that sustain with that Narbash from the Rogue side. They don't want him to be in this game, and we're met with crowd control coming in from the Argus.
Yeah, seeing two support bans from Rogue, kind of singling out Bartledew, I think that's probably a pretty smart play. With Neft on ping, I think the players on Radis Maximus can really take advantage of that. So just banning out two of Bartledew's comfort picks, taking out that utility. You don't necessarily want to have the Narbash and the Gadget on the same team. That just gives you so much movement speed to kind of run down the enemy team. And I really do like the Gadget pickup against the Iggy and Scorch. Not only the Tesla Dome, but also just the Seek and Destroy can really melt down those turrets and take away some of that staying power that Iggy has once he gets set up inside the objective pits. Argus probably going to move into the support role, and I think that's a pretty good pickup. The long range CC and just having a second magic damage dealer is pretty good, but the Radis Maximus comp is leaning pretty heavy towards magic damage at the moment.
Yeah, they definitely need to pick up something to command up the damage towards the last pick. But we see Sevok being picked up by Rogue. It's kind of like a classic combo. I see a lot of people like Sevok and Sears together because both of them are just excellent divers, they're excellent team fighters. Sears have a really strong early game that can kind of offset the Sevok's weaker early game and let the Sevok kind of carry the more mid to late game team fights. And Kyo being last pick by Rogue, that's definitely like a net pick right there. A lot of high damage, especially if you can combo with the Decker and her combos, they can do a lot of damage. So Rogue just going full stops on the dual lane like early game, just trying to get some kills against Radis Maximus right there.
We mentioned this earlier, but Rogue is really looking to scale here. You're seeing the Iggy and Scorch as well as that Sevarog pick. But now we've got the last pick that's remaining for Radis Maximus, and that's the Countess Tricks.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. Like we mentioned earlier, the very heavy magic damage, but this could just be kind of a long con to have Rogue spec more into magical armor and let the Drongo kind of run wild. I really like the Kira pick from Rogue with the double cage, kind of not only the Coliseum but also the containment fence on the side of Rogue. Is going to lend a lot of value to Kira's ultimate and really just give them even kind of more of that zone control kind of style of play that comp is looking forward to. But the Countess into the Decker is very strange to me. But I mean, it could definitely work. They have a lot of one shot potential on the side of Radis Maximus.
Yeah, it kind of seems like Radis Maximus is trying to go for like the backline pick, especially like the Iggy and Scorch, because if you can just delete him before you can do much stuff in the team fights, that's actually going to be super good for Radis Maximus. But at the same time, if they take too long to do anything with their team comp, Rogue is going to one straight over them. So Radis Maximus with the Counts, Argus, Gadget Con, like they need to go for picks really fast, because if they don't find those picks fast, then Rogue is just going to straight up beat them in those team fights pretty dang easily.
This is game number 3. We've got the draft up between Rogue and Radis Maximus. Is Radis Maximus are they going to let Rogue get away with it, or are they going to take game number 3? We're going to hand it over to Falcon and Woofy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's me again. I have returned with a vengeance. Tedium is still around just as an observer, but we have another chair 2 for you today with a GG, the Danish Dynamite here, together with Falcon, the British Big Brain. How you doing, my man?
Yeah, I'm doing very well. I have had a day. I have had a journey to reach here. If everyone saw on my Twitter, I woke up in Spain today. I'm now in England, but I'm here for the PCC. I'm here for this game, and I'm going to have all the energy that I have left for it.
Yeah, welcome back from your vacation. Hope it was a good time. Now we're going to have even more good times as we're going to see Rogue and Radis Maximus go and duke it out against each other. And we have some very interesting picks here, Falcon. There was one you mentioned in particular, and that was the jungle matchup. We got a Countess over on Radis Maximus.
Yeah, I generally can't think of the last time we saw a Countess, especially in the jungle. It could be just the fact that Crutch likes his pick. We can see he has got that crown, so it's not like he's pulling it out of nowhere. And when you think about it, I mean, it could definitely work. I don't know if it's the right composition for it. There's no real front line outside of the Krang for this Countess to help with the dive, and there is a lot of magical damage from the side of the rats. But, I mean, if she can get a Countess going, if she can get those stacks on your passive and get that sustain, and what I would really like to see is if he can go that Bruiser build, go that World Breaker, stuff like the Flux Matrix as well, then he can just be a second frontliner at that point.
Yeah, and that's something that definitely opens up the field, because right now they've gone for a composition called the best kind of defense is a good offense, right? They're going for all of these high damage, not so tanky targets, and they're gonna see if they can make it work. But we just saw Rogue against Hive make an amazing comeback. So let's just see if that is the same thing that'll happen this time, or if Radis Maximus has more up their sleeves than they expect.
I mean, Rats definitely need to get this early game. I think Rogue once again have picked up that scaling comp. They've got that Serog. We've seen what he can do, and that late game Iggy as well. Kira, there's just got so much damage from those 4 or 5 item marks that if we do get to that late game, we get to that 30-minute plus mark, then it is going to be very hard for the Rats to come back. However, if they do get ahead in this early game, I mean, I think it's a lot harder for Rogue to come back into a game like this, because, again, it's just all damage. That's all the Rats have, and that's all they really need. And it doesn't matter how tanky your Sev is, how many stacks he has. If you can't survive 4 magic damage people diving on you, you're just going to die.
And you don't want that to happen if you're Bondroot. You want to get those siphon stacks up and running and make sure that you are a tanky boy and a force to be reckoned with. But it's up against Creed, which I might just have to preface was actually one of the top players of Paragon, the Overprime. So it's great to see him over in Predecessor pulling off the offlane against such a massive player in Bondroot. But Conte right now looking to see if he can deward a little bit, maybe an engage. The stasis bomb is gonna miss, and there is the barricade coming in from Conte. They have to keep themselves inside the tier 1 tower. Radis Maximus are having none of it.
And we see on the other side as well, Radis Maximus ganking onto that solo side, just taking the sign buff. I don't think Bondroot used to blink. It does look like he still has it available. So nothing really gained from either jungler, but they have completist farming their entire side. However, it does look like Conte has skipped his free camp. We see Crutch still on it, so the Countess is going to have the farm advantage, at least for that first back. I don't think it will make much difference for their first items. However, again, in this early game, nothing really happening. First blood was attempted, that's for sure, but I think we're going to have a pretty calm and precise game for the start of this Woofy.
Yeah, Falcon, this is what you and I usually call the EU gameplay experience, but we'll see here in NA if it'll change into the slaughterhouse that we are used to seeing. But we do have a few EU players going on here on the side of Rogue, so maybe it fits the bill.
Yeah, I guess that explains why they didn't get that many kills in the last game at the start. Just wanted to take it nice and easy. However, that is definitely not going to be the game plan in this one. They need to at least keep even before that mid-game mark. However, they are playing quite well so far. Gets a nice stun. Conte's back.
The pressure is on, and Blue is so low. Blue is now feeling blue as he falls to Conte Iacula with the Spear of Nier. That's the first blood for the side of Rogue, and the field has been opened.
and just a very good first blood. Didn't get the blink in the first gank, but knowing that Conte still had to do his blue buff, he just came over once again, and I think it's just Raptors Maximus expected Conte to be on the other side of the map, taking that 5 camp, taking the 2 camp. However, the gank was successful. No Fang Tooth conversion because Crutch is on this side of the map, and the death timers are still rather short at this stage of the game, so no objectives really gained. It's just going to be that first blood golden experience. But I mean, Rogue already on the board.
Yeah, that's definitely a difference from last match that they had up against the Hive squad, where they were really far behind in the first few minutes of the game. But now they are showing up. They have learned from their last match, their last mistakes, and now are playing way more confidently and safe.
And just something I thought about while seeing that gank in the mid lane. Countess is actually a pretty good counter for the Iggy, because once he pops down Inferno, once Rango tries to use his ultimate to get that knockback, you can just see Crutch using that shadow slip to return back to where he started and just completely dodge the ultimate. So in terms of actual counters, I think it's something that Raptors could have thought of quite easily and allowed it to happen. However, we still need to wait for that level 6 to come through for both junglers. The Colosseum as well as that Feast are going to be vital for these ganks.
Yeah, and once the Feast is up and running, then it's Feast or Famine once Crutch gets into the nick of things. So we'll have to wait and see if he goes for it. He actually wants to engage. The tether is there onto Bunter. He has to spend the colossal blow, but he's still so very low, and Crutch knows that he can get out if he needs to, but Buntrud has to go away.
Conte is still around, but again hasn't got level 6 the same as Crutch. He just didn't get it yet. I think that gank might have been too over aggressive. If we could see Crutch maybe look for another farm area, maybe waited for him to take some of that lane minions XP in the shadow, it would have been a lot better. However, at least they got the colossal blow out. They didn't get the blink out from Bondrude, so he is doing very well on this level to deal with this pressure that is coming from the side of Raptors Maximus. And Rogue doesn't get anything on the other side of the map either.
Yeah, and this is actually a point that you mentioned earlier, the power of these players. They have gone for a full-on magic damage composition. And once we see Radis Maximus reach level 6, Blue and Dew will have a lot to offer. I mean, we have Ether Crystals, we have Synaptic Obliterated, the Particle Shredder will most likely be online as well. Like, how can you really counter such damage?
Deca has so much CC in her kit, she can easily deal with any sort of engagement. However, adding a countess to that mix might be very hard, because that countess has 6, has got that Feast, but Conte is here as well as a 3v3.
Conte is trying to stop the engage, and that is going to be successful. Crutch has to backpedal. It was not really the engage that he was looking for, but that is just more credit to the jungler of a Rogue, as he was there right on time.
And immediately going over to the Fangtooth, Vangel had the first rotation. We saw that on the map that Matty had actually reset on the gadget himself, so the Iggy can set up the towers. They can get all 4 members over here for the side of Rogue, and although Raptors Maximus are here, they need to get into the pit soon.
The first Fangtooth has fallen, and it's in the hands of the Rogue squad, but they do engage. Radis Maximus wants to get a kill for themselves. Conte using the Colosseum to try and hold them in check, but he falls to Maddie and the power of the Seek and Destroy. Penguin has to get away together with Bondrude. They cannot stay for any longer. Creed in the backline gets a hold on to Wangle, most likely with a tether combo, with the judgment of the heavens followed by the light that blasts away. So that's going to be a 1 for 2 right now in this early game, 9 minutes.
Bondrude might also be in data, but he has still got that tank. He's already got that crystalline curious, immediately itemizing towards that anti-magic that we expected from him, and that's just going to make him so hard to kill in this mid game as well. And I think it was only 2 kills in that Fang pit. It was the first blood earlier on, and when you look at who gains from that, I mean, yes, Rogue got that first Fangtooth, but giving 2 kills over to Radis Maximus is going to be very beneficial. However, I don't believe Crutch got either assist on those, so he didn't get any of those stacks. Creed got 1, and I'm not 100% sure who got the other one. I believe it was Blue, who got it on the Jongo. Oh no, sorry, it was Bard on the Argus. So not the best recipients of those kills. So I think overall Rogue definitely gains from that.
Yeah, and as we talked about, the snowballing will definitely be there if you give too many kills away to the side of Radis Maximus. They have so much damage to offer, so these 2 kills are definitely going to be a problem. But we'll see if a Rogue has answered that calling. Crutch right now stealing Design buff and trying to box it out with Bundrude, but he got what he came for, so he's just gonna go back, and Bundrude is pretty much embarrassed about that situation, I think.
He really cares. We've got Conte over here as well, so both junglers are on the side of the map as expected with the mini prime still active. However, Bondry just isn't taking any damage. He's taking a bit, yes, he's just over half HP. That is with 2 members of the Rats coming and trying to help him. With Conte now splitting between the 2 members of Rats, this is going to be dangerous here.
The feast comes through, but it doesn't matter. He's gonna survive. And there's the Spear of Nier on top to make sure that Conte gets crushed. And now they're on the retreat from Creed. Bondrude and Conte trying to split up to make sure that it's not both of them being in trouble. Even though the tether goes through and the light. You're not gonna survive that, Conte, but Bondrude does get away. But it's still a 2 for 3.
Every time I see that Spear of Nier, it is so ridiculous how much damage it does against those low HP targets. We do see a slight skirmish in the dual lane as well, but I don't think there's going to be anything coming back from that. And with both junglers dead in the meantime, no mini prime attempt is going to be started from either team. However, Creed has got the push in that solo side. He got the extra engages. Neff goes very, very low. This Wastelander takes is going to be enough. That is going to be another kill for the side of the Rats, and that is given over to the Drongo.
Well, Blue is certainly happy about that. He did get killed in the beginning of the game for the first blood, but he is back with a vengeance. He and Bard have been turning up the heat already. They knew that this start was just a little bit of a fluke. They got it. They were just waiting for this opportunity to strike, and now Blue is confidently sitting at 1,500 gold and can get some really much needed items.
Yeah, it's probably going into that Vanquisher's second item, I can imagine, on that jungle. It already has that Lightning Cork, which has been the staple for the newly found crit builds in this patch. And, I mean, we were saying earlier, we've been saying this entire match, all the Rats have is damage, but they have so much of it. And we can just see it there. Nev wasn't able to fight back. The Decker Kira lane has just got nowhere near as much damage they need. They have the setup, yes, but unless they can burst down a target, they can't win those extended fights. And the later this game goes, the more XP this Argus gets and the more levels he gains, then he's going to be even more dangerous.
And right now, the Colosseum on top of Kree will make sure that he is kept in check. Will it go down and become a stack on the Colosseum? It just does! Right at the last second before it falls down. Ponce getting a stack on the Colosseum passive, and that is so huge for him. Crutch, in the meantime, notices and wants to engage on this. He does have the feast available, but will he commit? No, he will not, because Wangle is there to tango.
Yeah, Wangle always has that first step in the mid lane. Every single time we've seen it in this game, just having that Iggy push, having that poke against the side of Matty just means that he can help out these side lanes, help out these Fangtooths. And although the mini prime once again has not been started, Creed did too much damage to the side of Rogue. It at least gives them a kill, at least gives them that freedom to move as well, because the second Fangtooth is now spawned, and we can imagine a 5v5.
Yeah, the Bench did not connect too much from Penguin, but it definitely made sure that Plu wanted to keep his distance. He did not want to fall to Neft, because we know what happens once Neft gets an advantage. He keeps pushing it. And right now, multiple members of Rogue seem to be situated around this second Fangtooth. They did manage to get the first one, and if they manage to get the second one, it's gonna help them with the rotations, Falcon.
Yeah, they started it, but Iggy hasn't set up. He hasn't got those turrets down. Creed was able to at least delay him, and it's going to be hard for him to get into the pit now. Has eventually gotten in there, but 4 members of Mats are here, but you haven't got the jungler.
And right now they are trying to engage onto this. Ratus Maximus want to get a hold onto Wangle. He has to pop the Epoch, but was that a little bit too late? The Blink as well makes sure that he survives, but the Synaptic Obliterator makes sure that he falls anyways. Creed within the pit, dealing so much damage and pressuring so hard together with Crutch and Blue. They managed to get all 5 members of Rogue. They turned this game upside down.
Rogue gets the Fangtooth, but the Rats take the prize. They get all 5 members of Rogue, and that was just a complete domination. The damage is online. They are able to obliterate them with the Synaptic Obliterator, plus a few others. They are going straight to that mini-farm. They're going to also take the tier 1 tower in the meantime. That is the first tower of this game, 15 minutes in, and this mini-farm, although it's not going to be up for the main prime, it's not going to be up for the Fangtooth, they can get so many towers with this if they give it over to the right person.
Yeah, and I do think it's gonna be Creed, the man with the Creed. And his Creed is pretty much to just own the entire field as well as possible and hold off that Sevarog from getting online. But anyways, Conte trying to see if he can get a hold onto somebody, but it's not really going to be successful. But here's Penguin with a stasis bomb. It doesn't connect, but defense will. And now Conte will try to see if he can add some more insult to injury. However, they have to get out of there because they notice that there are more enemies about.
Yeah, they haven't got Neff nearby. However, that does give space for Bondry. He can push in this tier 1 tower in the server side. That should be the return tower for the side of Rogue. Neff is also on the Duo side. However, we can see on the map we have Plu as well as Crutch coming over, so he can't walk up onto that tower. But however, that at least is a tower in return. So now the question is, how much gold did they gain from that team fight? How much money do the Rats have in their pockets? As well as the fact is, how much can Creed do with this mini prime?
Well, first of all, he can make sure that his lane survives as long as possible. He can even pressure into that tier 1 in off lane, but I think most of the times, once you get it on the offlaner, it's usually just to make sure that the opposing offlaner doesn't win their lane. But it's already at the point where his tier 1 is down, so maybe a rotation?
I mean, yeah, I feel like he still tries to get a tier 1 tower because the only other tier 1 tower on the map is on the other side of the map. It's not really efficient to do that. Plus, still against the Sevarog, he still can easily push in that wave and get that tower whilst the rest of the Rats focus on this duo side. As I'm saying that, we already have 4 members over on this side of the map. And, I mean, if Rogue step up like they are doing, this is a fight.
The Colosseum is coming in on top, and it actually connects within the vicinity of Plu, making sure that another stack goes the way of Conte and another kill in the hands of the Rogue squad. But he has to get out of there. He's so low, and Duke can just use the Synaptic Obliterator, but it gets blocked. Maddie has to go in and take it with the Blink. But Neff manages to get through, and the fight is still going. Penguin is so low, and the Purge from Neff is popped, making sure that Maddie is in trouble. He has to pop the Epoch, but it's too little too late. The Vengeance is here, and Neff gets another kill under his belt.
That's massive for Rogue. They got so many members. Yes, they didn't get the mini-fight from Creed, but they got 3. Also, Wrangle just nearly killed Crutch in the mid lane. That's going to be at least another tower for the side of Rogue, as well as the fact that they got that tower in the mid lane from Iggy as well. So now, even though they lost that second Fangtooth so hard, they are gaining the money back so incredibly quickly. Plus the amount of shutdowns they just gained from that. It's hard to really visualize how much they did actually gain from it. However, I mean, this game is now fully even once again.
Yeah, we did actually see that in the last match of Rogue versus Hive, that they were really far behind the first few minutes, like the first 10-12 minutes, and then afterwards they turned up the heat. This is the playstyle of Rogue. They like to play it safe and defensively until they're online, and we have seen it pay off already. They've gone for objectives whenever possible, but that's only because they got that start and they played so safely until that point.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these tab screen as well. One thing I want to look at is that Neff actually has gone for that Vanquisher instead of the lightning bolt on Kira's gone for that old burst damage on the Kira with the dust proc, which has been very beneficial against this squishy comp of the rats as well. We also see Magnify on that counter has also got that orb enlightenment, and it's building into another item that's hard to really see what it is yet, but it's gone kind of tanky on this counter, so it is definitely the right decision. But the third Fang Tooth is up, and that's going to be the walking point.
The opening is there with the Colosseum, but Crotch is ready to answer and pops that blink to get sure, not the blink, but the blink ability to get sure that that he falls. Rogue is a little bit on the back foot here as they have lost already their jungler, and Maddie gets Penguin right in the back with a hat and a bad criticism to the chef for what horrible food has been served. Bondrewd has to get away, and all of Radis Maximus are ready to go for this objective. There's little to nothing you can do over on Rogue. You are on the back foot, and Reed is hungry.
But look at the amount of damage that Mats have taken. Wrangle is still basically 4 HP. Bondrewd is in there as well. Neft is trying to split them apart. There is a 3v5, but the HP bars are so low for anyone. Anyone can die at any moment.
And speaking of dying at any moment, Bondrewd seems to be in trouble right here. But Neft is ready with the Purge, countering Crotch, making sure that they are safe for another day. Maddie is on the retreat from Conte. Wangle getting due in the background. And that just means that they are actually winning this second engage. Round number 2 is going their favor. Blue is going down to Wangle's Inferno. And that opens up the field. 4 members make that 5 are going down on the side of Radis Maximus. Rogue is online and ready, and they're going for their next objective.
Wrangle, Neft, and Bondrewd did such a good job of delaying Rats. They could not start the Fang Tooth because of the amount of poke coming in from this Iggy, from this Kira. Bondrewd splitting apart the group as well, and it delayed them for such a long time that allowed Conte to respawn, allowed him to get back into that fight as a full HP Zara's, and from that point onwards it was Rogue's team fight at any point. Now they have that third Fang Tooth. Now they have that 8% power buff and defensive buff. And although the power is nice, the defenses are going to be so good against the side of this Rats comp, because they just have to build magical damage. Yes, Plu has got a decent storyline. He's gone 4, 3, and 4. But it's just one Drongo against the entirety of Rogue.
And that pressure is just a little bit too much to handle. If you're caught out with just a stasis bomb alone, it's just going to be the end. You can just ride home the last check and go home and say, oh, I got fired at work today. And your significant other will most likely be very disappointed about that. But at the end of the day, that's just the power of a Rogue. That's what they've done so far. They have shut down Radis Maximus's momentum. And since they have to build full aggressive due to their comp, you really have to wonder if Rogue are maybe just gonna ignore that.
I don't think they can ignore that, because damage is still damage at the end of the game. We are still very much in that damage meta. Tanks are slowly coming back. Yes, we see the Rogue on the game. We've seen the steal as well, but the bruises, the magical bruises especially, have been running on the show, and the ADCs are still there. So although it's going to be a lot harder, especially with that third Fang Tooth, we got to remember the 2 games we've seen so far where the team who has got the 3 Fang Tooths loses. So can Rogue beat the curse?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. It has definitely been the case so far with the 2 first games this PCC8 Swiss stage. But we are at the 3rd, and it's a 3rd chance, you know, 3rd time's the charm and all that. So maybe they will crush that curse, but we do have another curse in the game that's gonna be like available next weekend. But that's a topic for a completely other time. Meanwhile, Bondrewd is going in to try and engage onto Crotch. He has to spend the blink, but was that really what you needed right now? It was definitely not what you needed. A huge cooldown taken off the board.
It's a huge cooldown, but it also keeps his life. He could have very easily died, and with the All Prime spawn, it's 24 minutes nearly on the clock. That All Prime is going to die very quickly. Yes, it got buffed. The defenses have been increased on this path, but against a Kira, against an Iggy, they're still going to die very, very quickly. And if Rats lose their jungler at this stage of the game, that basically guarantees it from the side of Rogue. Although saying that, Bondroid is still split prison on the other side of the map. This is a 4v5 if the Rats want to look for it.
The Rats are positioned around this Orb Prime pit, but Rogue are standing by just the same. It seems to be a bit of a safety net they're opening up here. They only want to catch the fish that jumps into the net, and they don't want to sail too far out. But that is also very patiently played by Rogue, because we have seen what Radis Maximus can do when you miss position.
Yeah, and I think Rogue have got a very good game plan. They are just knowing that they do outscale. They do have this Sevrog, this Iggy, this Kira, so they can take it slowly. They don't have to force anything. They don't have to just start the objective. But if they can get a single pick, that just makes it so much easier. And although they have tried multiple times, at least they are burning the blinks. And I mean, we can just see on the map, Plu has shown himself on the other side of the map. They know that the Drongo is not going to be there if they want to start it.
That is the bell ringing for the side of Rogue. They have their opportunity to strike, so just get that ward out of the way and engage. They are usually doing pretty well in these objective fights, so they could go for it if they do so wish for it. But they are gonna play it safe. They're not gonna overextend or overstay their welcome and just reset. And I'm just wondering, Falcon, what would be the dream situation for Radis Maximus right now?
They kill Bondroid, everyone else reset, and they take the Orb Prime. But with how the game has been going so far, I doubt that's going to happen. We got to also factor in the Primal Fountain is going to be spawning in about 30 seconds to a minute's time. So if either team starts this Orb Prime, I think the other team might just run straight towards that Primal Fountain and trade it out. However, looking at the map, I don't think that's going to be an issue as we get.
Penguin is on the retreat. He felt the damage of the Synaptic Obliterate and falls, but Bondroid as well will answer and get crushed. The hunt is on 1-for-1. Make that 2-for-1 as Do takes a hold on to Penguin. They are on the retreat, but Bondroid is strong. Bondroid is true. He wants to get out of there, and so do you. Neft actually managing to get a hold on to Creed here with the Vengeance stacks popping. And Plu as well with the Purge. They're having so much damage on the board. And there's nothing you can do over on Radis Maximus. This opens up the field for Rogue to take this Orb Prime.
The Rats thought they found their target. They thought they found Penguin alone. But Penguin managed to survive for such a long time. It allowed Conte and Bondroid to get on to the backline, get a T pop on to Crutch, and as soon as that jungler died, that was basically their front line. Creed was trying to do what he could, but it's still a Krang, it's still just a magical bruiser. Just the damage from Rankle, the damage from Neft was all that was needed, and Conte himself, he's got 5 kills, he's got the damage that is such in a good position as well. Now Rogue have got that Orb Prime that we have been watching for the last 4 or 5 minutes, and with the Primal Fang spawning, they are going to be going straight towards it.
We know what the game is. It's time to get that double bubble buff, or the Nikki buff as some people have called it in chat, which is not something you want to happen if you're over on the Radis Maximus side, because what I also keep mentioning, Penguin and Neft are members of Team Immune, and what they do best is pushing their advantages. So if they go for this is gonna be a big problem for the side of Radis Maximus. They're holding off the field, they're waiting for an opportunity to strike, but they know that they can't fully engage, because that's most likely gonna be the last thing they do. Bondroid coming in after the fence is popped. Reed has to keep his distance, he's getting siphoned and subjugated into the ground. And the members of Rogue are pushing forward. They seem to want to go for this.
It's going to be so difficult. They're just looking for that single pick. although they have that all prime, they know they can't just force this prime Fountain. We still have rats with a lot of damage. If they can just get one pick, one kill, even just low HP bars, force them to reset, they can take this so much safer. And now we can see them. They haven't even looked at it. Again, they're looking for another poke. Creed is going to be on the backside.
He has to jump out of the way. Bunter is so low and falls to blue, and the Tesla Dome on top from Maddie. That is so much damage that you just can't handle. You just lost your tank. You lost your offlaner, which is so good for the side of Radis Maximus, as they can finally engage an objective. But Conte from the side wants to answer this call. Neft will actually get a hold onto Crutch with some perfectly timed shots. And also Creed as well. The pressure is there. The Colosseum on top. They're actually managing to demolish the entirety of Radis Maximus despite having no offlaner.
We don't need the primal fountain. There is 40-second death timers. Penguin, that is one of the best status bombs I have ever seen hit all 3 members, followed up by the Colosseum of Conte. Although Gats got the early kill, they got the suppression kill onto Bondrude. That was not enough. Wrangle came in clutch, Neft came in clutch, and Penguin with the best re-engage we have seen this tournament. Rogue are going to go 3-0.
An absolute perfect score. 3-0 in this Switch stage day number 1. These guys are unstoppable. Oh my goodness. In the first match, when I saw them against Hive, it was a little bit like, gritty, and they turned it back. But this time, they turned up the heat from the get-go. They knew they had an opportunity to strike with their comp, and it was just beautiful to see.
Yeah, they didn't fall behind in that early game. It was a quite early game. It was a game. But once we got that fight around that all prime, it just let loose. Neft was doing Neft things, as we always say. Wrangle was playing out of his mind as well. Definitely enjoys playing that Iggy. And when you look at Rogue, maybe teams just have to ban away that Iggy, because he has just been, not exactly solo carrying, but has been doing so much work on it that what can teams do against it?
Well, I mean, if you get the Iggy out of the way, then Wangle can rock the gadget, and that's also a problem. And then you open up the field for Conte to get the Aurora, so that's not good either. It just seems that they're super incredibly consistent. But now that we're talking about consistency, that is everything from me. Now you can get some consistency with the desk over there with Trix and Joe, yours truly, and our dog.
Thank you so much, Falcon and Woofy, all the way from Europe, casting that game. We're back here at the desk. My name is Ardog with the Triple G. We're back with Joey and Trix to break down game number 3 for you. We just watched here at the PCC8. It's day 1 of the Swiss stages. Exclamation point bracket will take you, and you can help follow along during this tournament and see how the tournament is going. Wow, oh wow. Rogue, they just ran away and took that game number 3 with them. And can we just mention Conte? They target banned Aurora, but Conte just knows how to dominate with Zarus as well. What else did you notice, Trix?
Yeah, Conte with the Zarus, they were huge instances where the Colosseum was trapping multiple people. Just Bondrude was unkillable from like 10 minutes on, just holding W key into the back line. And it was just, anytime it looked like Radis Maximus were going to maybe get a couple kills and convert on an objective, it didn't seem like they were ever really able to convert. They overstayed a couple times, like that fight around 20 minutes, like comes to mind with them kind of Benny Hilling around the walls until people on Rogue were coming back out of spawn. You know, they died, they spawned, they came back, they killed Radis Maximus, took an objective. The kills do not tell the whole story because that game was far from being close in my opinion.
Yeah, like one thing that said about Radis Maximus is they have to do to win the game. It's go for like this really quick kills, really quick plays, but they did the opposite and it took a long time making some of those plays. Like the whole life running around circles around like the Faintooth pit while Neff was like still alive was just like the worst thing you can probably do in that scenario. But not only that, just the draft was just didn't have an answer at all to the Sevwar because they're all like magical damage based. They don't really have the sustained damage besides Drongo, but that's only one guy for this Raid boss Bondru on Sevwar. Like there was the option to go like a Grux or Crunch or someone that is a little bit more sustained damage in the jungle, but the Count's pick was just like not it at all. And the whole purpose of that going for that Count's pick was trying to go for the quick backline picks, but we didn't really see that at all on that Count's pick. So even her build didn't really lack the Mega Cosm. Drongo was really late on the Demolisher. Like they'd have no answer in terms of the draft to the Sevwar, and then the way to build the items was really bad against Bondru's team comp right there.
Leave it to Joey to know all about those builds because he is always cooking with them. But this game was a little bit different from the first two we watched because it seemed like it was the first two games were more one-sided, but Rogue just really showing just how much of a contender they are as a team. When you're looking at some of the numbers here, Conte with that 80% kill participation and ending the game 7, 5, and 9. He was able to just really show up for his team and land his Coliseum in order to help initiate and engage with those team fights. And at the same time, you guys were saying it, Bondred was just an unkillable raid boss.
Yeah, exactly. And looking at the stats, Wangle dealing so much damage, over 30,000 hero damage dealt that game, highest on his team by several thousand. Really showing why that Iggy and Scorch is such a dominant pick and why it's a comfort pick for him. He did an excellent job at just locking down areas. There was a couple of times where he got in the back line. He manages to press R on Plu, just deletes the Drongo. And it was just, the fights were incredibly long and drawn out because Bondred was so tanky, but it just seemed like every time Rogue managed to actually convert on objectives, whereas Radis Maximus was unable to do that.
Yeah, the more games we see like Rogue being put out, the more we kind of see the strategy they're just trying to go for, where they're okay with having a weaker early game. If that means they can secure like a Sevwar, a Iggy scores, it means that the mid to late game is just like unbeatable. So that's something that like LTs need to take notes on and be very aware of that. Hey, this is the kind of strategy that Rogue likes to play. You either need to learn how to counter that, or you need to shut that off by like getting rid of the Iggy or some of the other picks in these last two games.
Now the question is, are they going to target ban that Iggy, or are they going to keep targeting Conte and take away the Aurora? We'll just have to find out. But we are going to take a quick break and we'll be back with game number 4 here at PCC8. Welcome back and greetings everybody. You are watching PCC8 Swiss Stages Day number 1. My name is Ardog with a triple G and I am joined by Trix and Joe yours truly. We just finished watching game 3 of our PCC between Rogue and Radicus Maximus, with Rogue coming out on top. Exclamation point bracket in the chat will help you follow along with the tournament, because unfortunately we won't be able to showcase all of the games for you guys. But the next game, our 4th game of the day we'll be watching, is Flow State and Bad Timing. And looking at the current stage right now, both of these teams are 2-1 in the Swiss bracket. Tell us and start us off with what you know, Trix.
Yeah, looking at the rosters of these teams, strong players all around. Talk about Flow State, we have some players that have definitely been in the PCC before. We have Guessy coming back on support. We got Brian in the mid lane, Peak in the off lane. But then looking at the roster of Bad Timing, we have also some familiar faces. We've got Pablo, like Choice mentioned in the teaser video, Pinta Pablo. We've got Vecron in the support role, long-time player, even from the original Paragon. And then we have some new faces. You know, Macaroni Monster 79 off lane for Bad Timing. He's a bit of a menace sometimes, but he's new to the competitive scene.
Yeah, one thing to note about Flow State is that the first game they actually have to forfeit, so technically they didn't lose a game, they just have to forfeit the first game due to some issues, whereas Bad Timing lost the game against the Radicus Maximus that we saw last game. And I kind of thought Radicus Maximus was going to show up a little bit more, but it didn't quite did that. So it kind of made my head turn a little bit and trying to see like what exactly went wrong with BT's game against them. But we're gonna see right here in just a sec how they're gonna do the draft, because I think more than anything the last game was definitely like decided about the draft. Let's see if we can see either team just do like a better like draft going forwards.
And speaking about the draft, now we've got the draft ready. Flow State versus Bad Timing. They're both 2-1 right now. We're gonna see that Decker ban right off the bat here, Trix.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a solid ban. We saw her last game. She's just a monster with how many different playstyles she enables. That long-range CC, the containment fence, the ion cannon. She does so much damage for how much utility she brings to teams. She's able to lock down so many characters. We saw the 3-man stun last game to close it out, and just giving teams the ability to even do that at all is sometimes just a little too much.
Yeah, Decker, a little bit too much of a menace in the dual lane, but Bad Timing going for the Iggy Scourge ban. This is not against work with their Winkle on the Iggy Scourge, so they're kind of respecting just overall the Iggy Scourge pickup right there. But we see Flow State just first picking Aurora straight up the bat, so it's kind of like it's just the two evils you have to try and decide before, like, are we going to let them get the Aurora or we're going to let them get the Iggy? And for Bad Timing, they decide to let them get the Aurora because they kind of see Iggy as a bigger problem than her right now.
And at the same time, you've got the response with the Zarus. Yes, you're taking away the Aurora, and Flow State is going to be able to secure it, but there's that Zarus yet again. We've been seeing him time and time again with these games, and we've seen what he's able to do with that Colosseum. I'm going to say it again. Top 10 ultimate in the game is Zarus Colosseum. He's able to really lock down on any hero, especially those damage dealers. So Flow State has to be careful, because if they get locked down by that Zarus, they have to find a way to escape.
Yeah, Zarus and Aurora really just very versatile first picks. You can put them in the off lane, you can put them in the jungle. They enable so many plays. Like you're mentioning, the Zarus, he is just so versatile in what he does. You know, he can be a backline bruiser. He can kind of fight front to back. He's really dominant in lane, but also his ganks are really good with his dash and his stun. And picking up the gadget alongside the Colosseum really just enables you to put sometimes whole teams in the microwave. But I'm honestly surprised that Aurora made it through at all. That Cryocosm is just, it does so much in these confined jungle fights that Bad Timing is really going to have to pay attention to where Flow State is posturing for fights and make sure that they stay spread out.
Yeah, exactly. Almost like you want to see the wall be more reactive at times, because if Sarah's dives your team and then you just ult them after trying to take advantage of that cage, you're not going to have a great time at all. And we do see the Quan and Drongo being both pick up. Drongo is showing to do a lot of damage in the dual lane. You'd be really surprised with how much burst damage his Rad rounds can really do to kind of pick up some people unexpectedly. And then Quan is again like a very versatile offlane and jungler. He's just going to be a very nice pairing with the role because the combos together can be very, very good. And I think that's going to be a good way to kind of answer against Saris, which Saris doesn't do as good into either Quan or in a, like 1v1.
I'm really curious to see how these team fights are going to go, because yes, we're seeing that Drongo damage coming from Flow State, but who are they going to answer with for their mage or their mid laner? And we'll have to see about that. But now we've got the third pick that we're waiting on for Bad Timing. We've got the Gadget and Zarus. I love this combination. You've got the microwave, and then on top of that, you got the Zarus who's able to lock down on somebody. So we're going to be expecting to see that combination from the two. But now we've got the Twin Blast who's able to deal some damage as well as this Gideon ban.
Yeah, I really like the Twin Blast pickup. We saw kind of last game where the Gadget does a lot of upfront damage but kind of lacks the sustain, and Twin Blast brings nothing but sustain damage. I think that's really smart. And then looking at the Gideon ban, it's just a good solid overall ban. Gideon is just such a safe pick. He fits into so many different team comps, and you don't want to let them have another big ultimate to kind of stack on top of the Aurora one and the Kwang one. You don't want more of this just AoE slow down, like terrible fights to try to navigate. You want to force them on something that has maybe more single target, less zone control, just so you have a little bit more room for that Twin Blast to kind of work.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised they kind of pick up the Twin Blast, because it kind of feels like they have a lot of options for great ADC pickups, whereas the offlane jungle watch is getting smaller and smaller, because we see the Save ban came out of that, and that's just going to limit the Bad Timing's watch to pick for like the offlane or jungler right here. But still, Mirror being picked on both sides. Still is definitely going to be a great substitute for the Sevlog. Just trying to like really complement the style of Bad Timing trying to go for this like big team fights, but also just need like kind of frontliner that can kind of like ease off the pressure from the back line. And then on the other side, the Mirror is going to help keep a team pretty dang healthy, because especially with the Aurora and Fawn combo trying to go for the back line, I think a Mirror ult on top of that is actually going to be very, very hard to deal with.
The Mario Ultimate can really change the tides and change team fights, because she's able to just really dive in the middle there. But Argus, talk about crowd control that we're seeing from Flow State here, because you've got a lot of damage coming in from the Argus. So curious to see, you know, what else we're missing or what we're going to be getting from Bad Timing.
Yeah, it's interesting to see this, like today, the focus that teams are putting on the ability to deny space from teams. I think that's why we've been seeing that again Scorch do so well, is he can just take up so much space that's larger than his hero, where you see kind of other heroes, they really have to focus on one area. And I think that's why we're seeing teams prioritize the Aurora as well. She's been banned a lot, but here she's picked up. She, with her Ice Ring, she can zone off entire teams. It kind of acts like a secondary peel for the Drongo. The Kwang is always a menace with his tether into ult combo, and the Argus with his slow field, just they have the ability to control so much space and kind of fight on their terms. Whereas with Bad Timing, we're seeing the exact opposite. They want to take the fight to the enemy team with that big shield slam, with the Colosseum, and really just press W into them. But I don't think that that is going to be an easy plan to execute against this combination of Aurora and Argus, especially with the Muriel to keep them alive.
And the last pick gonna round up with is Phase, which I think is actually a decent pickup choice, especially if someone gets caught up by Fawn Tether, August doing August things to Aurora. Phase can like kind of yoink them away. But at the same time, you're actually giving up a lot of like potential other utility too, because Phase is only really great for like that single target healing, and then just being able to like prioritize one person and keep them safe. Because like she can only really do that for like the Twin Blast for the most part. Like trying to use your ultimate on like a Saris, it's not gonna be as great of a pickup option. So it kind of feels like Bad Timing did a little bit scale of the combos that Flow State is gonna pull out, because they have like so much CC to the point that they can actually use their support to be a Mirror Shield bar, which I actually think is a perfect support to complement the already heavy CC burst damage team comp.
We're also talking about Vecron and Pablo here. That's going to be piloting that Phase and Twin Blast. So expect them, they've been playing together for a long time, so we already know what they're capable of. But game number 4, ladies and gentlemen, we're giving up the stage for F6 and Tang.
How is it going, everybody? I am F6. My co-cast is going to be here with me. It's going to be Tang, and we have a game for you today. We got Flow State, up-and-coming team with Bad Timing, the old timers, and it's going to be a fantastic one.
It's definitely going to be fantastic. Me looking up to you as well in this cast. Actually, wrong side. It's going to be great, but I think that game is going to be great. F8 and B team. We also don't have an Iggy this game, F6, and that's definitely a big plus for me.
I mean, we saw how Iggy is one of the dominant mids in this game currently, so taking him out of there is going to be a huge thing. We also saw the Gideon ban come out to really kind of just put a chokehold on that mid lane for F8.
Yeah, definitely is. So we see a bit of a difference now. We see the Argus in the mid lane against the Gadget, a matchup we don't see too often. I think the Gadget has been picked quite a few times today, due to her just pretty much doing the same as Iggy, just zone denial, also pretty decent on lane, has high survivability as well, does output a lot of damage. But I think it's more about like, how can you make sure that that damage is actually gonna stick? That's where the rest of BT's comp actually does come in, with the Saris Cage, with that steal also providing that lockdown.
Yeah, so they're just going to be able to pretty much take F8 if they're able to get pinpointed down, especially in the tight quarters into this jungle. And if they're able to get all those abilities off, it's going to be looking bad for F8. But let's look at the Muriel, though. That sustain that's going to probably allow them to survive a little bit longer when those combos hit.
Definitely. I think that Muriel pickup is actually a really smart draft adaptation by them. Make sure that their carries can also survive the longest. Bry as well. On that Argus, we know he's really good on the hero, but also it does make sense with the Dreadnought. He can dodge out on a lot of abilities on that hero as well. Can deny the dive, buy himself so much space, so much time for the Muriel to actually make the rotation over, help him out in the mid lane as well. So definitely two teams that have clear sort of fighting conditions. We heard it in draft before as well, right? We have Bad Timing wanting to go in just a full dive comp with the Phase as potential lockdown as well, and also get the divers out. For the side of Flow State, it's more a front to back with Aurora just causing mayhem in the front line.
And not only with the Aurora, they have that Quang. We know the Quang likes to disturb the backline into these fights. And with these two putting so much amount of pressure into these team fights, it's going to change how Bad Timing wants to go there. They still going to have to worry about the peel for the Drongo and that Argus.
Definitely do, but as we take a bit of a step back from the heroes, we see both junglers started over towards that red side. We see Quang still busy on that 5 camp. Sarah's already looking towards the dual lane, and there's a lot of stakes actually on this game. 2-1, we had it on the desk before. Both of those teams will be through if they just win this one more map, so they need to always watch out. Muriel already spotting it out. Gussi knows that the Saris is there, is gonna alarm Jay that he doesn't overstep.
I mean, every team is trying to move on to that next stage, into the next day, and this is that game is going to allow for them to solidify themselves into that next spot. So we're going to see who really gets out here. But once again, like you said, the Muriel spot on without vision, just knowing that sixth sense that is going to be here. Wrong, though, taking this fight into the steal, not looking too healthy, looking to box out, but we know the Quang likes to box, going to be able to take this trade, and Macaroni's not backing down.
he's not backing down, but he loses so much. The steal in return. It's also no overextension there, but a Quang just channeling that recoil. So they had vision on the Xerath on the blue side jungle with a good ward as Jay goes low and low on the dual side. Has to be careful as the Muriel up in front. But all in all, a big winning play over towards the offlane for Flow State.
And with that phase attached onto Pablo there, though, he's going to allow himself to heal up a little bit more sustained. And Guasi, not enough mana here to probably take another trade, so they do need to be careful.
Definitely need to be, right? But as we see Quang make the rotation over.
Looking to get that tether and a knock up in the first blood. Put him on the board is secured by FA.
They are gonna get first blood, and with that, the road is open to snowball this game. Also, FaZe blinked away, tried to pull Twinblast to safety, get the distance required. Hero play by Vecra, not quite enough to actually get the save onto Pablo. First blood going over to the dual lane of Flow State.
I mean, what a rotation there. We saw the Zars try to attempt to gank there to try and get BT into the advantage, but it's the Kwang coming in for that rotation. That's going to be a great start towards what FA is trying to do, trying to get themselves into a position to make sure when these team fights start that they're going to have the advantage.
Definitely are looking to get that. Now Gadget might be in a bad spot, is going to run over to the off lane, potentially drop a few minions in response, but Xerath did already finish that invade on that red side jungle. Now the off lane might be a bit overextended. Peak is trying to dive steal.
And he's going to be in a bad position. 100% Macaroni can't really help here, but Oba is going to look, but doesn't have the kill potential. Mad Corporal looking over to potentially try and get a regain, but the tether is not going to be quite enough.
It looks like the HP advantage is always over towards the side of Flow State. They're able to push in their waves. They have the lane advantage on most of these lanes, right? Mid lane always pushing for the Argus, so is the off lane, with that Steel having a pretty bad time, especially after that early sort of Cyan take where he got punched out, where he lost so much HP, which just harms you in the long run. Super bad. Now get the second sort of round of jungle clears, red buff being cleared by the Xerath. Then again, he tries to do something, didn't get much for his trouble so far.
Just not able to really get the momentum shift that he needs to get his team back into position. But I mean, it is a Zarus. Level 6 is going to hit, and then he's going to start to be able to shut down these characters. But look at Bry on this rotation. Pablo and Vecron knows it's there, but it's Vecron. No blink, no health, and it looks like he's going to go down. One more auto, but oh no, there it finally is. And Bry picks up the second kill for F8.
They get the second pick really smart, ganking the lane where they know there's no blinks up. Now Xerath tries to do something, but the lockdown by the Argus too much, gets stunned, loses a lot of his HP, puts him behind as well, so he can't clear. Meanwhile, Quang is just clearing 1-0, is fully smiling in this game. So yeah, for the side of bad timing, kind of everything that can go wrong is going wrong at the moment. At least the FaZe though managed to escape long enough to force out that Argus ultimate. Means that Argus has a lot less kill pressure in the mid lane against the Gadget that is already making her way over to the dual lane.
And the silence actually interrupts that route, allows him to create a little bit more space and shut down that rotation. So great gag grenade there to stop anything from happening.
Yeah, so the rotation does not really pay off. Still, it at least stopped the back timers. So we see mid lane Bright just shoving this in, trying to get a little bit of damage onto the Gadget that is going to make her way over to the mid lane, trying to catch the wave. It's just going to end up losing 1 or 2 minions. Shouldn't be too bad for her, but always keeping in mind that Argus does not have his ultimate up, right? So now is the time where Gadget is actually stronger, can look for plays, but she's not finding them so far. With Xerath also, they can chain the ultimates together with the cage, but no blinks have really been used for the side of Flow State, so really hard lanes to get.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to a little bit more of communication and Oba trying to get himself back. But look at Peak in a bad position. It does get the Cyan buff, though, so allows him to get a little bit more health. Loses that cryocism to turn the fight and the battle back on. But look at the Quang. He's back here. The tether misses, but Peak is going to be able to escape. And now Zars is in trouble. Going to try and run away from this fight, but low HP. The big steel slam in the Coliseum hits on top, but is it going to be enough? The reversal of fortune hits back, and that's going to be a double kill going towards F8.
1, 2, and 3. Let's count the ultimates being used there by Flow State as Bride dodges under the turret, gets the kill. Clean kill onto the gadget, but is gonna end up donating the kill over to Pablo. Good pull by Background. Make sure he keeps him close. Dwarf goes down. Good night. Bry gadget at least traded in return. Still, Blink being used in the mid lane. A lot of ultimates being used on that right hand side also means that Background is allowed to make the rotation over to the mid lane, get that kill for bad timing, at least give them something in return, right? It was looking pretty doomed. At least now they have at least one avenue to play through. Pablo, the one guy you can always count on, got the kill, got a little bit of gold in his pockets, and with that face support in Background, we really hope that he's gonna make this game competitive.
Oh man, I mean, what a series of events to play onto the offlane side of the map. Great turn around, but there it is. Bad time, able to pick up something and putting it on Penta Pablo nonetheless. They do still have a chance, as we see that the first Fang Tooth, it looks like it's going to go towards F8. It looks like it's going to be an even trade.
Should be an even trade, but it's actually Sarah's pulling away. Aurora alone can just threaten the team fight. They do not feel confident enough starting that mini prime up, since the gadget is actually on the left-hand side, pushing in the lanes, in the waves. So they don't have that big Tesla Dome ultimate for the team fight. So instead they are gonna opt to scale a bit more, make sure that they are not taking any unfavorable trades. For the side of Flow State, they are lurking in the mid lane.
Yeah, Matt Corporal, they're trying to be in a position just to be sneaky, but look at the amount of people there. But uses the ultimate to do a little cheeky escape, and he's going to be safe for another time.
He is gonna escape with that ultimate, so that is not gonna be available for a potential mini prime fight. But keep in mind that especially that offlane has been suffering. He did lose a lot of minions to the tower when he did lose that 3 versus 2 before, with the Mural using that reversal of fortune to get into the action. So he's about 1.5 plus levels behind Peak on that Aurora, so he's gonna be really weak for any potential mini prime fights.
And I mean, with that cryocism being popped, she wants to take this fight. Peak already doing an insane amount of damage, and that slow is just sticking on top of him. But Peak is not going to be able to finalize the kill. The up down to scare away the zoning all.
The up down straight into the Hoarfrost. Not what you want to see as the steal, but at least he keeps his life. Good follow by Peak, actually using his own wall in order to catch up on the steal, trying to get away with the bull rush. And that is a clear sign for Matt Corporal to start up that a mini prime tier 1 also secured on the right hand side. Both dual lanes off the side of B team are still on the left hand side of the map, so it means no contest happening for bad timing, and Flow State is going to secure that first mini prime of the game as well.
You're gonna secure that mini prime, but look at Vector and Pablo able to successfully get the T1 tower inside that dual lane. That's going to be open up a lot, and especially look at this invade that's going on from Oba.
Yeah, definitely gonna be able to take the blue away. The question is that actually that fruitful? Is that actually gonna bring you closer to winning the game? I'm looking at the top right. I'm seeing a lot of ultimates still up, right? We haven't seen the Saras actually walk together with the gadget, try to find a pick onto anyone, right? But it's also really hard because no blinks have really been used. It's only the Quang and the Argus that are potentially viable targets. And I really want bad timing to actually utilize their abilities, because they are a full dive comp. If they catch onto somebody, they can easily burst them, but they need to be the ones pressing the trigger first. But Flow State so far has always been the first to react.
Man, we talked about Flow State being one of those up-and-coming teams. We saw them in the last PCC kind of shock everybody and just showed their ability to be a top contender. And we're seeing it here again. They've been practicing, but hold on a second. Looks like there's going to be a mid-lane fight. Peak is here for the advantage. The Cryosystem pops off. Gadget pops the ult, but here's that Coliseum we were talking about. But is it going to be enough? And it is, to be able to barely escape potential kill feed.
So, 2 ultimates used again, right? Saras and Gadget both used their ultimates, but just too disengaged. They're never finding the angles themselves. They are the ones getting engaged on. Saras just escapes by the skin of his teeth, but in return they have to give up that tier 1 tower. Mini Prime still up onto the Quang means that this wave is not gonna fall. They're gonna secure that tier 1. That is the last tier 1 remaining for the side of bad timing, apart from that one on the left side, because honestly, Flow State has mainly played around that off lane and that mid lane. They have left that Drongo to scale on that left-hand side. It didn't have much impact so far, but as we know Jay, we definitely know that that is a player that can also throw his weight around.
I mean, this guy is the up-and-coming ADCs. He kind of rivals into the top 3. He does not miss his autos. He's always in a great position. He follows his support, and he's definitely a contender to watch out for. We know going into the mid to late game part of this game, into these team fights, he's going to be able to clean up some of these kills.
Definitely is, and we see that in the tab screen as well. We have a 60 CS advantage over to Flow State. We see 2 items being completed on the carries so far. Now we see the Stasis being picked up by the mid laner of Argus as well. Goes for the Oathkeeper, so wants to spam abilities in the mid lane. And against the Gadget, I can honestly see it, right? Like you want to be able to pressure her out. You don't want to run out of mana every wave. That's the problem with Argus at the moment with the changes to that caustic item. But with that, we are going to have a quick look back into the game because Drongo is getting caught.
It's getting caught out, but look at the rotation coming in from FA here. A lot of resource already spent, and that is the wall that locks down and seals the death of Zarus. Oba is out of that fight, and that's 1 member down, and the Feint Tooth is up. Macaroni into the 3 camp, needs to get out of danger, and now the retreat is on. But FA does not want them to leave. Steel is going to go down. He goes in for an up down, but it's not going to be enough. Barely enough shield. Using the blink, it actually escapes, and Peak is trying to chase, but needs to get out as well. What an engagement.
All in all, it's a 4v5 with Saras being the one falling at the beginning of the fight, but HP bars are really low for the side of Flow State as well, and bad timing looks like they still want to pressure this. Peak is gonna go even lower with the mine connecting. Also, Mega Cosm is gonna prevent him from backing immediately. So the only upside is that Muriel on that side lane, as our observer highlights, is able to split push. In the meanwhile, does have that ultimate up, so is able to reach on any fight if they were to happen. But all in all, it looks like both teams are going to go away. Flow State is going to get a reset in, and bad timing siege the tier 1, but importantly, Feint Tooth still up.
Man, look at the left-hand side of the wave, though. It is pushed in, and Aurora's going to have to stop that. But look at the mid lane fight is going to be on. Forces another blink down. Fox is going to have to try and get out of dodge. Pablo is now the next target. Mad Corporal blink is forced out on the backhand side, so he should be safe. And they're trying to turn this fight, and there's just going to be a white flag wave as now they're trying to back away.
So lots of resources used, as you highlighted. A lot of blinks down. Feint Tooth still up as a potential target. We see Steel, no ultimate. We see Gadget, no ultimate either. Only the Saras with the blink cage still available. So now it's on Flow State. How do they want to fight this Feint Tooth? Do they even want to contest it? Do they want to leverage the early lead in order to get those objectives? As we see so often, I think it's definitely something they should do. Instead, we see Aurora split push on the left side, try to get the last tier 1 for herself, but the rest of that timing is collapsing.
I mean, definitely in a bad position here for Peak. I mean, he does get a reward for it. Might go down here, but she is the Aurora. She is known to be a little bit mobile, and they do, on the side of bad time, and choose to relieve here. But look at the Feint Tooth. F8, understanding they have that wave pushed in on left-hand side, and they went to answer, but bad time is not going to go away. F8 does secure the Feint Tooth, though. Are they going to turn and fight? And yes, they are. Steel in a bad spot between 4. Misses the ultimate, and this is going to be his death. That is 1 member already down. They look to engage with the Coliseum, and the Gadget all is going to be popped, but it's not going to be enough because the reversal fortune pops back. But look at Pablo. Vecron needing to escape. Fox on the other hand side, but Pablo's by himself. No mana. Health bar going down low and instantly deleted as Vecron now is trapped and has nowhere to turn. And that's going to be the 5-man white RGS Ace.
Holy, the 5-man wipe by Flow State. They not only got the Fangtooth, but the side of bad timing as well at the back end of it. And all of that, honestly, Peak, bit of an overextension towards the left-hand side, but forces the side of bad timing to respond. And honestly, Saris, kind of a misplay there. Was chasing the Aurora instead of being with his team. So bad timing tried to get the Aurora pick and at the same time contest the Fangtooth. In the end, they got punished. They got neither one of that. Team fight won by the side of Flow State as well, punishing bad timing for not having any of those blink timers, any of the ultimates left for that team fight. Pablo getting caught, no blink, no hope, no face, and with that, Steel has to run away from the right-hand side as well because Flow State wants to get a vision. They want to get ready for potentially the 20 minutes prime take, or was it a mini prime if it does spawn in time?
Yeah, I mean, we're not at that 20-minute mark yet, and so there's still a little bit of time for them to just ward out, get vision, and a little bit of control on this. And it looks like they're trying to push over on the left-hand side. Peak unanswered, everybody over by the prime pit. And I don't think this is what you want from bad timing, but no, nonetheless, though, they're trying to get that mini orb prime, or trying to at least control that pick, and they're able to pick it up. So that's something to go against them.
So second mini prime, usually teams don't focus it as hard, but I think for the side of bad timing, they want to get every teamfight advantage that they can get in case that Flow State want to actually just rush the big prime. In the 20-minute mark, Aurora is going to get a lot of gold on the left-hand side in return. So it's always a push and pull. Flow State can't contest the mini prime pit with the offlaner missing. So they give it up. Always remember, you want to, especially as the winning team, you don't want to take any 70-30 flips. You want to take the guarantee play, which is getting the Aurora a bit more gold and instead giving up that mini prime to bad timing. But honestly, I think for them, they should have probably pulled her over, make sure that bad timing actually doesn't get anything because they're so far behind at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to these teams, we talk about bad timing being a veteran team, so they know how to play from behind. Do you think it's still possible for them to come back here? Because the big objectives haven't really been taken yet.
They haven't, but still a 2 Fangtooth lead for Flow State. That means that one more is going to give them that third Fangtooth Monty, as TJ likes to call it, which will grant them a lot of bonus stats. As we see 4 members group around that right-hand tier 1. They really want to get some gold, but the Flow State is responding.
Does hit that stun, gets locked down. Fox is instantly deleted and get him out of here as one member already instantly falls, and they're not going to be able to get any gold today.
They get nothing. They only get the misery as Gatted. Foy still has the ultimate up. Didn't even have time to pop that good stun again by Bry. That is just on point on that Argus today. As we see the rest of bad timing still grouped around the prime, potentially still looking for something.
Oh my god, Kazorus is instantly deleted, tries to use the Coliseum, but the fight has changed. Up down actually hits, finally from the steal, but the reversal of fortune is gonna pop on the Quang, able to dive that back line. It takes Macaroni down. Pablo's the next target. Backline is Stairhill for the pull, and it's gonna save him just for a little bit longer, but the chase is on by Jay, and he picks up Pablo.
Yeah, and Vecron might be in a bad spot now as well. Aurora finally joins the fight, decides that she has had enough, doesn't want to keep on split pushing, does want to win the game as well. So she is gonna get engaged on the map, is gonna pick up that phase skill at the back end of it, gonna use the cryocism for it, which is totally fine because Prime is getting started by Flow State. That is gonna drop momentarily, no way for bad timing to stop that. And with this, I can already see on the minimap that Fangtooth is gonna spawn any second now. That is going to be the next target, and honestly, Flow State need to be fast. If Saris gets there immediately, they could start it up. Flow State has a bit of a recoil though, as we have a longer tap screen in a moment where we should probably look at the Prime instead.
Yeah, I mean, look at the gold bounty though on Matt Corporal. He's having one heck of a game. He's an absolute monster. Has been everywhere he needs to be. Now we turn our attention towards this Fangtooth. It is going to be the third one for F8. It is going to be the primordial Fang. Oh no, excuse me. It's going to be a regular one, but it is going to be a third one picked up. And now they turn their attention towards the next objective.
So they have that bonus power, that bonus armor, and they have the big prime buff available. So they are going to be able to buff up their minion waves. They are going to be really strong in those team fights. And it is bad timing on the back foot, but they catch onto Quang.
I mean, but he's still going to be able to escape. Here's a little squirrely fella, but they're still going to have the momentum of the Orb Prime. He should be able to heal back on up. We see a peek over there with the Aurora going back to pushing these side lanes, and now this siege is going to start for these tier 2s.
It's definitely gonna start. They still wait for the Muriel to push out the left-hand side, so they have to play careful in the mid lane on the right-hand side as well. Can't overextend themselves while their support is split pushing on the other side. Can always join with that reversal of fortune, and talking about it, Peak might need it. It's gonna run away though. It's gonna make it to safety. Mid tier 2 is still the target.
Almost caught out there. Did not choose to use any ultimates or anything towards a peak being stuck. And now they're going to be looking towards the mid lane here, Jay and Bry. But look at the Aurora by herself against 3. Might possibly be able to get caught out. But Matt Corporal's here to save the day. And Zaris has to use the blink and is caught out. The Tether's not going to land, so should be thwarted and should be able to back here to start and get ready to defend these inhibitors.
While all of this is happening, Muriel has still not been addressed on the left-hand side. Is gonna shove those waves in momentarily mid lane. It's also being pushed by 2 members, right lane 2. So they play on all 3 lanes. Gussy is gonna get a decent chunk of damage onto that inhib. Gadget in mid lane also getting shredded by Drongo, not being forced to blink at the very least. But you can already see F6, the noose slowly tightening.
I mean, they got to do something here. They got to defend. I mean, they're not in the position to really contend too much. They're going to have to try and at least save a couple of these inhibs. But if they can time their wave properly, they should be good to go.
Should be good to go. Peak might be caught mid lane. Should fall momentarily. Is gonna go down. Steel is looking, but they wanna wait out that prime, and they're willing to give up all of those inhibs. So right inhib is also gonna fall. Left inhib, you gotta think F6 that this is also gonna fall. So with that, it's just gonna be a core defense by bad timing.
Yeah, a little bit left on this Orb Prime, so it looks for F8. They should be backing out here. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to lose this lead, and a lot of ultimates are coming down towards Bry here. Oba is on the chase, looking to catch him, but the rest of F8 is still near on by, and I don't think you want to push in here, as Oba is going to get deleted. The Vanquisher procs. Macaroni's in a bad spot. Use the blink as well. The microwave the zone. Going to be able to thwart out any more pressure coming in from F8.
Yeah, and all of those ultimates just pop one by one with no synchronicity at all between them. So bad timing, they draft a comp that requires them to play as a team. Instead, they are the ones going in one by one, using their abilities not really effectively, because Flowstate says, okay, first of all, we are super far ahead, and second of all, we're just gonna walk out of it like we don't really care. We see Sarah's falling 0-5-0. It didn't have much impact in this game so far. 3 items deep compared to Matt Corporal 3.5, probably 4 the second he finishes his recall. So Flowstate definitely in the driver's seat. BT is on the ropes. Only the core remaining, and all inhibs already down.
I mean, we're in this late game here. We want to try to see, like, is there something that bad timing can do? We know at any point, if they're able to even secure one good team fight and able to secure one major objective, this game could completely turn around even with this lead.
Yeah, and it all has to come from them playing as a team, using their ultimates together with the Steel, the Saris, and the Gadget, just synergizing so well together, or with another Pablo pentakill, as we've seen in almost any PCC so far that he participated in. Now Orba in the mid lane needs to be careful. That Aurora hurts. Level 17 already. Don't want to be anywhere close to her, as Flowstate looks to be just biding their time. They're waiting for the Primal Fangtooth to respawn. Should be up any second now.
Yeah, big objectives are up. They're going to be looking to be able to try and turn this game around for themselves, but F8 is trying to stop them, trying to keep this lead, trying to keep this momentum into their favor. So we're going to have to see how they're going to be able to tackle this absolute wall that they're facing.
They have no wards close to the pit. They have to check it. We see flow state wards littered all over the place. They know exactly where the enemy team is. They have a numbers disadvantage. It doesn't even matter. Ceres gets engaged on, dies instantly. Opens up the map for flow state to start up that objective.
Yeah, the jungler is down. They don't have that smite. It's still a chance that they're able to steal, but it's not going to be likely. Mad Corporal actually presses the go button, looks towards Pablo. He's going to try to sprinkle out some damage, but he's taking damage as well. And he's back in for the fight, gets yanked out. Pablo's safe for a little bit, but how long? He uses the blink. He's fighting for his life. One more tick of damage, he's out of there. But look at the other side of the map. It's Fangtooth, and they're going to be able to delete everybody one by one, and that's going to be another ace for going towards F8.
And Gorsi already knows that he has the minions, he has the damage, looking for the core. Sarah's gonna respawn any second now, but it is gonna be any second too late. Flow state makes the way to the core.
My goodness, I mean, they're trying to fight for this, but it's not gonna be it. It's gonna be a GG's as F8 come out with an absolute dominant performance to secure themselves into the next day.
3-1 their scoreline, and the only game they dropped was due to a forfeit when they couldn't make it as 5. So all in all, Flow State stellar performance, honestly, just keeping on the pressure, never giving bad timing anything apart from slapping them away whenever they tried. 22 kills to 2, I think, was the end result, and Flow State definitely cementing themselves as one of the favorites coming into this tournament.
Just like you said, it's absolutely great performance by F8 here. We talked about them being an upcoming team, and they absolutely showed why they should be here and should be moving on to the next stage. But Bad Timing still has a chance to really get themselves there. But let's take it back to the desk so they can really break down this game for us. Maybe something we didn't see.
Thank you so much, F6 and Tang. We're back at the desk here to help break down the game for you. It's PCC8 day 1 of the Swiss stages. Exclamation point bracket to follow and, you know, check the games along and see where we're at. But we just watched Flow State versus Bad Timing with Flow State absolutely dominating game number 4. They were just not having the greatest of time. They didn't find their cohesion, and maybe they need to work on their chemistry, because what we saw was not it. They lacked in gold, they lacked in farm, and in damage.
Yeah, I think really what we were seeing was just kind of a jungle diff. Mad Corporeal was everywhere, everything all at once. He was in every lane, constantly ganking, counter ganking. He was securing objectives. He was dominating in vision and map presence. And then just, you know, Flow State was in the lead from beginning to end. It didn't seem like Bad Timing could ever get their feet underneath them, despite Pablo dealing almost as much damage as Jay in the game. You know, 2 kills total is it was just not their best showing.
Yeah, Bad Timing teams, like, they have a very good team fighting kind of comp, but they just never really came together for that. Like, at one point, I just see like Steel's like split pushing in dual lane while there's a big fight happening in the off lane. Like, if you're picking Steel, you gotta be at those big team fights. It's a big thing, right? And the whole like serious gadget combo, while at first it looks very enticing, they never really got that off. Really, it kind of felt like against like Flow State, they have like one way to kind of win team fights. They never got that. Whereas for Flow State's team, they have a million different ways to win team fights, because that Quan or are just very flexible. They're very good in long fights, very good at getting quick damage in, right? So it just kind of feels like this is another case of just draft diff right here.
That's one of my favorite combinations in the game, is Zarus and the Gadget ultimate combo, but like what Tang mentioned earlier, they used it defensively at one point instead of using their abilities as an engagement. Flow State just knows how to control their space, which is what you highlighted earlier, Tricks. They know how to play the video game.
Yeah, exactly. We never saw bad timing really. Like Joey mentioned, we never saw them execute their combos. They never really got to fight on their terms. They were pretty reactive throughout the whole game, and it just at some point about mid game, you know, Flow State realized that, oh hey, like we have a Muriel, we have an Aurora, and instead of using them to team fight, they would put the Muriel in the side lane. She would push, reversal of fortune into the fight, and then Aurora was split pushing at one point. The Steel had to come and answer, so the Aurora just rotated over to the team fight. Kwang's building almost full damage. You know, he went Oathkeeper first into the Tainted Scepter, so he's nuking Pablo off the back of the Bry stuns, and it just, once they completely eliminate the carry, you know, bad timing had not really anything else to offer to the fight, and then they just got ran down over and over and over again.
Yeah, bad timing really just lacking that damage overall. At one point, I saw like 3 people full combo a Quan, and that build doesn't really make you that tanky, right? So in most circumstances, you're gonna get busted down, but like I saw Mavcopi just walk away with 1/2 HP after taking like a Steel ultimate, and then Gadget just ends up being thrown at him. It just really feels like bad timing doesn't really have any damage, partly due to they fell behind, but the overall KO to it still really synergized a whole lot in terms of like actually pumping out that damage when they really need it.
GG's, bad timing, and Flow State. Thank you for tuning in here at the PCC. Let's take a quick break and we'll be right back with our last game of the day. Greetings and welcome back to the desk, everyone. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, and I'm back with Trix and Joe, yours truly. This is PCC number 8, day 1 of the Swiss stages. Exclamation point bracket in the chat will help you follow the bracket in the Swiss. We just finished watching Flow State and Bad Timing, but now it's time to watch Dirty Lake and the boys versus the Professors. Both of these teams are previous PCC champions, and honestly, it's looking like a finals kind of game. Trix, start us off with what you know.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Dirty Lake and the boys and Professors, both big names on this channel, been here so many different times. Professors, a little bit of a switch up today. They're playing not with Soul Reaper, but they're bringing in Involve, formerly known as Finesse 2, and also Violence and Switches is going to be in the jungle. So some familiar faces. You know, we've seen this kind of lineup of the Professors before, even though it's not the main one that they run with. And D-Lab, basically the same D-Lab everybody knows. We got Lobber Import in the jungle this time, Appy Picker in the mid lane, and then the Toasty Lake duo going to be bringing it to Survivor and Crazy Fool on the duo lane.
Yeah, today's going to be pretty dang interesting in this last game right here. Kind of feel like a lot of the games today was kind of one-sided for the most part, but we're having two top teams for today, both 4-0, just going at it to see who's actually going to be the top dog for this Saturday day right here. So I'm actually really excited to see how these two teams are going to duke out with each other.
Both of these teams are the cream of the crop. They are both 4-0 right now in the Swiss stages. So reminder again, exclamation point bracket to see where these teams are standings. But D-Lab are our most recent PCC champions, taking it all in PCC 7. But they're back with Import. And I know both of these teams have been scrimming against each other, but can they do this again?
Oh, I have no doubt in my mind. Import is definitely not a downgrade. He is probably, you know, he's definitely top 5, potentially top 2 junglers in the game. He's very knowledgeable about all of the matchups. He's one of those junglers that seems like he's everywhere. You'll see him in the off lane, and then all of a sudden he'll show up in the duo lane. He'll somehow be at both objectives at once. This is definitely a team that can take it all the way, but also Professors in the same way. You know, we've seen the faces. We know that they're capable of pulling it out. This is basically, like you mentioned, a grand finals match on day 1, and this is the beauty of the Swiss bracket.
Yeah, both teams just having like some of the best players in each and every role. Normally you can kind of look at one team and be like, okay, they're going to play one duo or going to play one off lane. But really they can play one just about any other role because all these players can have the potential to just carry their game. So I'm actually really excited to see, especially the jungle for the jungle matchup coming up right here.
And speaking about matchup, we're waiting on the draft to still be prepared at this point. But we're looking at the jungler. You know, we don't have Nivula, who is usually the jungler for the Professors for this PCC number 8. It's going to be Switches. So far they're doing well for themselves, you know, knowing that they're both 4-0. But when you're looking at as well as the duo lane, it's gonna be Survivor Crazy Fool duo versus the Lakeinator and Toasty. So I'm curious to see, you know, what types of heroes we'll be seeing from both of them. What are you thinking, Trix?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the Toasty Lakeinator comp before. They like to, you know, Lakeinator is kind of famous for fall behind in lane, farm for 30 minutes, and then show up with 6 items, 300 farm, and run through teams. Survivor and Crazy Fool, you know, they always ban that phase because they say it's uninteractive. They don't like to play against it. They kind of want to get some of those early kills, put that pressure on the objectives. But like you mentioned, they're not playing with their jungler, they're playing with the substitute Switches, which I think is kind of going to be the biggest skill differential between players on both sides. That Switches versus Import matchup, I think, and this is where we're going to see the teams try to open up the game, especially on the side of D-Lab. Maybe take advantage of a little less chemistry, a little less team cohesion on the side of Professors, and maybe squeak out a couple early objectives and snowball that into an Orb Prime team wipe and win the game off the back of that.
Yeah, so the phase like ban that the professors always love to do. It's gonna be, I kind of consider almost like a kryptonite at this point, because sure, it's probably like a small band to kind of go with it. With the smaller roster back in the day, but I mean, we've seen in this like tournament, Aurora, Iggy, Saris, Quan, they're all high prior picks and bans. So if Professor is gonna keep banning the phase, they're gonna be like really just limiting themselves. And yeah, they're actually not banning the phase because they are respecting the potential and like the menace that the Aurora brings to the table in both the offlane and the jungle. But kind of surprising to see D-Lab banning out the gadget though as the first ban right there.
We know that Finesse or Involve actually really likes the gadget, so I think this is why they're targeting that gadget and taking her off of the board. But Gadget, surprisingly, in the Swiss stages, she's been a priority pick for a lot of these teams. So seeing her as one of the first bans is... This is the meta, and it's evolving and changing over time. So we now have that gadget taken off of the board. And at the same time, you mentioned, Joey, that Aurora, who's able to provide that crowd control and have that initiation as well as escape taken out, and a Severog.
Yeah, Severog is definitely that signature pick for Lauber. You know, he loves it. Like you mentioned, banning away the gadget from Involve/Finesse is really good. We've basically only seen him on Gadget and Gideon, so I would expect for D-Lab to try to prioritize that pick in the next round and really put him on something that he's not comfortable with. But two more familiar faces, the Zarus, the Drongo on the side of Professors. We've been seeing them basically every game. The Zarus jungle is so strong. We've beaten to death how useful the Colosseum is. And Drongo with the rad rounds, we all know how much damage he can do. He can pop people, and especially against the Severog, having the Gag Grenade and the Shrapnel Cannon to kind of peel yourself and take away a little of that mental stack from your support is probably going to be proving invaluable in this game.
Yeah, it's making sense why they banned out the Aurora too, because they really want to play around the Saris, and like Saris hates going against the Aurora because he caged someone, Aurora puts ultimate, and Saris just doesn't get to actually use his cage at all. So it's actually very good setup on the first half by the Professors. But D-Lab going with the Decker and Greystone pick. We haven't really seen Greystone at all in this tournament. It's actually kind of surprising to see him pick up this early. It's almost kind of like Greystone's kind of pick you can kind of save for the last two picks. Why? Because no one's really expecting the Greystone pick to really come out of this D-Lab kind of comp. I always want to see D-Lab pick up the Iggy and Scorch because Iggy is actually really good into Saris. He can kind of boop him out his own cage, and then Saris and his team try to follow up on whoever's cage, and Iggy can just do a lot of damage to kind of scale them away almost. So I almost feel like there's a kind of lost opportunity to pick up Iggy right here for D-Lab, but maybe they're trying to cook up something with that Greystone pick instead.
We'll have to see. Greystone, we haven't seen him at all today, so that's going to be import. It's going to be in his hands. But Toasty piloting that Decker, we know how good of a Decker support he is. So we'll see how he shows up in this game. But the Richter in the hands of Crazy Fool yet again. So he's going to be able to use his Riplash if he lands his hooks. But like you mentioned, Joey, that Iggy, he's been banned and taken off the board.
Yeah, this is really a kind of a weird draft. It's almost like both teams have a gentleman's agreement to let each other get their comfort picks. You know, Crazy Fool's pretty known for his Richter. Survivor is known for his Drongo. Lauber's known for his Severog. Toasty on the Decker. Like it's very strange to let the other team basically have the characters that they feel the most proficient on. But I mean, I guess if both teams are doing it, it's really actually just going to come straight up to who are the better players. We see the Steel ban, we see the Iggy ban, just like Joe was saying, a missed opportunity for D-Lab, in our opinion, to not pick up the Iggy and Scorch, especially after we've been talking about how much zone control is so useful, and we're seeing a big deviation from that in the way these teams are drafting.
Yeah, kind of surprised to see the Steel being banned right there, because if Professors pick up Steel, it should have a lot of CC frontline, but they really lack that backline damage, especially, it's actually pretty bad to pair so much frontline with Saris because Saris doesn't offer a lot of sustained damage. It's more like pick potential. It's almost treating like Saris as kind of like a tank-ish pick, and then you have to like get your team to build enough damage to revolve around that. So kind of feel like that Steel is the kind of throwaway ban. I think a Quan ban would have been a bit better because I think Kwon being last pick right here can be a pretty nutty pick by the Professors. But Gideon mid, not too surprising right there. And then the Howitzer mid, not too surprising there either, because Howitzer can be pretty good into Gideon. And then D-Lab picking up Twin Blast as their ADC going to Professors.
Happy Picker is a really good howitzer as well, and we've seen what he's capable of. But Kwong being the last pick to round out the draft, what else are you thinking, Trix?
Yeah, we knew that Gideon was going to go over. He's kind of involves a signature pick at this point. Just brings a lot of utility with the Black Hole, even though we haven't seen him much today. The Kwong is obvious, he's such a strong pick. His ability to lock down people with his tether. The big ultimate, he's a menace in lane, whether they choose to do the Kwong jungle or the Zarus jungle. They're pretty interchangeable. We've been seeing Zarus in the jungle a lot today, so I would probably expect that. But like you mentioned, Appy Picker on the Howitzer, it is strange because it seems like every person on both teams got exactly the character they wanted.
Yeah, and Professor's team comp is looking very similar to the last draft we saw with the Kwon and Woe. It's kind of like a team comp that kind of just does it all. They have plenty of the CT coming for the Victor Kwon. They definitely have the front line with the Victor Series Kwon, and then also they have so much backline damage with the Jungle Gideon. But D-Lab kind of brings something similar to the table. Really strong front line. They have very good dive potential, especially with the Sevog Greystone. They're going to be both really hard to kill. So for D-Lab's kind of strategy, it's going to really hinge on if the Greystone Sevog can find the right picks, or just being able to create so much space open up for the Howitzer, Twinblast, and Decker to follow up and trying to get those picks going.
This is game number 5. Get those predictions in. Dirty Lake and the boys versus the Professors. Both of these teams are 4-0 right now. This is PCC day 1 of the Swiss stages. Let's send it over to Lance and Spooky Mars.
A tale of titans here, Lance. 2 storied teams who have been throughout the history of PCC absolute monoliths in their field. A grand finals match coming into us at the end of day 1 in the group stage. But Lance, things are a little bit different than a normal grand finals, right? Normally you got 3 to 5 games to play those out, see how your cards fall. Today, each of these guys get 1 single game, and I know you're a big fan of both of them. Just looking at the draft, how are you feeling right now?
I feel excited and eager to find out what's going to happen here. You mentioned it before. This is only a 1-game series, so we don't get to see them play over and over again. But as Trick said, it felt like everybody got their comfort picks here. And as we were moving into this, I feel like I just have to start by emphasizing this offlane. This is Lauber's pick. Sevarog is Lauber's champion. Yep. Everybody understands and respects the fact that Lauber is dangerous on this. I don't know if he's played into an offlaner quite like Violence, though. The last time we saw Violence play in a PCC, he ran away with it. He was our PCC 5 MVP. He took 6 and 7 off. He is back once again with Professors, and this is a measuring stick for Lauber. I believe that Lauber has a good opportunity in this lane, especially into the Kwong, because we usually saw Violence on a lot of the damage dealing heroes that were high impact early, like the Grux, like the Feng Nat Maui, a little bit different style in the Quang, but still a very, very, actually it looks like Switches in the off lane and Violence is on the Zarya, so it does fit his play style, and it eliminates the entire point that I was making, Spooky.
But it does bring up a new point for you, right, Lance? Violence being on the Zarus in the jungle, well, not to put too fine a point on it, but it allows him to enact a lot of violence across the map. And as you mentioned, he was a force to be reckoned with the last time he was here on this stage. I can only imagine that he wants to get the Professors off to a good start against the now reigning champions of Dirty Lake and the boys.
And this one's going to feel really good for whoever wins. The confidence that you get for being that team that hits the 5-0 mark, for beating either the defending champion or one of the favorites in Professors to move on to that next spot. Get yourself a slightly easier game to start the day off tomorrow as well is really big for the egos, as if anybody on either of these teams needs any boost to those with the way they've performed in the past. But now we start the conversation about these duo lanes over here. This is what it is about for these teams. Everybody knows Lakeinator and Toasty defending PCC champions, Lakeinator top 6 in all roles, but still somehow getting carried by Toasty versus Crazy Fool on his comfort pick, the Richter, with Survivor on that 0 ping, not missing any autos. That is probably 2 of the best 3 duo lanes in one game here against each other. That is where I expect a lot of this early focus to be put on, because if you get the enemy behind, you're putting some of their best players behind. If you get your people ahead, you're putting some of your best people ahead.
Absolutely. And you could see that, the professors were looking at that as well. We had Violence hovering over on this left side, trying to smell out if he had a gank opportunity there. I see a little skirmish over here on the right side. Lobber very low, switches, has to switch targets as Import comes in, starts chasing him down. But I don't think this is the retreat route the Switches is looking for. He's going to go right into the tower. Import going to be picking up the first blood for Dirty Lake and the boys. Knock them up 1. They're feeling good.
Yeah, put Import onto the board. Switches finds himself chasing Lobber into the enemy jungle, gets himself into a bad spot, was trying to get that execute. Import does have to burn the flash in order to make sure that he gets that kill, but the gold you get for first blood, very worth giving up your flash early, especially if otherwise it's going to be an execute. Had to capitalize on the time spent away from farming, chasing down Switches, but an early lead for Dirty Lake and the boys. Import, the new member replacing Norf, as Norf has some obligations going on this time, able to make an impact early, as you would expect somebody of Import's level to be able to do.
I just want to shout out the awareness from Dirty Lake and the boys right now. We've seen Violence try to make a couple rotations on this map. And it's Dirty Lake and the boys always knowing exactly where he's at, not stepping too far forward. And it really feels like Bizarres is struggling to find that early vantage point that he wanted to go for, right? We've seen him trying to find some kind of lead, but there's just no opportunities there. And that opens up the rest of the map for Dirty Lake and the boys to fight back into Switches. Question is, though, how much time does Violence have, right? It's not the end of the world to not have a kill by 4.5 minutes to the game. But where are you looking for him to really start hitting the gas?
So you start hitting the gas as Azaris in the jungle around that level 6 mark. You don't have the early game impact in the lane when you're not 1v1 up against each other. Hold on, we got a big hook from Crazy Fool.
Yeah, Toasty in a bad spot there, very low. Just Survivor blinks forward, but another blink from Toasty puts him up high, away from danger. Here comes Involve, looking to get involved. He puts Toasty down. It's now a 3-on-1 against Lakeinator, who has to burn the flash. Trying to find the Whiplash, doesn't quite connect. Crazy Fool might not be happy about missing that hook. He's more than happy with the kill they got.
And the hook that started the fight as well. He pulls Toasty into the tower. Toasty, almost a hero, able to survive there, does get the blink up, uses Survivor's blink, who chases him as well. But, Involve gets involved in the map, roams over to the important lane we highlighted earlier, gets that pick up for himself, gets a little bit of gold into those pockets, start building those items that you need as that Gideon, which, speaking of which, a lot of the times you see that Gideon moving towards the True Silver Bracelet route. He may not have to go that route, as it's only the Decker on the enemy team that can really stop him if he gets enough verticality onto it. So it'll be interesting to see Involve's decision making with what he's going to go, if he wants to go more bursty, blow somebody up, or the protection. Nice little shot of the rump of Decker there. Shout out our observer Tedium for that one.
You can have that one. I'll let you have that shout out, Lance. But Evolve,
Tedium deserves the credit.
He deserves something. All right, I'll give him that much. Keep your eyes on this map. Crazy Fool is Survivor, rotating back in. And Evolve, who has made some good awareness plays so far, make that early rotation, bringing this game back up to even. It's a good look for the professors, and it takes a little bit of that pressure off of Violence as well. I know we've had a lot of conversation around him just due to his performance in the last PCC5 he was in. But there's so much strength in this professor's draft. They're not ones to really care if they lose a first blood kill, right? That's not going to put them behind too far. It's they can't climb back from. And just the willingness to just start moving around this map and make all these different pieces get active. Just seeing another little skirmish over on this duo side. Toasty, once again, endangers Violence, makes his name known on the map. There's so many things they have to be aware of right now.
There is, and one of the things they were aware of, which allows them to get that gank into the Toasty Lakeinator lane again, is the awareness that their blinks are down. Survivor uses his blink at the exact same time that Toasty does. Lakeinator used his only a couple of seconds later, so they have the timers on those. They know that they're vulnerable, and they know that the Fangtooth is where they're trying to make their first move to, but the other people have shown up.
Lobber comes in over the top. The Fangtooth goes down to the Professors. Becker tries to find a stun, not going to quite hit, but Lakeinator finally gets active here. Involved has to blink away. Portal taken as well, but Happy Picker puts Survivor down in the back end of this fight as a 2-for-0 in favor of Dirty Lake and the boys. They trade out the Fangtooth for it. I think you're willing to take that trade.
It is only first Fangtooth. Yeah, it extends the buffs a little bit, but none of those major buffs that they need to have extended are quite in play yet. We do see Lobber and Switches kind of going at each other, both going to root each other in place, kind of look at each other like that Dr. Seuss book where they meet feet and just are stuck looking at each other. Going to move back over to this and get some farming up. But you don't know about, I can't remember the name of them, and I think it's the Sneeches or something. We're moving past the spooky. We have to continue to focus on something else, which is the fact that the duo lane for Dirty Lake and the Boys still does not have their blinks up. I would expect to see Involve and Violence continue to hover that side of the map, kind of ignore where Switches is at, as he's just trying to go even with that Sevarog for the time being and make a large impact into the team fights later. But we are getting to the point, everybody's ultimates are coming onto line. Import now has that double life with the Stoneforge Soul. Toasty getting very close to hitting level 6. Lakeinator already there, mid laners there, off laners there. So now we're getting to full team fight potential. About 3 minutes before we're going to see the next Fangtooth, but the Mini Prime has spawned if anybody decides to make a move around that side of the map.
Mini Prime is spawned, but this game is so very even. I'm not sure where the opportunity is going to come from for either team to look at that, especially pre-10 minutes into this game. You see a lot of position around that mid lane, though. Keep your eyes peeled. You may see some rotations happening on that side. Right now is just a game of staying even on the right side. Like you mentioned, Switches just has to make sure that this Sevarog doesn't scale too hard and he doesn't fall behind. We're actually going to see the Mini Prime start up right now, not even looking for a window, as they see Lakeinator and Toasty both on that left side of the map. Appy's still in mid. This is completely free?
Lobber is kind of peeking around and looking at it, but yeah, all or 4 of the members, only Survivor not around for it. Good Guy Involved leaves it just out of reach for the other guys to get out of the pit safely, but their strength in numbers. Lobber's going to pick some stacks up during that, but going to be a little tough now. They do have that Mini Prime handed over to Violence. The impact that Zaris has, he does have that Coliseum available to him now. Really only the Howitzer has a way to get directly out of it. Yeah, you can subjugate, or you can Colossal Blow him out if you're Lobber on the Sevarog, but the Coliseum's going down, and it's probably going to stay down for the side of Professors, and it is available, and he is Orb Prime buffed up right now.
Yeah, you've got to be expecting to see Violence getting active on this map in the next few minutes here. Small skirmish. Lobber's probably not going to have too much kill potential over here on this right side, but keep your eyes on this Zaris in the jungle. He's hovering this right side so hard right now, because if they can get a kill onto Lobber, they can start putting the Sevarog behind. That should be a massive boon for the Professors. We just haven't seen too many opportunities for that to happen. Both teams are playing this very intelligently, right? You saw Dirty Lake and the boys knew that that Mini Prime was going down. Lobber had eyes on it. Appy Picker made an active choice not to rotate to that, and that wasn't a choice he made on his own. Dirty Lake and the boys are confident about their scaling, but there's a fight down here on this middle lane as well. See the Stoneforge Soul come out from Import. Violence disengages Appy Picker up from the skies, raining the fire down. Violence so close. He's jumping right into Lobber, and he blinks out of the Coliseum immediately. What a play from Violence to keep himself alive.
It is a play, but it's a reactionary play because he's caught in a spot he does not want to be. You don't want to lose that Orb Prime buff in that situation as well. Ults to Lobber to get himself a little bit further away from the rest of D-Lab, and then has to blink immediately.
Speaking of blinking, Blinky miss it. Crazy Fool drops the ult, immediately gets picked up by the missile from Appy Picker, making a rotation. Appy Picker hasn't left this mid lane a whole lot so far, Lance. We've seen him around the jungle in here, but this is the first true rotation I've seen from him.
And that's part of what it is like to play into a Gideon, especially in these early levels. Now Howitzer is getting close to the point that he can kind of keep up with him because of the pressure he can put on in the lane. But the Gideon's going to out-rotate you earlier, as we saw Involve come through, pick an early kill up onto Toasty in that skirmish we saw earlier. But Howitzer's job in that situation is just kind of push that lane. While Gideon is gone, you let your people know he's gone, and you try to shove into that tower. Doesn't have an insane amount of damage onto the tier 1, but is trying to just kind of stay in and get ahead in the farm in that spot. We do have a little bit of skirmish going on, but these big health bars, not much going to really happen from them. But Howitzer is a hero that you need to get a couple of items on so you can start really 100-0ing some of these people. Crest starting to come online for a couple of these heroes as well, which is another spot where you're going to see the power come up from the Howitzer.
What a cage. Violence locked in, but Import immediately pulled back, somehow gets his way back to Toasty. He immediately separates. Survivor drops the shrapnel cannon, and Import cannot stand against that damage. Happy Picker making the rotation in, trying to help out his team as Lobber brings up the rear, but Rock's dropping, and oh my goodness, Appy gets pulled in, and a black hole puts them over the event horizon, puts them in the dirt. Appy goes up into the skies and answers one back. Crazy Fool gets dropped down as Lake Nader's now chased out by Switches, trying to find the last bit of damage that he needs. Nader limps away, but he cannot find a way back out. This leaves Lobber in a 1v2. Involve tries jumping away, but Lobber just follows him right on through. And Switches trying to peel for his mid lane as best he can, but it's not going to be enough. Lobber wants a little bit more, finally on his way back to this Fangtooth.
Oh, Lobber sees that they've got 2. He says, well, you need 3. He takes down Involve by himself. That team fight looked like it was going the way of Professors earlier. That black hole was beautiful from Involve. Crazy Fool hit 2 good hooks to set it up as well. But as the cookie crumbles, it ends up D-Lab in the favorable position at the end of it, able to pick that Fangtooth up for themselves, get it knotted up at 1. Both of them get the extension to the buffs that they will be picking up, even up the gold from the neutral objectives as well. And this game is very tight right now. We are in pretty much an even deadlock as far as where they are at. I still believe no tier 1 towers have fallen as I'm looking at the minimap right now. 14 minutes into the game, 8-5, 1-1 in Fang Teeth. Yeah, they've got the mini prime buff on the side of Professors, but that's over now. This is the tightest game we've seen so far today, Spooky.
Incredibly close throughout every single fight so far. And just the game state as a whole. There is one tier 1 down. Left side, tier 1 for the Professors has fallen. That gives D-Lab a little bit of an advantage in the gold department. But it's like you've said, this game is so tight right now. There's not a significant enough lead to really feel comfortable. Lobber is probably the one that's most ahead on Dirty Lake and the boys. And he's all the way on the off lane, right? That's not a big damage character. He can definitely clean up fights. But he's not the guy that's going to be single-handedly winning by taking out the back line. Import might be trying to make something happen himself here. Just throw some damage out. Happy Picker goes into the sky. They're looking for Survivor, and they find him down under the tier 1 tower. Crazy Fool tries to blink away from danger, but it's not going to get him far enough. That is some range on the artillery that is Happy Picker. This could be a second tier 1 falling, but those health bars are a little low on the side of D-Lab.
Appy Picker really starting to come online at this point, especially with picking up a kill on Crazy Fool there. A little bit more gold in his pocket, but those R2000 missiles are starting to do so much damage. They're also able to pick up that mid-tier 1 tower, really moving ahead. Appy Picker 6-0-1, already has the combustion, already has the Noxia. Looks like he is moving towards the Megacosm next with what he's already got within the pocket, but 2.5 and like maybe 2 2/3 of a tier or of items done already. Lakeinator sitting at 1-1 and 7, lots of assists on your ADC, and it's starting to look a little scary for the Professors. We were just saying how even this game is, and with that fight that just breaks off there, you see the team fight, you see the way that it works, and it starts to break the game open for Dirty Lake and the boys.
The Professors cannot be caught like that again. It looked to me at first like Dirty Lake and the boys might be overextending a little bit, but that's just the nature of this team. They're so in sync with each other. They played for so long that even if it looks like one guy is out of position, the rest of the team knows what he's doing. They know he's there, and he knows that they're going to back him up. Professors eat a lot of dirt for it. Now looking at the mini prime, Professors are in a position they can rotate towards this, but only if they catch on to the fact Survivor TV all the way on the opposite side of the map may not happen.
They know, though. They're on a bunch of wards right now, but I think it's a little too late for it once again. Yeah. Actually, this goes the other direction. Professors has gotten the first one. Now it's going to be Import's turn to bear the purple buff here. Try to get some more of this lane pressure potentially going down. We do see Violence trying to get an invade on the other side because he knows that he's safe, knows that the members of Dirty Lake and the boys were on that mini prime side, but the 3 camp does not equal the mini prime buff. Lobber also very potentially going to, oh no, the wave clear is pretty good. Does have the second cavalry showing up, but switches on that Quang, able to take down a wave pretty quick with the different abilities he's got. You dump the full kit into it. Lakeinator going to fall on the other side of the map. Not quite sure how he got himself caught out into that position. Good warding from the Professors. Going to be able to pick him up.
He was just trying to farm his little jungle, get back to his lane, but unfortunately Violence was invading, so his path took him straight into the waiting jaws of the Saurus. And the rest of the Professors just collapsed right on top of that. Now, should give the Professors a little bit of an advantage, some time on the map to make some aggressive plays. But as I say that, right side tier 1 tower goes down. That's some more gold for Dirty Lake and the boys. And the objectives, they're still down, so there's nothing for the Professors to really do off that play. They got to pick. But the kills don't matter, Lance, unless you can get something off of them.
No, really the only big upkeep about that is the fact that it gets a little bit of gold onto the person that kills Lakeinator, denies Lakeinator 45, 50 seconds worth of, or actually not 45, 50 seconds, we're only 18 minutes in, 20, 30 seconds worth of farming time. But at the end of the day, that's trivial. That's 1 or 2 rotations where you move around and don't catch away for a short period of time. Lakeinator's going to be just fine. He's a professional farmer, especially on a character like Twin Blast, can basically just delete a wave the second it comes out. But we do have more attention once again over here onto this side. The hook's gonna miss onto Lakeinator. Abby Picker's around to be able to defend it as well, but all of the members are coming together. There's about to be some fireworks.
Violence makes a run for his own team, lures Import in, has to lose half his health bar for that one. Import and stand back with that mini prime around him. The rest of Dirty Lake and the boys, they're here and they're looking at this Fangtooth. This could be a fight brewing in no time. Which is stepping forward. Violence gonna be the one going on in. Survivor puts Import down as Appy Picker takes to the skies. Rains the damage back towards Crazy Fool and Involve, trying to find a way out. Shield comes up, but Lobber is just gonna go right forward and put this guy back down. There's nothing that this Gideon can do to survive at this point. And Lobber somehow remains just standing fine. Coliseum dropped. Lakeinator fights his way back out of it, puts Violence on the ropes. The Fangtooth goes down. Professors grab that one while the fight is still going on, and this one turns in their favor. Lobber gets one more. That should be the break point for this fight. A 3 for 2 and the Fangtooth for Professors.
3 for 2 and kills for D-Lab. Professors gets the Fangtooth, like you say, Spooky, but how does Professors get in there? It feels like all 5 members are in there zoning out the members. They get a good boop onto Crazy Fool to start that off as well, almost completely blow him up. Appy picks up a kill very, very early in that, but in the 40 or 4v5 defense, Professors finds their way in, zones Import out of it, has to use the leap to get over the wall, wins the smite battle on the side of Professors, does Violence, and now they've got that out of combat movement speed. They do get a little bit more net gold in totality during that interaction than what D-Lab did because of getting the Fangtooth and then only getting down 1 kills in the way that it totally goes. And they're staying alive. None of these have gotten decisive yet. This is starting to feel like one of those games that we're going to hit the 30, 40 minute mark, and one team fight around an objective is going to have death timers long enough for the other team to be able to capitalize on it. It just seems like that type of trajectory for these 2 top rated teams. Nobody can get an edge on each other.
I will say one thing that is consistently in Dirty Lake's favor in this match is that when these fights break out, as close as they are, Lakeinator tends to be surviving them. I can't say the same, ironically, for Survivor TV. Oh my god, what a pull! A lockdown! Goodbye, Toast! He has nowhere to go on that one. Involve. Gonna get the kill credit out of nowhere. Import coming right back in, trying to put the damage back out onto Violence. Happy Picker get pulled out of the sky! A rock dropped on his head! The professors may yet be able to turn this fight! Epoch is used, but the stasis will not keep you alive for long! Import tries to follow a black hole, gets dropped in the sky as Lakeinator ventilates Survivor and Involve down from the sky! What a fight that breaks out off one hook!
You can see the mechanical prowess of the players in this game every single time a fight happens. You see somebody hit the perfect ult. Crazy Fool pulls them out of the sky. They get just away, just a sliver of health left, but the last auto attack lands. Involve gets super high up in the air, gets the giant black hole right on top of Import, but Lakeinator standing in the perfect position, just holding the mouse over him after pushing R. These guys are playing on a razor's edge. Any one of these team fights is one mistake, one misplay, one miss away from completely going to the other side of these teams. But these guys are hitting everything. They're landing everything. And that's why we keep getting 3 or 4 kills aside in each of these fights. Yes, it's starting to widen in the gap. 6 kills now in favor of D-Lab, but every single one of these fights have had not a lot of opportunity to capitalize on the other side of it. This might be a very good start if they're able to kill Lobber here, though.
What a Coliseum to lock Lobber down. They finally take this Sevarog off the board. Import at half health has to blink away as well. Professors, in a swift movement, have taken control of the Orb Prime pit. And they're going to look to start this one up, Lance. There's still 4 members of Dirty Lake and the Boys alive.
And this is the experience of Professors. These players have been playing for so long. They know how big Lobber is in the front line that he is. You get him out, you can immediately go for that objective, especially if they kill Import here.
Import drops the Stoneforge Soul, does assault the gate to get himself out of danger. All the while, look at the Professors. They're still on the Orb Prime. All Switches has done is played zone, and he secures himself a nice team-wide buff for the team.
And I'm letting everybody know who out there that is watching this game, looking up to these pros, trying to learn how to play these games. Switches is the MVP of that fight. He zones both Appy and Import away from it, while the rest of the Professors are doing that buff. Lobber is dead. He's in the base. He's also watching this happen, just like you and I are at that point. So there's no way for Toasty. There's no way for Lakeinator to try to walk in and face tank that into 4 members of the Professors in that Orb Prime pit. They would just get instant deleted. That is wonderful team play out of the Professors, and specifically out of Switches, in order to be able to keep the contestation away on the side of D-Lab.
And just like that, what was a 6-kill lead is now shrunken down to 4 as Lobber being looked at once again. Crazy Fool doesn't quite hit the hook, but he does drop the ultimate. Suppresses Lobber for just a moment. Skewer's not going to be enough to get him a kill, but it does keep his team alive.
I'm not sure that Survivor dies there if the Colossal Blow from Sevarog lands on him, but he uses the Liberator in order to be able to keep himself safe. They almost turn it around and kill Lobber again during that process because of the fact that he didn't get knocked away by that, and then Crazy Fool immediately finishes or follows up with the Skewer from the Rick. But nice reaction speed out of Survivor there, doing what he can to be a Survivor, because I think Lobber is going to swallow him if he doesn't.
Speaking of Lobber, he's coming back around, looking for a flank onto the Professor, who are stepping up, looking to try to play this one aggressively. Then why not? They've got the Orb Prime around all 5 members still. This Tier 1 tower stands no chance. I'm surprised, in fact, that the Professors are waiting so long for these minions to come in, when a single hit will just break this tower down.
You have to wait for the minions, I believe, because you want to be able to push towards the Tier 2 as well. It's good for the Professors right here that this Tier 1 tower is still up. Kind of, it gives them an opportunity to get some gold, but it's an easy defense for D-Lab as it kicks off.
Happy Pick just drops the rockets from the sky, but it's Violence who finds the first kill. The Coliseum falls down, and it locks everyone in. Import trying to find a way back out. He's already used the Stoneforge Soul. No more health bar for him. Has kept him alive long enough for Crazy Fool to go down. Cage comes through, and suddenly it's the Professors. They're on the ropes as Violence tries to find a way back out of this. He's down 3 members of his team already. No damage dealers. The backliners are gone. In the blink of an eye, Dirty Lake and the Boys simply draw a line in the sand, and they say no further.
and they immediately turn themselves on to the Primal Fangtooth. They know the death timers. They know that violence has to reset. They can see switches on the minimap. This is free for D-Lab. Gonna knot the Fangtooth up 2 apiece. Both of them get that out of combat movement speed, but that fight, that defense from D-Lab, that's not what you're used to seeing. They had the Orb Prime. All they were trying to do is knock this tier 1 tower down, but they know how important that first tier 1 tower in mid is. It opens the map up so much. Yes, they've got the tier 1s on the opposite sides, but they still just don't have that much control of the map because it limits the paths you're allowed to take. If that tier 1 is still up in mid, try to commit to take it. Should have been, in theory, an easy thing for them to siege on, group together as 5, knock it down, get the free 100 gold into everybody's pocket. D-Lab not willing to give it up, and they make the right decision, get a great engage at the start of the fight, and from that point on, they just walk them down. They only lose Lobber, who's your frontliner. He's supposed to be taking damage. All of the damage dealers plus Crazy Fool die on the side of Professors. That's very nice for Dirty Lake and the boys, who now have that Primordial Blaze to any of the damage that they do for when this next team fight, which we know is inevitable, probably 20-30 seconds from now, kicks off.
Yeah, and this is just a case for why Dirty Lake and the boys are your reigning PCC champions, right? That's not a defense that most teams would even consider trying to make. D-Lab steps forward, no problem, and wins the defense. Now they're the ones on the offensive. Lobber on this right side. They'll be bringing some pressure to this tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, Dirty Lake and the boys, they can play this one slow. They're just waiting to try to find the Professors somewhere they're caught out. With the Primal Fangtooth around them, they've got so much damage, they can just choose where they want to fight. But look at the map. They're just bringing up these minion waves, guaranteeing they have pressure at every lane before they try to go in for anything.
And the 2 members that were left that had the Orb Prime buff, Violence and Switches, both have had it expire at this point. So no Orb Prime, no pushing power at all for Professors right now, as they are still facing down, looking directly into the eyes of these people with the Primordial Blaze. Nice little long-range stasis bomb from Toasty there. Get a little poke down. That Primordial Fangtooth really does help when you're just throwing poke out like that with the damage that it can do. And, you know, Appy Picker still such a monster. That Primordial Blaze feels so good on Howitzer because of that range that you have to have. Lobber got to try to get his hands onto this tower, see if he can knock it down. Switch is still doing what he can to defend it, so good on Switches, but we do have, you know, fully upgraded shoulder pads. Lobber level 17, such a beefy, chunky boy, so hard to poke him out of a lane, to stop him from doing pretty much anything that he wants to do once you get 30 minutes into the game. Oh, are they gonna catch him back in? They got him. Oh, feels bad, Lobber.
That's the Lobber. Oh, you can't be lazy backing like that, Lance.
Well, if you say Lance can't do it, it's not true, because I do it all of the time. You don't expect something like that from Lobber. Lobber is the mathematician. He is a very smart boy. I'm sure that he was trying to do the calculations in his head for how many milliseconds he was from basing, and he thought he was going to be good. Sometimes you don't clutch it out, and that probably opens up this Prime buff for the Professors here, as Lobber is still down. Yeah, they've got the tankiness of Import, but they're not even going to try to contest it. Import actually in the mid lane dealing with a wave right now.
You know, I can't even say that I blame Dirty Lake and the boys for this decision, right? They've defended against the Orb Prime once. They said, okay, let's just do it again. The tier 1 is already down. Nothing they can really do about that at this point. Excellent plays from Professors. Sure, they lost their own tier 2, but the fact that they kept their inhibitors is what feels like allowed them to make that play on Lobber by playing so defensively and safe around that siege.
Right, and, you know, once again, Switches kind of being the unsung hero on the side of Professors, was able to catch Lobber, take a decent amount of damage to him while he's pushing that tier 2 with the assistance of that tier 2 tower in the off lane. Takes a decent amount of poke to catch him back in, which feels really good if you're Professors, feels kind of sad if you're Lobber, but this game just remains closer and closer, and the longer it goes, the more the prophecy seems to be coming true that we will be getting to a fight around one of these next objectives, potentially the next Primal Fangtooth. That's probably about 1 minute and 30 seconds away from being up right now. We're going to get an explosive, crazy team fight. Everyone is going to use Crest. Everyone's going to use their ults. And whoever wins that, the death timers may be long enough for them to be able to seal the game out. But for now, the ball is in Professor's court. They've got this pushing buff. They've got 4 members of their map dedicated to this mid lane to try to get the tier 1. Switch is pushing in the off lane as well. Might want to move over to the duo lane, see if they can get some wave state there, as Lauber needs to be a little careful in his own red side jungle, but they're doing a good job of being able to slow these lanes down, slow this push down with a hero like Twin Blast who can really delete a wave, a hero like Appy Picker who's got decent wave clear too. There's a lot of ways for them to be able to defend against this or prime buff. Ooh, Hook does miss out of Crazy Fool. I don't think we're going to see an engage follow up here, but maybe Import is pretty far in the back line.
Import goes all the way in. Cage gets dropped, and Violence actually in a very bad spot. But Switches comes all the way forward, drawing the aggression away from his jungler as Violence now drops the Colosseum, looking at Import, and then Ball puts him down. The Black Hole shreds some of these health bars away, and suddenly D-Lab not in a great position. Survivor takes down Lauber. A rock connects and puts a third one down. The Professors stand 5 strong or prime around each one of them as they move to siege down. Lakeinator has to burn the Liberator, try to keep himself alive. Excellent cleanse. This is a terrible situation.
That is the power of the orb prime buff. It looked like Violence had got himself into a pickle. He's got that Gladiator passive from the Zarya. He has the passive from orb prime, able to get a bunch of health regen back up, get him to a spot that he was able to turn around and fight again, gets a big cage onto Import in that fight, able to do what they needed to do in order to be able to turn it around. They're going to reward themselves with the Primal Fang Tooth. That's also the 3rd Fang Tooth for them. Adds the 8% extra power to their damage, adds 8% to their armors as well. Double buffed up on a Saturday afternoon, looking to push and take the number 1 spot going into our 2nd day of Swiss Tomorrow Spooky.
Yeah, this is a tough situation for Dirty Lake and the boys to be in. And they've fought against the Professors time and time again, and every time it feels like both of these teams continuously surprise us. What was a rough game for the Professors has shifted momentum incredibly quickly. It's like you said, it's all off of that Orb Prime and how much impact it can have. Survivor TV, 5 and 6 right now, hasn't had the best time surviving these fights. But all it takes is 1 to get those respawn timers going. And the Professors, they know how to take this momentum, Lance. Are we expecting to see a siege on the inhibitors? Or do you think the Professor's going to slow down and wait for the next Orb Prime?
So it is still quite a while till that next Orb Prime is going to spawn. The buffs did just fall off of the members of Professors. I would look to get aggressive wards in this spot, try to find one of the members of D-Lab in a precarious spot, or potentially just kind of run at these guys. You've got that Primordial Blaze for the next minute and a half. Looks like they're going to actually use their efforts, move 4 members over to the right side of the map, try to take this tier 2 tower, get a little bit of extra gold for themselves. So the Inhib Siege will be coming. All tier 2 towers have fallen at this point, but they don't quite have the pushing power that they had 2 minutes ago with that Orb Prime on them. Lakeinator should be able to kind of swallow any wave that just comes his direction with the wave clear that is in Twin Blast's kit. And it's hard to siege on this team. They've got a lot of ways to catch you just like a glove. It's going to be tough.
Oh, goodness, Lance. What are we going to do with you, man? No, you're absolutely right. The defense from Dirty Lake and the boys is looking very strong right now. And Lauber has consistently been this wall that the Professors have kind of had to find a way either through or around in order to find success in these fights. When we look at an inhibitor siege, that becomes a lot more difficult because of how simplified the fights are at that point. Lauber's going to stand in front of the Professors, and there's not really an alternate route the Professors can take to catch him out here.
Right. Professor's also aware of the fact if they see a pick, that they see a team fight, at this point in the game, it has to be a 100% or, hey, we're willing to flip the game for this. If you lose 2 important members of your team trying to catch the members of the enemy team at this point, you stand no chance at contesting the objectives. You stand 0 chance at being able to stop the push. Everybody needs to be quite careful here. And speaking of being careful, Import and Appy, followed by Lake and Toasty over here, they're going to meet the rest of them. And Lauber on the other side, but Switches isn't around either.
Looking,
still just kind of dancing. Import
but
is
Violence
on
has
to
been
Violence
found
here, who's in
here.
the back. That's not who you want to lose if you're Professors. They got to get on this.
Import is. Oh my goodness! Happy Picker gets blasted out of the sky. Survivor TV puts one on the board, brings himself to even, and that is a big shift in momentum. The neutrality has been broken. Professors, the ones who now have an edge in this fight. Toasty and Lakenate are fishing for some damage onto the Professors, but they just can't quite find anything. This is now slipping back into a poke war here, Lance.
It is, and the important part of that is it felt like they were going to pick Violence at a certain point early in that, and they were going to trade Violence for Appy, which would have been a good trade for D-Lab, as you want the jungler to still be alive. Violence able to survive it, though, with the Colosseum, with the Gladiator passive, get all of that health kind of built back up. So now still for 30 seconds, even though Appy's been dead for a good amount of time already, they have that man advantage, and you see them into the pit. Switch is on zoning duty as he normally is, but we should be seeing that Orb Prime buff fall once again for Professors right now, and the fight is going to pop off.
Cage gets dropped, but Switches goes right through it. Does get pushed back by Lakenator. The damage too much coming out from the ADC. He's just going to go back to his team.
Oh, what a
Crazy
hook!
Fool pulls one in. Lobber now in a terrible spot, and he's got no way back out. Just as Appy Picker begins to respawn, Lobber gets sent to the Shadow Realm for 75 seconds.
Oh, it feels like if Lobber is 1 pixel forward on that Richter hook, Crazy Fool misses it, but he's got the range, he's got the length, and Lobber gets put into the base. I see Violence in here. Oh, it looks like they are just backing. I don't believe that Primal Fang... Oh, Primal Fangtooth is spawning. We'll see if they try to go this route. They still don't have Lobber for a minute. I believe that they can reset. Import going to come in here, try to stop the bases as he is aware that they're going to try to reset and get to this. They need to try to delay and allow Lobber time to get himself out of spectator mode. Import is diving the backline. Lobber is standing in front of his tank, or in front of his backline, so they need Lobber around for this. Professors is aware of it. They're going to start it up right away, as they should be, because Lobber's got a very long walk. Even after he gets back, they're going to have to try some heroics here and try to steal this potentially.
Yeah, there is no time to wait for Lobber. The Primal Fangtooth goes down, and the Professors are once again double buffed up here at the late stages of the game, Lance. We are now approaching the 40-minute mark. As we've already touched on, these respawn timers are a long, long journey on a grayscale. Dirty Lake and the boys, they've had some tough defenses so far. They got to dig in now.
They also just blew Appy's flash, which, we're in the base, so it doesn't matter quite as much, but it is important in these fights for Howitzer to potentially be able to reposition himself with that. They're going to get the inhib, do get the stun onto Violence, who's going to be able to just back himself up. Actually, the Colosseum comes up.
Colosseum goes down, Appy Picker goes up, but no kills either way. Violence somehow holds on to his health bar. They're just going to take a step back and let that regenerate.
Right, first inhib of the game cracked just shy of the 40-minute mark. They've got the ability to regroup here. They've got a big minion wave building in the mid lane. They can just do the lawnmower technique, go from side to side, back and forth, catch the wave, push it in, move to the next lane, do it again. The off lane is actually pushed quite the opposite direction against them right now, but they should have another wave of super minions coming in from the left side of the map to assist in their siege here to take some of the pressure away. But this is back to 5v5 strengths. All members are up. So this is kind of where it's decided here. Dirty Lake and the boys got to get in here, try to do some sort of defense. Maybe you give the inhib up. You can't give the core up. This should be explosive once this next minion wave crashes and they decide to get in here.
Appy Picker has his ultimate available. Once again, Black Hole comes through just for zoning purposes, and it just disappears. The inhibitor is gone, keeping all 5 members alive as Lobber puts one down. Professors now in a 4v5. Import dives forward, looking to cut down a few more. Skewer comes through, but the Stone Forge Soul keeps him alive. Crazy Fool tries to pull Lobber back, but he's just gonna find himself on his back. Appy Picker gets the credit for that as Import keeps moving forward. Violence returns the favor, but Lobber's getting melted in the Colosseum, and it's finally at your back. 3 dead for Dirty Lake and the boys, 3 dead for the Professors, and somehow this game is still alive.
Violence turns that around so well for Professors. I was preparing myself to say the words. Professors has been completely team wiped. Does that give D-Lab enough time to run it all the way down mid and end the game? But instead, they're able to turn around, kill 3 members back on the side of D-Lab. We've got full builds already onto Lobber. We've got it onto Involve. We've got it onto Appy. Import getting close to it. Lakeinator's already got it. Goodness, we are approaching late game at such a rapid speed, 41 minutes into it. Jiminy Cricket, what's it going to take for somebody to win this game, Spooky?
Here's my proposal, Lance, all right? When we reach full builds on everyone, you know, the gold doesn't really matter all that much anymore, so we just let the minions do their thing. And whatever happens with the waves happens.
Well, right now, that would go in the side of the Professor. Still have those 2 inhibs down. Does look like they're going to spawn pretty soon. Violence here finds Appy Picker. That is not good. You do not want to miss your howitzer here. Violence got to do what he can as the Make It Rain comes back down onto him. Lakeinator's going to look at him, but the Ventilator probably doesn't have the range or the damage to kill Violence there.
And Violence more than happy with that trade, I think. He's got his ultimate available, took Appy Pickers away. And it's not the longest cooldown, but it should give the Professors some time to play with. They know that Appy is a little bit more vulnerable right now. Question is, where do they try to push that?
We'll have to find out. The other thing about this, we're talking about people hitting full builds. Severug on Lobber here has got to be getting close to that max 300 stacks that you can get on him. Violence has got to have several Coliseum stacks with the way that has played out for him, with the way he's put those cages down within these team fights. And we're back to the familiar song and dance that we hear every PCC in every game multiple times. This Orb Prime spawning very soon. We are knotted up 23-23 in kills. Yes, 2 inhibs are down. There's not a single regular tower left on this map. 4 Fang Teeth in the side of Professors, 2 in the side of D-Lab. This one's where it's going to come down to, as long as one team can get several of them down. It looks like it might be Violence or Lobber who gets caught out early, gonna have to use the blink to get himself away. So they will reposition themselves back down around this. Import doing some frontlining right now, kind of looking at them. Did already use the Ice Scorn Talons, looking for a good spot to get it.
Skewer comes through, forces the Epoch out from Appy Picker, who immediately takes to the skies to rain death down. Crazy Fool tries to bring one back down, but Involve putting down the black hole. Stoneforge Soul is traded out to keep himself alive. Import limping away from this as Appy Picker finally starts to bring some of these targets down. Violence trades one back, somehow still alive, hiding behind the tiny little corner. Throws the spear in near, doesn't quite connect. It's now Involved, fighting for his life, somehow trades him out. What is happening? Survivor TV is the only one left alive. Lakeinator and Import standing strong for Dirty Lake and the boys, but they cannot push too far. They still have an inhibitor down. The left side has respawned.
And once again, multiple people on both of these teams hits the death button, and we're not going to get to see an end of this for quite some time. We're going to fight again for this Orb Prime. Once everybody gets themselves back up, it does give D-Lab the favor in order to set the waves in their direction, as Survivor needs to be quite careful for the next 35 seconds minimum until Crazy Fool and Switches are back up as well. But this gives D-Lab the opportunity to put the waves into the state that they want to fight over these objectives. I also wouldn't be terribly surprised to see these guys decide to handshake this and to see Professors move themselves towards Prime. Actually, Import realizes that with Lakeinator with him, they have the damage to be able to do this. Just the 2 of them, as Survivor is not going to contest this. In fact, he's going to have himself a nice little 1v1 against the Orb Prime. I actually love this.
Man, what an objective trade, but this is critical timing right now, Lance. Survivor cannot afford to get caught here, cannot afford to die. Because if he gets staggered on these death timers,
he gets it.
It's game over.
Survivor 1v1 the Orb Prime. Let's go, Survivor.
Wait. Did they respawn in time to get it on multiple members?
I believe that they at least have it on Crazy Cool. They have it on Switches. I'm curious if it got onto Violence, but I do not believe it had gotten onto Involved.
This is definitely a dangerous situation now.
A check on it. It looks like it's not on Involve, which means it's definitely not on Violence either. So 3 members still have that. I believe only 2 members of Dirty Lake and the Boys have that Primordial Fangtooth, but Lakeinator has it, which is very important as he is the one reigning in this DPS in these fights. So they split the buffs kind of like what we had expected, and now there's nothing to fight over for the next 4 minutes. What are these teams going to do, Spooky?
I mean, it's got to be about inhibitors, right? Like you mentioned, Dirty Lake and the Boys had this time to set these waves up for themselves. Professors have the minion enhancements with the Orb Prime, but who do you favor in that clash, right? Is the Primal Fangtooth on 2 enough damage to outweigh the benefits of the Orb Prime on 3?
So, yes, absolutely. Especially because of the fact that it is on Lakeinator. At this point in the game, 46 minutes and a half into the game, the value of the Primordial Fangtooth is larger. They also got the third one with that, which offsets the third Fangtooth that Professors had gotten earlier in this match when they got their first Primal Fangtooth, when they got double buffed earlier. So that portion is huge. As far as just running into each other, Primordial Fangtooth is the team fight buff, Orb Prime is the pushing buff, and right now they're kind of looking to fight. Yeah, the objectives aren't up, but they're grouping as 5. They're moving themselves around the map. They're kind of just trying to find that one person out of position who steps up a little too far, which isn't something you see very often with the discipline and experience that players in this map have. So I definitely still lean the Primordial Fangtooth side, especially with Import, who's going to be diving the back line as well. He's going to be getting that onto Survivor, hopefully getting that onto Involve if he doesn't get too high up in the sky first with the black holes.
Lance, you said you were expecting a 30 to 40-minute game. We are now approaching the 50-minute mark, 2.5 minutes away from that one. And honestly, while it feels like this game is so far from being over, it also feels like it could end at any moment. A single mistake, one slip up from either side is disastrous at this stage in the game. Anything could be the tipping point that allows the other side to win. And with the Professors stepping forward now for what feels like the umpteenth time towards this inhibitor, towards Dirty Lake and the Boys' base. Crazy Fool is gonna pull Lobber in, skewer down, Cage gets dropped, and the Coliseum is returned. Lobber finally gets a way out. He has to use the blink, but Violence going so deep gets a colossal blow back into the face. Survivor TV is the first one to drop a kill, and Dirty Lake and the Boys now at a 4v5 disadvantage. 100 seconds away is Import. But the Professors take a step back.
That was about to be so much worse for them. Lobber peeled the crap out of Lakeinator in that fight, but we're going again, Spooky.
Cage gets dropped, Involved, has to find a way out, leaves a portal for Crazy Fool as well. Goodness, they're both teams are just looking for blood. They're like a pack of piranhas swarming over any bloody meat that they can find. Lobber dashes forward, drops the Subjugate. Doesn't lead to a kill, but it is forcing Professors back.
Oh, and that damage that was coming out, they're so close to being able to fall. If he can land one of these sunballs, he gets it, but can anybody get up there close enough to be able to do it? The ventilator does come out, but he's immediately going to get hooked.
All right to him! Skewer comes through and Survivor puts him down! Happy down from the skies rains death and destruction, but Survivor will walk through it all! 1 HP! No members of Dirty Lake and the Boys are alive, and the minions are pushing in! The Professors can race down and finally take this game!
And so much respect to D-Lab. They know if Toasty lands one of those balls, if we can get the people up there, we're going to be able to pick them off. They're all at 1 HP, but it gave the dead members of Professors enough time to be able to get out of the base, move themselves down. You see the massive black hole, the game-winning black hole from Involved on the Gideon there. They are going to take this game. They're going to be our 5-0 team. They're going to knock our defending champions down to 4-1. This is the Professors team that won PCC 5. This is the Professors team that's looking to win PCC 8.
What a match. 50 full minutes of high-octane, non-stop Predecessor action. Lance, this is what the PCC is all about.
is what it's all about. You can forget about the hokey pokey spooky because this is where it is at. That will be our last game for the day. We're going to have some more for you tomorrow. I need a paper towel. I don't know if you can see it, but I am pouring sweat right now watching that. Do you have any final thoughts, Spooky?
I mean, if you're pouring sweat, imagine how the players must be feeling right now. Sure, Dirty Lake and the boys may have lost this match, but this was a grueling fight, back and forth throughout all 50 minutes. I, for one, am just super excited to see what these teams are bringing in the later stages of this tournament, especially when we get to the actual bracket.
I couldn't agree anymore, Spooky. Hey, thank you for casting it with me today, Spooky. We're going to throw it back to our dog, Trix, and JYT to wrap it up for us.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Lance and Spooky. I don't know where to start. That was our last round and last game of today's Swiss exclamation point bracket. We'll show you the standings and the current rosters of each teams from today. We just watched the Professors and Dirty Lake and the boys, with the Professors coming out on top for our last game today. What a wild game. What a wild game from start to finish. I am having troubles finding the right words right now. Both of these teams let each other have their comfort picks, and that was the longest game we spectated today. Both of these teams fought so hard, but the Professors, they won 5-0 in Swiss stages day 1. Tricks.
Yeah, it was truly just an insane game. It was kind of back and forth in the beginning, and then I feel like the turning point was really Lauber getting picked off that lazy back. Then all of a sudden, the Professors ran through objectives, ran through towers, really swung the momentum, and then it was D-Lab on the back foot, and they had some moments where they almost called it back, even at the end. You know, they defended the inhibitor, the Professors were retreating, they overextended a little bit too much, and Volv came back full health, caught him with the black hole, and they were able to end off that. It was just a crazy game.
Yeah, and a crazy and also kind of painful game to watch, I won't lie. And probably due to the fact that like they're like the boys were like doing so well, but then they just keep repealing like trolling from time to time. Like every member on the team just show at one point in the match. Like Tosi just like not seeing that his double jump on cooldown and getting called out for no reason. Every picker getting called out for no reason. Info wanting to fight people, then getting silenced and just can't use all. Lava lazy backing, Legonator having 2 guns but missing half his shots. It's just so painful to watch all that, but despite all of that, they put up a seriously really good fight. So I'm just kind of wondering how well they're looking the boys can really like play out if they stop just trolling randomly from throughout the entire match.
And it definitely could have gone either way. Lauber was a menace and a raid boss, which is what you mentioned, Joey. They really had it in the early game. He was this big body in team fights, frontlining for D-Lab, and we saw what happens when Lauber gets caught out and when he dies. But it wasn't just him, like you mentioned. When one member dies, the other team takes advantage and then they run away with that objective. If it's a 4v5, it's an objective for free.
Yeah, exactly. We saw it a couple of times. You know, Lauber was such a menace, but I feel like the Professors adapted their game plan. You know, Lauber would jump in, and just because you were super tanky last fight and you didn't get focused down doesn't mean that Professors aren't going to make that adaptation. A couple times, especially later in the game, you know, even though you're 6 item, the carry on the enemy team is 6 item, the mage on the enemy team is 6 item, you're going to jump in and you're going to get bursted down. And that's what we saw time and time again. And then Professors were just able to kind of steamroll over, and it felt like D-Lab were just unable to kind of convert into any meaningful objectives until it was just a little too late.
Yeah, like the Professors, there's one thing I have to give a hand to them is that they are very good at exploiting the smallest mistake that any team does. And I have to say, like, the Diamond People especially were doing so good in the game because they were able to synergize their, like, silence and CC together so well. They were able to get a lot of great picks on, like, even, like, the bulky frontline of, like, the Greystone and Zevop because that Jungle Gap grenade was just so well placed and they're just stuck in it. They can't blink out. They can't do anything. So I think more than anything, like, the dual lane from Professor should really show up in this game.
And that's why they prioritize that Drongo. But We say goodbye to 8 teams after today, and only 16 move forward to day 2 tomorrow, where we determine who will compete in the main event 2 weeks from now. What you just saw was a sneak peek of what else could happen tomorrow and what else could happen during the main event. Thank you everybody for watching us here at the PCC. We are a community-based tournament who share the love for Predecessor and competitive gaming. From our producer, our admin, our talent on screen as well as off screen. Thank you so much. And of course, to our players who have joined us today to play, we have to say thank you. And to our community, the viewers who have joined us from all over the world, thank you so much. If you like what you're seeing, we are on X, we're on Discord, we're on YouTube, any other social media you can think of. We unfortunately have to say goodbye. We'll start off with Trix, then Joey.
Bye, guys. Well, this is just yours truly. You can find me over on YouTube. I do my daily commentary videos and do some illegal cooking from time to time. But you can also find me over on Twitter as well for some light updates from yours truly.
And my name is Ardog with the Triple G's, and I'm the host here at the PCC. We'll see you tomorrow. It was a pleasure to share the desk with the two of you, but we'll see you again tomorrow for day 2 of the Swiss stages of PCC8. Thank you, everybody.
you